I was doing all this talking and didn't realize my mic was muted. God damn it. Drop a one if you could hear my voice, please. Damn it. Uh anyway. Daily affirmations by Pauline is here saying good evening to her, which I said before. Drop a one if you can hear me. That would be most useful. If you could drop a one, let me know that you could hear me. Let me do this again. I just did this whole nice setup for tonight's show. Tonight we're going to be talking about Jim Crow Resurrected. We're going to be talking about some small hat business tonight too. We're going to talk about Islamization. We're going to talk about the gods worshipped by scientists and atheists. We're going to answer the question, is science universal or does it have a cultural lens? We're going to talk about something in Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 today. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be about the great Nigerian exodus, aka Japa-ing. Japa-ing. I've never heard that before. If you guys have heard of Japa-ing before, drop a 6 for me. It's crazy. I said all this earlier, and you guys couldn't hear me. But yeah, drop a 6 if you've heard about Japa-ing, the great Nigerian exodus. We're going to talk about, we're going to answer the question, why is it we don't destroy or chase away or, run off the traitors in our community before they get big? We're going to talk about Nigerian democracy being under attack. We're also going to answer the question, how good is democracy anyway? And I guess because the show ends at so late, at 2 a.m., we're going to close off the show talking about the truth about porn. That's going to be the final topic tonight. I apologize again for the silence at the beginning. My mic was muted even though I was talking to you guys. I see a few of you are here now. Marcus McGee says he can hear me. Yana B says she can hear me. The matron is here. Y'all say what's up to the matron. Daily affirmation by Pauline can hear me now. Trigger Happy has heard of Japa-ing, so I'm curious to learn more about that during the course of the show tonight. All right, so now that we got the sound straight, you guys can hear me. You now have heard the preview. Let's start the show officially. So what we're going to do, I'm going to start the show officially. On the other side, I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. In fact, before I even play the intro, let me drop the link for you guys who want to join the panel tonight. I pinned at the top of the chat tonight. You'll see several links, how to donate to the show, how to check out and support the merch store, how to join the Discord. Shout out to Dorico Cooper Photography for the donation this week. I do appreciate it. I'll let you know how I'm going to use that in the near future. I believe in transparency. So I'm going to let you know how I'm going to use those funds. And if you guys want to donate, the links are right there at the top of the chat. All right. With that said, let's start the show. And on the other side, we will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right. Let's welcome in Bwana Hagaziki this week. Bwana, how are you this week?
What's up, bro? I'm good, man. I'm back in the house. Here we back at it again.
Right. You guys check out. Bakari did a sports segment last night. Go ahead and talk about it, Bwana.
No, we did our first episode, if you could call it that, we trying something original with our sports podcast with a little bit of a black kind of perspective to it. We really didn't get into what we were supposed to talk about last night because we really was to start off with the life of Jack Johnson, going through his life and really, putting our twist to it, our biases, our opinions to it in terms of what he would have done in his lifetime, the fact that he was a world-renowned figure at the sports, and we with the show we really want to touch on the different athletes. Different black athletes that really affected the world. So we're not going to limit it to just United States athletes. We're going to just talk about athletes from all around, black athletes from all around the world, and give our perspective on what they would have accomplished, the things that they would have done, and just really try to put that out into the world. So that's our aim and what we're trying to do with our Brother Bakari Sportcast.
Right on. Okay, cool. I think y'all should do that on a separate channel, but that's just my thoughts. But it was good. I was there last night for it. I hope you guys in the chat who enjoy sports, who enjoy especially sports and your black empowerment conversations, you guys should definitely tune in. Are you guys going to do it every Friday?
I think that we're going to attempt to do it every 2 Fridays in a month.
Okay.
It's really according to Brother Bakari's schedule, because sometimes it's like that, and sometimes big bros be on that Mississippi time. But we're gonna try to do it for every 2 Fridays at 7. So hopefully anyone interested, I know the ladies may not be, but the ladies who are sports inclined, y'all come on, give y'all opinions, and let's do this on Fridays, okay, at 7.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, Bwana. Thanks for coming through today too. How was the event last week? Was it good?
Yeah, it was a bridal shower, man. It was good. It was good. I didn't get too drunk, but it was good. It was good.
All right. With that said, you guys have the link out there in the chat. Whoever wants to join the panel, you guys can feel free to. Shooter Breeze topic number 1 tonight is going to be Jim Crow Resurrected. Jim Crow Resurrected, of course. This comes with a link that's going to take us, it seems, to TikTok. Let me share my screen so you guys could see it as well. So there it is. Let me start it from the beginning. It's only like a 20-second video. Let me start it from the beginning, and then we'll discuss it. Hold on one second.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Representative Powers, for bringing this. I think it's a very good idea. And I was just wondering about, could I put an amendment on that? It would include hanging by a tree also. And also, I would like to sign on to your bill, sir. Thank you. Leader Carroll. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Representative Powers, for bringing this. I think it's a very good idea. And I was just wondering about, could I put an amendment on that? It would include hanging by a tree also. And also, I would like to sign on to your bill, sir. Thank you. Leader Carroll.
The state of Mississippi is raising eyebrows for some and creating full-blown outrage for others after the Republican-led state house passed a bill that would form a system of unelected judges and prosecutors to preside over part of the capital city of Jackson and expand the Capitol Police Force. In short, instead of giving the city's majority black residents an opportunity to exercise their voting rights to elect judges and prosecutors, the power would fall to government officials. Joining us now is one of the biggest opponents of this legislation, Mississippi House Minority Leader Representative Robert L. Johnson III. Representative, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to start by reading part of your joint statement about these bills. You say HB 1020 and SB 2889 are an insult and a distraction, taking power away from the citizens of our capital city while we waste critical hours sitting around and letting hospitals close and our people die. You go on to say these bills are what modern day Jim Crow looks like. Explain to us how this bill even got this far along in the process to begin with.
Well, we have a majority, a supermajority-led House and Senate and a Republican governor. And as I described them from time to time, they are kind of new to this process. And they don't have any respect for the rules, procedure, or the tradition of the legislature. And so we don't even, there are even opportunities to debate some of these issues. They've just decided that they're just going to run roughshod over the whole process and have what they want.
All right, so just break it down for us in layman terms. If this were to pass, what would this mean for the black residents?
Well, they would essentially have judges who would be appointed by a Supreme Court justice who was appointed by this very governor that is engineering this effort. They wouldn't have any say-so in that judgeship, those multiple judgeships, and so those people would answer to no one who lives in Hinds County. Not only would that judge not be elected, that judge could come from anywhere in the state. And so that the Constitution says all of our judges should be elected, shall be elected. And so this takes that right to vote, that right to exercise their constitutional power from the people in the city of Jackson. So all the cases, I mean, it would be the most important part of this. So all the cases that anybody brings against the state of Mississippi, and we bring them all the time. I'm a lawyer. If you sue the state of Mississippi, they have to come through the circuit or chancery court in Hinds County. There was a time when we were fighting for more money for public education. And one of the things that they wanted to challenge was the constitutionality of the referendum proposal. One of the white Republican legislators told his constituents, if we pass this referendum, then you'll have to answer to a black judge in Hinds County. That, there are these little phrases, these invites that they have that always point to race.
Is there a chance that this bill will die in the Senate?
There is a chance the bill will die in the Senate. Thankfully, because of the uproar, because of the push that many of us have had from lawyers to community activists to legislators, I think, and the national pressure from people like just the exposure from networks, from people like you, they are feeling the pressure. This does look like Jim Crow, like post-Reconstruction. This looks like everything that some of us who are old enough remember growing up through the Civil Rights Movement, the things that we fought to reverse.
Representative, curious, I know your intention is to stop it, but let's just play devil's advocate here. Are you concerned that if this bill does become law, would it create a new template for a Republican fight for the years to come, similar to what's happened with critical race theory law, for example?
Well, yes. Look, we tell people, we've been telling people all over the state, this is not a Jackson problem. This is a Mississippi problem. If they're going to do it to Jackson, they'll do it to Greenville, Greenwood, anywhere they want to go. They want to create a city within a city that just serves a particular segment of the population. This capital city complex has a disproportionate white population, doesn't represent the actual per capita demographic in the city of Jackson. And this is a template for what they'll do in any city that has Black or African American leadership. And so, yes, the danger is that this is the route Republicans will continue to do in places where they lose political power.
Mississippi Democratic Minority Leader Representative Robert Johnson III. Hey, we thank you so much for your time and your insight.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking.
I was hoping that video would end sooner than that, but he's running on about all this stuff. If you guys are still there, because you know how YouTube does this stream, just using ABC stuff, fair use. Let me know if you guys can still hear me out there in the chat. KW Don 7 said something interesting during the video. He said events make patterns. Patterns become an environment, and the environment becomes your way of life. Welcome to Jim Crow 2.0. Enjoy your stay. Janelle is here saying good evening to everyone. So you'll say what's up to Janelle. Okay, Marcus McGee says he's still there. So he hears me. So I guess they didn't stop the stream yet. With that said, Buana, what are your thoughts on this, man? Jim Crow 2.0.
In the words of the famous Nina Simone, Mississippi goddamn. You know, it's like let me say this. In the first video, when the old man started talking about being hung from trees, he's old enough to remember that historically, that Mississippi have a tradition of hanging N-words by trees. So I don't know, that for me that was an affront, you know. And I think that the black guy who was in the legislative body, he should have commented on that comment. I don't think he should have sit there like a potted plant and not say nothing about that. Because when you start hanging people by trees, I mean, you are really just going back and reliving a time that I think I would have thought that Mississippi is trying to forget. But again, it's Mississippi.
Yeah.
But as far as this guy calling it modern day Jim Crow, I think that term I think that's a stretch, you know. And the reason why I say that is because this is not necessarily having anything to do with a total disregard or going back in terms of state law and how it affects the regular citizens. This has to do with judicial appointments. So to put it a whole blanket on just the fact that the judges who are going to be elected now is going to be elected by a specific group of people, I wouldn't consider that to be a whole modern day Jim law thing. However, what I would say is that the fact that they are trying this, which these guys try every now and again, there will be constitutional challenges to this in terms of the federal government. The federal government, because I think that this situation, if it does pass in the Senate, it's gonna go. This case, when these guys file this claim against what Mississippi is trying to do, I think this is gonna go straight up to the Supreme Court, and I think that this bill will be challenged. And I don't think that they'll be able to, I don't think, but even though this is the United States of America, anything can happen, you know, but I don't think, you know, it's right now, the Supreme Court right now has, I think it's majority of conservative judges. So it might pass and it might stand. Who knows? You know, I think because Trump he stacked the Supreme Court with a bunch of Republican or right-wing Supreme Court justices, and they have life terms. So it may stand. Who knows? Who really knows? But what I would say is that the people in Mississippi, I think the Mississippi has the largest numbers of Black people in the United States. You all could correct me if I'm wrong. but they can't just sit down and just take this. If you're gonna say that, you know, these judges are gonna run unelected, then my tax dollars shouldn't be going to support this. If you're gonna section half of the city, where half of the people in that city are not allowed to participate politically or democratically, then I'm being represented. You know what I mean? I'm paying taxes within a city where I'm not being represented. And historically, what they say, no taxation without representation. So I think that the majority of the black folks in Mississippi need to get on the board. People like Brother Bakari, them, they need to get on the board and start getting together and making their voices heard in terms of what's happening in Mississippi. And I understand that Brother Bakari is not in the Mississippi right now, but he's a Mississippian. So all the people within Mississippi and outside of Mississippi need to get together, unify, and make their voices heard, because, you know, the past have a history of repeating itself sometimes. So you have to get these things cut off from the jump. You know, so where you see these devils trying to revive their right-wing politics in Mississippi, you got to cut that off from the jump, because if you let it fester, it's gonna grow and grow and grow and become something of the past. So I would say cut it off from the jump, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think I think the only thing I might slightly disagree with you with is that it's not Jim Crow. I think the way America works, right? In fact, maybe most places work this way too. People, and to borrow a saying from you, Buana, people throw a stone. People throw a stone and they listen out to see if it hits someone, right? And I think the reason why this guy was so emboldened to even say some shit like that is because he's aware of a certain group or a certain group sentiment in Mississippi where these guys are ready to start hanging folks again. I think he's aware of it, and he's throwing that stone to see if he could get a snowball effect, if this could gain some traction and turn into something greater. But it tells me what I expect to see. I'll be real honest with you. And this is where I agree with you 100%, where Mississippians in particular need to get on this and nip this shit in the bud quick, and go and get yourself armed up too, by the way.
If you live in, go ahead, brother. Sorry for interrupting.
No, go ahead.
No, cool. If you a black man, a black adult male person, and if you live in Mississippi and you are not armed, you have to be out of your mind.
Yeah,
you know, you have to be out of your mind, brother. You have to be out of your mind. And I don't care what Christian sentiments you might carry or religious sentiments you might carry, you gotta be out of your mind. Understanding the history of Mississippi, give me a break.
Yeah, no, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, you have to be out your mind to sit around while this here alone should have you going to get your 2A, right? But I suspect, because if you remember before the pandemic, there was this odd occurrences of these hangings of young black men and stuff, and they were saying it was suicides, but it never really tracked like suicides all over America. It was these little cases. They'll find a young black man hanging from a tree, and I suspect if they're not careful in Mississippi, they're gonna start seeing some lynchings going on, off the books type lynchings going on. I think this guy was representing a certain sentiment of a certain group of people down there who are ready to bring this shit back. And like you said, it'll go up to the Supreme Court. But remember, most of these folks in the Supreme Court are conservatives. Even the Negro on there is a conservative. He'll probably help bring it back if you give him a chance. So we have to be careful. I think we gotta get through to our people that, listen, don't sit by and allow these things to happen thinking that there are protections for your black ass. There are no protections. Don't assume that there are.
Protection.
You gotta get proactive.
None. Yes, sir. No, I agree with that. I echo them sentiments. I would act accordingly. There is no protection coming. And if you believe that these people, because as you suggested earlier, there is a sentiment in America right now where people feel, especially with the rise of Trump and his fanaticism, with the right, there is a sentiment of we done all we could do, and we tired of this BLM. BLM is a nickname for the big black boogeyman. So they trot it out there, even though I mean you might not even be a member or affiliated with BLM. They just stamp tag you on that because they feel, well, we've done all we could do, and y'all still asking. Now the black folks in the states are asking for the money, and that perking up a whole lot of people's ears because they getting very afraid off of that sentiment. Say, oh, you live in America, ain't you? You know what I mean? So it's like, and the blacks in America have a legitimate claim, and even though I don't think they have a legitimate claim for reparations. So that sentiment is becoming more national now. The voices of that sentiment is growing, and you have the other voices in the United States, which are white voices, who have a lot of contempt for that race, the race relations that exist in America. And I think that sentiment is which Trump triggered a lot of that sentiment to be revisited, and also with the election of Barack Obama as well, because people see that as, okay, we are afraid that America is going to turn into the planet of the apes. So now you have this fear, you have this anger, and then throw the lynching bill. This is the lynching bill. Throw it on the barbecue now, and you have like you say, a lot of people in Mississippi, through their heritage and their roots, they have a long history of lynchings and murder and mayhem and KKK, etc., etc., etc. But what I would say is the black men of Mississippi, all them southern states, it behooves them to start arming before they start taking the guns away, to start arming themselves, start training themselves, and get prepared for what's to come. Because the economy ain't getting no better. And when these folks feel like their money is their pockets are becoming lighter, they become angry and more wicked in the things that they do.
Well said, Buana. You know what I think about sometimes, Buana? I think about the fact that, that riding on the back of the bus stuff, that ended like maybe 10, 12 years before I was born. No more than 20, right? But closer to 10, 12 years. And so you mentioned this earlier too, like a lot of these guys were quite aware. They were around. They remember those days. And these are your bosses. These are your professors in college. They might have been kids or whatever, teenagers or whatever. But like these guys are alive still. And so you should not be surprised that they still have those sentiments of the South will rise again and all that old shit that they used to get down with, right? And I think about that a lot. I wonder if black folks really, really study that stuff, that you are still in that, you still share the world with a lot of those folks. You know what I mean? So this type of stuff that I'm seeing here isn't too surprising.
And that old white guy, he probably hanged some N-words when he was a teenager with his friends. You know what I mean? He want to relive that day. He won't put the niggers back in their place. So like I say, man, you got to cut this off at the jump because it's very dangerous. I'm telling you.
I agree. In the chat, KW Don 7 says the cracker is going to be the cracker and Negroes still don't get it. I think that's a good way to end that prompt. Shout out to Coach Pete, who says, blessed uprising family. I appreciate you for being here, Coach Pete. Yeah, thanks for being here. So yeah, I think that was a good discussion. Thank you for that, Buana. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says simply thoughts. Let's see what it is that we're supposed to have thoughts about. Looks like it's taking us to Twitter. This tweet might have a video. Looks like it's a video. So This is from Gonzalo Lira, who's tweeting this, and he says, interesting video. Did you know these facts? Confirmed by rabbis, as you can see. So there's a video here. Let's start it from the beginning.
And so in effect, what happened in World War I is they fought it through to a stalemate. America enters the scene and decisively on the side of Great Britain and France and decisively wins the war. And then Germany is destroyed and punished for the whole thing. So they were destroyed for being a great country. They were destroyed for challenging the British. Hitler comes in and say it was a miraculous thing.
Last reason I'm going to tell you. Who knows the first two laws that Hitler implemented? Hitler, Yimach Shemo V'Zichro, first two laws that Hitler implemented that not only put him in a different status than everybody else for the rest of history, but also made what's called until this day the biggest financial miracle in history. Who knows the first two laws?
Germany was also open season. It was communists and anarchists fighting. They wanted to do the same thing in Germany that they did in Russia. Russia, for decades, was chaos because anarchists killed the Tsar. They killed Alex III, and then Nicholas II took power. Anarchists were bombing things. There was a communist revolution. They slaughtered the royal family. It was a disaster for years. They became a pariah state. It took them a decade to normalize relations with other countries. And so the communists and the leftists wanted to do the same thing to Germany that they had done to Russia.
למה באמת היטלר ראה נגד היהודים? מה הוא רצה מהם? מה הפריעו לו? אבל הדברים כתובים כאן במיין קאמפף. זה הספר יצא רק לאחרונה, התירו לתרגם מיין קאמפף בעברית, זה אסור כל השנים. אבל יש לי תרגום קודם יותר שיד ושם תרגם קטעים, להם היה מותר. היטלר טוען בספר שלו שהיהודים הם קומוניסטים. הם עשו את המהפכה ברוסיה. הם הרגו שם 30 מיליון רוסים, את כל האינטליגנציה, בצורה אכזרית ונוראה. ואת זה הם רוצים לעשות לכל העולם. הארץ הבאה בתור זה גרמניה. הם הקימו את המפלגה הקומוניסטית והסוציאליסטית הגרמנית, וזה נכון. אם אנחנו לא נתגבר עליהם עכשיו, הם יחסלו אותנו, וישחטו גם כאן 20 מיליון איש את כל האינטליגנציה. וככה הם הלכו מארץ לארץ. כי שבסופו של דבר האינטליגנטים היחידים, החכמים היחידים, יהיו רק היהודים.
So Hitler comes in, and the country's like a war zone. The currency is worthless. The economy is destroyed. Degeneracy is rampant. There's transgender stuff, licentiousness, prostitution.
There's transgender stuff back then?
Yeah.
When was...
That's why they were burning books.
Wow.
Those were the books they were burning.
Oh, I didn't... Wow. I'm just shocked there was transgender stuff back then.
Yeah, it's Mansfield or Hirschfield. It had some really innocuous sounding name, but it's this Jewish guy who had this like research center, and they were the pioneers in transgenderism, in early transgender surgeries, homosexuality, all that stuff. Like it was all coming from Berlin. And it was horrible. And Hitler comes in, and that's what the book burnings were about. They were burning all these research books about transgender stuff because it was like morally repugnant. It's the same stuff that's going on today.
Rule number 1, no more pornography, no more homosexuality, none of that garbage, not allowed. Berlin in the 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. They were the Las Vegas of the day. They were the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. Homosexuality, pornography, all the bestiality, all the garbage of the world, that was the capital of the world. He outlawed it. You're no longer allowed, closed all the bars, all the gay clubs, all the production, which were all run by Jewish people, unfortunately.
You know, everybody says the book burnings, they were burning knowledge. That wasn't knowledge. That was perversion. That'd be like if they started burning pornography. Nobody would say that burning pornography is some sick, tyrannical, like backwards. They don't want people to be educated. They would say that's filth. Same deal there. So anyway, so he goes in, revives the economy, drives out the communists and anarchists, brings organized crime under control, builds all this infrastructure. It was amazing. He was Times Man of the Year. Now, he was anti-Semitic. We have to recognize, though, one, everyone was anti-Semitic back then. That's just true. Henry Ford, Charles Lindbergh, all the presidents, all the leaders of Europe, you name it. Not only that, but also the Jews were extremely influential and did inflict a lot of those problems. You know, all that transgender stuff was coming from Jewish intellectuals. People blame what's happening in America today on the cultural Marxists. That's real. The cultural Marxists were all Jews that came from Berlin, that were driven out by Hitler.
התמונה של פוליטביורו הראשון, זה כמו הממשלה ברוסיה. מתוך 13 חברים, 6 יהודים. מי הקים את הקג"ב? לפני כן קראו לו NKWD. יהודים. אם כן, הדברים טובים מפורש. הוא לא שנא את היהודים בגלל שיש להם פאות. הוא לא שנא אותם בגלל שהם שומרים מצוות. בגלל שהם קומוניסטים.
So when people look at the legacy of postmodernism, cultural Marxism in America today, it all came from Columbia. It all came from these guys at Columbia who originally came from Frankfurt in Germany, and they got kicked out because they were Jewish communist radicals. So, and anyway, this is not like a defense of everything Hitler ever did, but you know, when you strip away this, the
whole point is that he was a visionary and he did good things too. That's what but nobody's ever heard that in media ever.
את זה הוא כותב כאן, אתם מבינים עכשיו למה הם לומדים לבית ספר? כי מי כותב את תוכניות הלימודים? אותם שמאלנים. הם ודאי לא יכתבו שהיטלר רצה להרוג את היהודים בגלל שהם אבות השמאל העולמי ואבות המרקסיזם, קומוניזם, לניניזם. אבל את זה הוא כותב. הרסו את כל הערכים, הרעילו את כל הספרות והתיאטרון. מי זה אותם? יהודים שומרי תורה ומצוות הרעילו את התיאטרון הגרמני? מתוך 9 עיתונים גדולים בגרמניה, 7 של יהודים.
So it's crazy to someone who didn't hear your whole explanation.
Right, yeah.
But when you're explaining it, like Blessing, he kind of makes sense. And it's like, but that's crazy because no one's ever heard this stuff before ever. And even when me and Blessing heard it for the first time, we're like, what?
yeah.
We're just like, I think we did a reaction, but we didn't post it because we were scared. I think we put it on Rumble or page, I don't know, something.
Second rule. What's the second rule? Second rule was you're not allowed to charge interest. No more interest. Now you would think, why? What does he care about interest? Well, because all the people that had the money, that lent the money out, were Jews. He didn't like it. So he said no more interest. Why? Because of the high interest that the Jews charged people was so high, it ruined, it destroyed the economy in Germany. They destroyed, just like they destroyed Russia a few years before that through their communism over there. Jews destroyed Russia, not Goyim. Jews destroyed. Communism is by Jews. Well, don't let anybody confuse you. You look at history, Karl Marx, all the other Reshaim, they're all Jews. Wicked, but nonetheless Jews. They destroyed Russia, and he wrote in chapter 2 of Mein Kampf, they destroyed Russia, now they're destroying Germany, that's why I have to destroy them. Now, this doesn't make he's right. The point is, that's actually real, true history. Now, he saw that the Jews are controlling the system, and they're charging such high interest, they destroyed the German economy to the extent that by the time you arrived to go to the store to buy bread, you had to take a whole horse carriage full of money. By the time you arrived at the store, it wasn't enough. Why? Because the inflation rate was so high.
Wow, okay.
The bread became so much more valuable and your money went down. So now he says, what's the cause of this? Because nobody could afford to do anything because the interest rates are so high. So he decided no more interest rates. You're not allowed to charge interest rates. And at that time, the Great Depression was happening around the entire world. Everyone was in a financial collapse. America was a financial collapse. England was a financial collapse. Everybody else was collapsing. Germany collapsed worse than everybody else. But after he passed this law of no more interest, within 6 years, Germany became the leading, wealthiest economy in the world. They called it a financial miracle. Why? They were the only ones that were bold enough to stop interest. This is one of the biggest reasons of why he hated Jews. Because they destroyed the economy because of their greed. Rabotai, it's not making them right. Don't let this confuse you. But this is happening again.
I think I got red pilled a little bit more this interview.
A little bit, yeah. Well, I'd be the guy to do it. You know, I'm the human red pill.
Yeah, that's a real good video. I think Oni posted that. I like that. There's something in there. Yana B says, "Wow, not surprised though." But there's something in there that I think anytime I mention it to black folks look at me puzzled. But you know, the Jews, the small hats, a lot of them were backing Hitler, right? A lot of them were backing shit. A lot of them financed those ovens. And people don't understand why. But anyway, I think that video is pretty interesting. Buana, what are your thoughts?
It's a whole lot of shit to unpack here. I probably won't touch everything, but it's a whole lot of stuff to unpack because I think the guy got a whole lot of shit wrong. But I think intentionally so. You know, first of all, I would not blame Hitler for. I wouldn't blame the Jews for the degeneracy of Germany, considering the fact that these white folks, they have a history. You know what I mean? The Greeks and the Romans. Are Germans Greeks and Romans? Maybe not. But Greeks and Romans are notorious for degeneracy. So I mean, and the Western world has taken up that culture. They've been taking up that culture, the Greeks and Romans. So I mean, the fact that they was engaging in all kind of degeneracy over there, I mean, that was cause for the par because that's their culture. I mean, so I wouldn't necessarily blame the Jews for that. I wouldn't blame.
While that is true, Buana, I will interject and say, and again, I like Bakari who's saying peace and Black Power in the chat right now. I try not to separate these white folks too tough. To me, they're all the same. But I gotta admit, in history, when you study history, like they said in the video, these people were ran out of mostly everywhere they were, and they were ran out of for a lot of the reasons why even the small hat said these guys are degenerates. They are money hungry, greedy, and all this. And they were ran even folks with their skin color ran them up out of England and all these places like that because of their behavior. So that's in history. You could look that up yourself, right? So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, another thing that he mentioned is the interest thing. I'm curious about that because within Judaism, the Jews don't believe in charging interest among themselves when they do business. They believe in charging interest and not necessarily dealing fair with what they consider to be goyim, people who are not Jews. And I think that we should practice a little bit of that, but that's neither here nor there. So that may be another thing when they go into different societies, how they operate financially in terms of doing business with one another and othering people outside of that space, outside of that community, treating them financially or doing business with others differently. Now, whether that's right or wrong, you know, I'll let the audience and I'll let everyone else decide. But I believe in some of that. I believe that we should practice the same kind of politics. But maybe you don't have the same kind of unity. And I could see how they run monopolies and run the board on people, because when you have large swaths of people engaging in different business practices and within the society, you tend to be able to be stronger financially. You know, Chinese do it all the time. Now they doing the Bahamas right now and the Caribbean, but that's neither here nor there. Another thing that he said, and so for Hitler to practice the same kind of engagement financially without charging interest as the Jews did, that seemed a little bit backwards to me, because you were engaging in the same kind of things what they was doing prior to. You know, it's just that, okay, so maybe that works, so we're gonna practice this internally and for Germany, you know, for the whole of Germany, but we're gonna practice this differently with other parts of the world. I don't know. Another thing that he mentioned is accusing the Jews of communism. Now, socialism for me, it's just a one step above communism. Just one step above communism. Hitler's party was called the National Socialist Party, the Nazi Party. So he was a socialist. So I understand his argument with the communists, but I don't know, man. There's so much complexities that goes into these kinds of discussion. When he says his book burning was primarily because of transgenderism, that's not necessarily true. There's more that going into that. When Hitler was, see, the problem here we having right now is the younger people who don't have they don't have a long attention span. They wouldn't watch a history video like me and you would, Coco or Butter Bakari would. They wouldn't necessarily sit down and read Mein Kampf. They get information by 3-second or 30-second sound bites. And sometimes when you engage in these kinds of conversations, they have a whole lot of different kinds of complexities. Hitler's argument and gripe against the Jews is he felt, because I read Mein Kampf, he felt that in World War One, the Jews did something to betray the state of Germany, you know, and that's left out of the discussion when these guys are going back and forth. You know, I don't hear that. But there are some things, I agree, there are some things that Hitler should have done. He should have get rid of the degeneracy. If he felt like it was polluting that society, he should have get rid of that, even though, you know, Germany today, contemporary Germany, have all kind of degeneracy in it. But he should have gotten rid of that. And there are some things that Hitler did I agree with. Hitler was a vegetarian. You know, he did a whole lot of stuff for his state. Now, if you was to justify it with the death and murder a whole lot of people, it depends on which day you're talking to me with, whether I would agree with that or not. But I think that we on this channel, we need to be careful with these kinds of discussions, because I don't want this program to get banned, because you know who running these kinds of programs. I'm trying to be very careful with the conversation in terms of this. I understand we could go heavy with it, but I won't be conservative and reserve in my thoughts on this video.
No, you're right. Unfortunately, but that also speaks to a lot of what's being said in the video. Unfortunately, you have to be careful how you talk about these small hats. You understand? But I read Mein Kampf as well, and you're right. And I understood that guy Hitler's. I understood his anger, because how it look, you have a population within your nation who doesn't have any allegiance to the nation, who thinks of themselves as the chosen people within your nation, who you can't commingle with them, right? If you wanted to marry one of their daughters, you couldn't do it. Meanwhile, like the guy said in the thing, because that was mentioned in Mein Kampf as well, you go to buy a loaf of bread and you have to wonder why the bread's so damn expensive, because these guys have an interest scheme going on where they are getting a cut of everything, and they get a cut of both sides, by the way. In any interaction that they're involved in, they get a cut of both sides. They'll tell you that today. Right here in Brooklyn, I'm around a lot of them in Brooklyn. They'll tell you that all day. Any deal that goes down, they get a piece from both sides. So it's a kind of a greedy group who's like selfish, and I'm just being real about it.
Greedy or smart? Greedy or smart, Koku? Greedy or smart?
Both. Because if you could get away with it, well, go ahead. But then that leads into the grifter problem that we have in Black society too, right? Where their greed is smart, but is a grift at the same time. So you know, if I'm a leader of a nation and you have this group that's pulling themselves away, but yet you want to benefit from the nation, right? But you want to pull yourself away and only your people could thrive within it. Now I have a problem with that. I appreciated that dude's nationalism. I think he went a little too far with the ovens and all that old shit. But he was backed by some of the same people that was going in the ovens. You know what I mean?
Well, if what you say is true, that means FBA is right. because we as Gaviites, we as nationalists, we believe that we should practice internal business with one another. How we do business with other people, that's on the arm. But how we want to practice business with one another, we believe in collectivism in terms of money, in terms of business, buy, block, all that kind of business there. FBA say, man, listen, man, we need to integrate with the greater society. So if we follow that line of logic, that means the nationalists like me and you and Brother Bakari, we need to go.
No, but the difference is we are Pan-African nationalists. You see what I'm saying? So we still believe in the sharing of resources, etc., amongst people of African descent around the world. You know what I mean? So I come to, like, just today, I was just in a Black American restaurant. I bought some food to bring home here before I do shoot the breeze. Like, I believe in spending my money with Black folks, not just Caribbean, not just African, but all of them, right? So that's the difference.
So today, Koku, they believe in doing business with Jews inside of America and Jews in Israel and wherever Jews are. So do they. They believe in pan-Israelianism.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I don't sit up and I don't sit up and claim other and remove myself and my dollars and etc. from the other African groups, subgroups out there. I claim all of it. You know what I mean? My biggest issue is I don't really pump my fist for the U.S. And that's where the FBA and I are at odds. They're pumping their fist, they're jingoists for the U.S. I'm not a jingoist for the U.S.
Yes, but you making my point because just as you are nationalistic in terms of dealing with Black people from all around the world, they are as well. They don't pump, and that was Hitler's gripe. That's Hitler's gripe. Because Hitler's gripe was, how is it that you want to be insular in our society, the society that we created, and you ain't helping, you ain't affecting, you ain't doing nothing to further our cause. You ain't pumping your fist for Germany, but you benefiting from Germany. You are what they consider a parasite to my society. Therefore, I need to expel you out of here, or I need to get rid of you and them others over there. That was his gripe.
Yeah, and so that, to me, Buana, if I'm to be honest with you, that should be the white man's gripe with me, because this is his nation.
And it is his gripe with you. It is his gripe with you.
Right. Not the African who was enslaved here and treated as a second-class citizen here, like I am a second-class citizen here as well. You shouldn't have that gripe with me. That's the issue I have. You shouldn't have that gripe with me. Your gripe should be my gripe, which is against this man who gets to determine our shared reality. I think that's the difference, Buana. Let me bring in Brother Bakari this week. Brother Bakari, how are you?
I'm great, man. What's going on?
Good. Good to see you here. Do you have any thoughts on this?
The only thing I can say is, as y'all, I don't know. Okay, I try to censor myself on other people's channel, but the people you was talking about from Israel, is that how I got to say it? But anyway, they practice
small lots.
they practice pan-Europeanism too. That was one of them that called and said white folk. He didn't say God, he didn't say small hats. Because I'm gonna be honest, it's difficult for me because ain't nobody ever told to stop disrespecting black folks like this. So I'd be like, to hell with them. That's probably why I'm not in algorithm. But anyway,
yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you on that, Bakari. But we're in a situation where these guys, like the video was saying, these guys have that ability. They run the media, etc., etc. But go ahead.
But he said white folk get the hell away from black people, right? They practice pan-Europeanism. Hitler was a Jew. I tell people, look that up. If people looked at history, Hitler was an Austrian Jew. He wasn't even German. He was from Austria. He was an Austrian. I'm sorry. He was an Austrian small hat. My bad. But that was them fighting one another. Even when you look up and you find up the Lithuanian small hats, that's who was volunteering to put them in the ovens. It wasn't the other white people that was actually volunteering because they were screwing over some of their own people. I heard Bawana ask, was it greed or smart? I would say it's both. It's greed and smart. I'm going to be honest. Am I upset with them because they found their niche and want to block other people out of it? No, that's what we should want to do. But we give it away. That's what we should want to do. People still mad with this young lady, and I played her video the other day, mad with her for calling them outsiders because they was agreeing with Deion Sanders for saying they was agreeing that Jackson State band should want to go help Colorado. No, that's nobody's fault that we choose to give our culture away. Everything we have, we give it away for pennies. So if someone found a niche and this is ours, so we gonna block it and we gonna control it to make sure if somebody else use it, we still get something out of it. I'm not mad. I'm not upset with them for that. I don't believe in the conspiracy that those people run the whole world. I believe white people work together. Those people know they're white. It's just a different white tribe. That's all it is. It's just a different white tribe. We tend to celebrate them. But that white boy, Scott Adams, when he did that roll call, he didn't roll call. He didn't say small hats, get the fuck away from black folks. He said white people. White people. I want y'all to, whoever think they're different, I want that to stick in their head. They said white people. White people, get the fuck away from black people. That's what he said. Those folks work together. Because anything that the small hats, anything that those people is anything that they're making money off, you don't think Donald Trump then was making money off it? You don't think other white people was making money off it? Even down to the Chinamans? We just not, because everybody has blocked us out. And since everyone has blocked us out, we tend to say it's one, that's their niche. According to the great Dr. John Henry Clark, when you look up certain things, people say, yeah, but look what they did in the entertainment business, how they control that. Okay, we gave it to them in a sense. But of course, they've been writing plays. Studies. See who's been writing the plays for the longest, for a very long time for everybody. That's who was doing it. They've been controlling jury and doing certain things. So, because it's 500 years later, are they supposed to share what they have? I'm more mad with us for not understanding that we should be blocking out what we have. But we are too busy hating on one another to try to, we got to make sure if it's anything that a black person, don't care what it is, whether they are, even if they're not scamming or hustling from you. Our goal, especially here on social media, and I ain't just saying, I ain't talking about us here. I ain't talking about us three on this panel or nobody in the chat. But if you look at most of the videos in YouTube, the one that in algorithm, what they are going to be able to make money from it, what are they talking about? Who are they talking about? We are talking about us. So am I mad with those people Am I mad with European people for saying they don't stick together? In the process of them fighting each other, they know how to stop fighting each other and make it work. Am I upset with well, we just talking about the Europeans? But every other group do it. Every other group do it to benefit their race. We tend to separate them. They don't separate themselves like that. They'll separate and say they're a Jew. But other than that, they know they are still white. That's why they all work together. Why do you think the United States is so quick to give Israel billions of dollars? It's not because they run America or run the world. It's because that's them sticking together. Why do you think when some South Africans, when some South Africans kill some Boers and some Afrikaners over there, and they was talking about revolution and what they're gonna do? Why do you think those people from Israel were so quick to reach out to the Boers, Afrikaners over there in South Africa with weapons and send mercenaries and say, we're gonna give y'all military training to help y'all destroy them? These people stick together, but we tend to separate them. And the problem, I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna finish. But the problem I have, even with the guy that started calling them small hats, who everybody got that from, Irritated Genie, the problem that I have with that, now we got people that tend to think a white nationalist is going to work with you against those people. It's not going to happen. Those people are race first, and it don't bother me at all. On there, I hear Mike.
Bakari, I appreciate everything you had to say. I'll echo this too. I try not to separate these folks. Like you give the examples of their assistance to the Afrikaners and all that stuff. To me, they're all the same friggin' people. That little thing that happened in around 1945, that's an internal conflict. I really don't care about it, to be honest. But I do recognize that they have carved out a space for themselves, and they have created a system where you can't really call them out on it. And because of that, that's why Irritated Genie and us here have to use the term small hats, because they do control spaces like this, like these platforms, right? They have amassed some power, and I commend them on that too. I commend them on that. But at the end of the day, they're just another group of white folks, as far as I'm concerned. Buana or Bakari, you guys have any last words you want to add?
No, I'm good. I appreciate Brother Bakari's thoughts.
Yes, sir.
You know, my thing is they have something that they control. We had things that we control. We gave it away.
Yeah.
We gave it away. We chose, because people love, for some strange reason, people act like hip hop is the greatest thing that ever happened to black people, to Africans in this country. But so I'm going to say hip hop. We gave hip hop away. We gave it to them. We made sure in our music, once we gave it to them and allowed them to control it, we made sure that it become degenerate to satisfy them, so they could finance our destruction. And we turn and we get upset with them. I'm not saying they have never done anything that you can't be or shouldn't be upset with. But what I am saying is, we don't have to give them everything. Everything we touch don't have to be considered old. We don't deal with us the way that we should deal with us. When was the last time you saw somebody wear some Carl Kanai jeans? When was the last time you saw heard somebody mention cross colors? When was the last time you heard somebody mention FUBU? We can't get mad with them because we will throw our stuff in the trash and say it's old. Then a generation want to say, oh, this is the old people. No, it's not, it's y'all. But people still wearing Levi's, which was created in 1853. They still bragging on Louis Vuitton, which was created in 1854. You can go back and see when Gucci. They still bragging on, ooh, I got Nikes, or ooh, I'm wearing Adidas. or Puma that was created during the Olympics in which Jesse Owens ran. We stopped dealing with us. So no, I'm just being honest. I am not mad with them for saying this is ours and I'm going to control it.
Appreciate that, Bakari. In the chat, Marcus McGee says greed leads to imbalance. I agree with that 100%. Greed, especially when you're talking nationhood and whatnot. Marcus Garvey is the way is here with us tonight. She says good night. Good night to you, Marcus Garvey is the way. That was a good conversation, fellas.
One last thing. We gave away the blues. You know what I mean? I think that was one of the first musical genres when these guys, the small hats, entered that industry, and they started signing these life-term contracts with our best blues artists coming out of Mississippi, the Mississippi Delta. So we started that tradition from back in the day.
Yep. Yeah, they positioned themselves properly. They got the blues, and if you know your music lineage stuff, that the blues is what spawns all this R&B and all this other stuff that's come since. And they got their hands on jazz. People sleep on that jazz thing. Someone want to say something? Go ahead, and then I'll talk about jazz for a second.
Okay, watch this. And one more thing, right? We complain about blackface and what happened, how they did blackface a long time ago. Y'all remember that movie Tropic of Thunder?
Absolutely, yes.
How many black people say they really like that movie? Robert Downey Jr. didn't portray black people bad. See, and that's what I'm talking about. It's not their fault. It's not their fault that we'll accept that shit. That we figure out a way to make that be okay. Well, somebody can dress in blackface, try to be you, and we think it's okay. It's just a movie. No, it's insulting you.
Yes.
And the crazy,
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish.
No, I was just repeating myself. It's not their fault that we accept that. It is not their fault that we accepted that. And I'm quite sure it's some more blackface stuff. It's not nobody's fault that Gucci made that stuff blackface and then we go get in line at the Gucci store later. It's not H&M fault. I don't know who owned it, where they can put a black kid on a shirt and call him a monkey, and we still go to H&M and shop. We can blame who we want to blame, but eventually we got to look in the mirror. Go ahead, Bawana.
The game is so messed up. Let me tell you how messed up the game is. The game is so messed up where we have groups saying that these Africans and Caribbeans coming to the United States and taking African American roles. When you have this Jewish guy in blackface acting as a Black American character, and you hear nothing about it.
I just want to add.
And they will get mad at you if you say something about it.
Right. I just want to quickly add. I was talking about jazz earlier. You know, we let these people take that too. I saw someone talk about this recently. How you go to a jazz concert and maybe 5% of the people there are Black, and that's our shit. That's our classical music. But we just let that go, man. We let that go. We vacated it. And they have run of that stuff now, man. We got to stop doing that stuff. Gassed them up in the chat says Hitler did not eradicate interest rates. Stop this 125th fresh out of jail scholarship. So welcome back. Gas them up to the chat, I guess. Anyone else wants to add any last words here?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good. That was good. That was a good dialogue.
Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 then. Topic number 3 is the Islamization doesn't seem to have taken place that peaceful after all. So this came with a link. Let's check it out. I want to tell you too, while we was talking about the small hats there, suddenly, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, But suddenly, my computer started to drag during that conversation. I don't know why. Let me share a screen with you guys. Shout out to Gassim too, by the way. This takes us to a video with I'm sure with a familiar voice. Let's check it out.
These are the caves where the elderly and the children were hidden when, how should I call it, when Islam arrived. So it wasn't that peaceful. Lots of caves here. A lot of caves. So here, our people used to hide from the Islamization. And obviously, it did not prevail. Anyway. Of Rotterdam, but in real life, well, it reminds me of the zoo in Rotterdam. But yeah, reality is different of what the people want to believe nowadays. Still in the caves, but I'm told here this black powder was an alternative to gunpowder. So they used it in their muskets to defend themselves. And this song, that's our story. Our story never told, right? And I thought the big one over there is apart, but it's all interconnected. The caves are all interconnected inside, and they advised me not to go inside because of, well, snakes and such. So I'm gonna be over here.
Shout out to Jose there, that's JB, who's often on the panel here. Make sure to like that video. You can check it out on his channel, Jose J Bronze, Senegal, Kedugu region 06, the cave. You can check it out yourself. I think Tanzan had a comment on that video as well. I guess that prompt came up because if I'm remembering correctly, I think JB might have had the argument in the past that Islam was not a warful type. It wasn't a violent conquest in Africa. I think that was a position he took in the past, and maybe this is a follow up to that, which is Shooter Breeze topic number 3. That the Islamization doesn't seem to have taken place that peaceful after all. So I think that's what he's referring to, and he's showing us the caves in Senegal where people had to hide from the Muslim or Islamic invasion. Gas says he's not back. He's just in the shadows. Well, I appreciate you being in the shadows around here. But, Gas, I got to tell you, too, a black 125th Street scholar, fresh out of jail, didn't say that in that video. There's a white boy Jew who said that. So you got to take it up with the white boy Jew who said that. With that said, let me go to Bakari first. Bakari, what say you to this idea, this proof, I guess, that Islam was an invader in Africa? Or maybe Bakari stepped away. You're muted if you're talking. All right. Buana, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I know I would have known this prior to ever even. I guess that this argument was really for the person who said that Islam came to Africa peacefully. I mean, for someone to say that, I would just say that they need to do a little bit more research and find out what was going on. But what I would also say is, there has been advancements, there has been benefits to the so-called modern world and to the old world with the spread of Islam. So there's good and there's bad. If I'm being 100% fair, with the Moors going up to Spain, and in terms of education, in terms of just a myriad of different things, in innovation and inventions that the Islamic world has helped to really push forward. I would have known but I would have known that Islam wasn't brought to Africa or really anywhere in the world peacefully. They don't believe in turning the other cheek. Neither do the Christians, by the way. Neither do the Christians, even though that there's this idea out there that Islam is not a peaceful religion. Well, you think Christianity is a peaceful religion? You need to check out what the Christians do in Africa before you point the finger at the Islamists. But for me, I am more, if Africa was to have any religion inside of it, Africa has mountains of spirituality. So for them to really go towards any kind of Islamic faith where they have so much spirituality that exists within that continent, it to me is a little bit of ridiculousness. But if I'm speaking with the historical hat on, I would say that yes, Islam, when it came to Africa and different parts of the world, it was horrible. But there has been benefits with Islam coming into different territories in Africa and in Europe as well. So, but I'll stop there. I don't really have much to say on this particular form.
I appreciate that, Juan. I think Bakari's back. Bakari, what say you?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I'm going to pick my son up from work. It might go out again. But anyway, right? Islam came in finally. Even when we mentioned the Moors, right? Even when we mentioned the Moors, if it was black people, if it was African people that went to Spain and do it, why aren't they called Africans, and why aren't they mentioned about what region they're from or what tribe they're from? Even in that sense, they have to accept what somebody else calls them because they was rocking with somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? Even in that sense, they were dominated. And when we go to war for Islam, right? It's just like anything else. I did a podcast about this about a year or two ago, but I think I might have to do another one. It's called Slavery and the Military. People always made their slaves fight for them, made the slaves get on the front line because they make the slave feel you're going to get something. When you listen to people here talk, one of the biggest reasons a lot of black people say this is our country too. I would never say that. Because we fought in every war. Because we don't have an understanding of what people do to you, right? Once you have been enslaved and you're fighting for a slave owner, hoping that slave owner give you some rights. But I'm gonna say this, Bawana, I like what you did. See, I saw when you switched to Christianity, right? I'm not going to talk about the Christians. They beat up enough. But when it comes to Islam, we have to include the Christians. But Islam ain't. But when you talk about Islam, you include the Christians. But when we talk about Christians, we only talk bad about Christians. Look,
All right,
I ain't gonna talk.
The hell.
I ain't gonna.
By the way, bring Keyway on though. By the way, bring him on. But
I'm going to get it now. But my point is, right? Look, I ain't gonna say nothing about. I ain't gonna talk negative because I can't. If I can't talk negative about nobody, about the small heads on here, I'm gonna say Arab tonight. So I'm not gonna say the derogatory term for the Arabs. But my thing is, of course, this came in violently. And me personally, I don't give a damn about the Arabs or their religion. But I am not mad at anyone that have that religion. If they have that religion and that religion give them balance in their life and make them a good person and help them understand what and help them see what we need as a people, I will stand with that black person. And on that note, I hear the mic.
I appreciate that, Bakari. In the chat, my boy Kyle Hezekiah, our boy Kyle Hezekiah says Islam isn't peaceful in Africa now, in the present day. So to say it was initially so is insane. Yeah, I think I hope I'm not misrepresenting the brother Jose, but I think that's what Jose argued on Shoot the Breeze some time ago. And I think this is a follow-up to that. Provide triggers for evolution says, I think this is for Buana. Can you expand on the benefits of Islam in Africa? I'll get to you, Buana, in 1 second. Sister Raw is here. She says, greetings to all here on the panel and in the yard. And Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, the argument typically is that Islam came into West Africa because of trade and that it was pacifist. But Buana, do you want to expand for provide?
Yeah. Maybe I have my little biases because when I was going through the rounds in terms of the whole spirituality research, I had groundings with my Islamic brother, so maybe I have little biases. So I am sorry, brother Bakari. I ain't gonna bang on the Christians no more. I'm gonna leave. I told you I'd leave them alone. But in terms of how is Islam beneficial, what I would say to that is in terms of schools, the madrasas that was developed in terms of reading and writing, in terms of you could say law, in terms of organization. There is a great book on it. Called not Ivan Van Sertima in Spain. There's another book. Can't remember right now. It escapes me, But I'll like I come back to things. I'll come back to that question and I'll put it in the comment section. I can't think of the book right now.
Yeah, I think you're talking about that Timbuktu book, but I can't remember the full title right now. If there's no other last comments here, let's go to the next topic. Let me drop the link for those of you who are interested or willing to hop on the panel tonight, especially seeing that we're a bit short-handed tonight. It'll be nice for you guys to hop on. But it's also nice if you guys drop some comments in the chat. That allows us to expand on the conversation. Bakari, you want to add something?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Y'all hear me now?
You're kind of in the matrix a little bit, but yeah.
So what I want to say about the schools, right? And that's what I hear a lot of people say. What Bawana just said, even with the schools, look what they made them study. They study Arab language. They had to study all of that. The schools truly was not there to benefit the African. The school was there to benefit them, and the African had to kneel, learn their language, and learn their customs, learn their cultures. And when I said something about Christianity, I don't give Christianity no pass. I'm just saying when people talk about that, them, I don't give no Abrahamic religion, no Abrahamic religion a pass. But like I said, we got brothers and
Look like Bakari fell off. I think that's an internet connection. So Provide Trigger says, appreciate Gaston Up's presence in the chat. His insightful comments were missed, as well as a sense of humor at times. Yeah, I don't think I missed any of his comments in the chat today. But yeah, he's Gas is a good panelist. Gas is a very, very good panelist. I appreciate Gas so much.
He'll be back. I ain't worried about Gas. He'll be back. He being an old man right now, or curmudgeon. I ain't worried about him. Listen, what I have to say to Brother Bakari is, remember, brother, there are the sciences, mathematics, all these kinds of things that the Islamic world at the time, they were taught through Arabic. They only getting religious instruction now. They getting also scientific instruction and building instruction and whatever would have worked, it's in terms of industry in Africa. They also get that instruction, but they learning it through Arabic. In the same instance, we in the Western world speaking English language, but the way we learn about science, mathematics, biology, we learning it through English language. Now, of course, the English language, my lady says, is an equivocal language. There's limitations to that language as well, and also there's biases, because when they talk about black ball and it's been a black day, and they throw their little biases in that as well. But I would say, what I usually say is, you got to eat the meat and spit out the bones. So yes, I learned mathematics. Yes, I learned science through English language. But I know, and I at least I developed my mind to discover that the English language also was written by who, and they also gonna put their own biases and influences in that. I developed my mind to a point to where I could displace that kind of information. And it's also to say that, of course, I would think that there were some people at that time who would have had the foresight to say, yeah, man, I learned in Arabic. I learned science through Arabic. But, I'm an Arab. I'm a black man. Not many, but I'm sure there existed a whole swath of people who would have said, yes, I learned about science, biology, and all these things. However, I learned it through Arabic. But if this the way, this is the way I have to learn it, this is the way I have to learn it. You know what I mean?
Bakari's in the chat. He says, Buana, that just means we should just accept our position because we need Arab to teach us science and mathematics, but the Shango bone with mathematics is older than the Arab. You know what, Buana, I want
to before you go, give 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yes, you are absolutely right. I do not accept it. In fact, Dr. Obadele Kambon, this is one of his issues. I'm sure you know who he is.
Yeah.
He suggested to have how we understand technology right now. We understand it through English language. He said, no. We should teach these kinds of sophisticated, kind of complex industries within our own language, and learning it through tweet, learning it through the different languages he would have learned and living on the continent and teaching himself. He said, well, we need to start there. So I think that linguistics is very important, but many of us ain't linguistically inclined, but I think you got to start somewhere. But this was his particular issue. He said, if we must learn these kinds of sciences and arts and industries and things like that, we should be able to figure out the way where we could learn it in our form and fashion, in our languages. What does this mean in Tweet? What does this mean in Swahili? What does this mean? These kinds of terms that the Europeans would have put on these terms. We have our own terms and meanings for these particular things. But we have to go back all the way back. Start with the kids and learn linguistics first. Learn our own languages, because we in the West. Most of us don't even want to learn an African language. You know what I mean? People is fighting me of calling me Moana Hagoziki. But I think that I agree with you. I think that there should be a starting point. We should not just accept it. And I think that we need to first start with linguistics first before we could put that in form and fashion into science, technology, biology, etc., etc. So I do agree with that particular point.
Just to build a little bit quickly on that, One of the things I think we misconstrue is like the Arabs came and gave us science, and that's really not the case. I think what the Arabs did do, and I gotta go back and look at this, but I think what the Arabs did do, the Arabs had to standardize measurements, and I think that's what they probably gave us, really, right, in their language. We had our scientists, as we all here should well know. We had our scientists, we had our science, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this a little later. But this idea that the Arab gave us science is something we gotta get away from. I do think they were the ones who came up with those concepts of units of measurement and stuff like that. But that's about it. Let's welcome in our brother Carl Hezekiah this week. Carl, how are you?
Hey, Coco, how you doing, man? I'm doing all right. First of all, the Arab has my undying hatred because they created algebra. So I hate them for that. But that was always my worst class in school was algebra. But I also understand that the Arabs preserved a lot of classical literature from ancient Rome. So when the Romans, when Europe was going through their dark ages, much of the information that survived through the Arabs. So when Europe entered their so-called Renaissance period, they had to go to the Arab text because they had destroyed all their stuff. So the Arabs get a lot of credit for that, keeping the lights on, so to speak, keeping that knowledge that was supposedly a throw from Rome and Greece, which is always stolen from our ancestors already. So they just took our stuff and they preserved it and then got the credit for it. So that's one thing that people say, they brought a certain level of technology to Spain when the Moors conquered Spain. They introduced reading and writing and bathing, which I kind of feel like the Moors wasted their time because, they don't like to bathe too much. So, but yeah, I could see where, the Moors really wasted their time. But yeah, overall, I can see where, but I mean, they just kind of took over what we already had and just kind of put their own little spin on it. But compared to Europe at the time, they were much more advanced and they were much more tolerant, at least in some cases, especially with like Jews, for example. Jewish people could go to Muslim countries and have a level of safety. But when it came to Africa, it was terrible. Many times they would castrate the boys because they wanted eunuchs. And they would leave them there. If you didn't die, they would take you. But they would castrate the boys, take the women off for sexual slavery in the harems and in the Ottoman Empire. So it's a mess. I really hate the historical revisionism that we do many times when we talk about Arabs, because they were just as brutal and violent as the Christians, and to this day they still are. Many of these, terrorist groups that are in Nigeria and in Mali or Boko Haram, they're Muslim terrorist groups who are trying to enforce Sharia law in Africa. So, yeah, I look at it, all these, as Dr. John Henry Carver called them, monotheistic murder cults. They need to be, expunged from our group psyche. That's my thoughts on it.
I appreciate that, Carl. Forecasters out there say, what's up, Amani? But Bakari will come back in about 30 minutes when he has good service. If there's no other last thoughts here, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is the gods worshipped by scientists and atheists. This came, of course, with a link. Let's check it out.
When we think of science, we think of the scholarly and objective pursuit of factual knowledge. However, many scientific concepts had their inception in, and still contain the vestiges of, mythology, mysticism, metaphysics, and occult ideologies. Even the Royal Society, a learned academy for science which serves as a scientific advisor to the British government, and funds research fellowships and scientific companies, began as the invisible college of the Rosicrucian occult metaphysical fraternity. The word worship means the act of reverencing or showing respect and love to a god by performing rites such as providing offerings to the god, or by praying and calling on the god's name. The following is a list of gods and characters from mythology which are currently worshipped by modern scientists and scholars. Number 10. Thesis. In Greek mythology, Thesis was a primordial goddess of creation, and is thought to be the child of the primordial deity Chaos. It is believed that Thesis helped create the world Gaia. Thesis is sometimes identified with Physis. In modern scholarship and science, thesis is the name used for the presentation of an author's research, findings, or proposition to be discussed or proven. All scientists and scholars are required to submit a formal written thesis in support of candidature for an academic degree from a university or professional qualification. Thesis's alternate identity physis is the origin of the scientific word physics. Number 9. Thea. In Greek mythology, Thea was the Titan goddess of light, vision, and divine perspective. In modern science, Thea's name is the origin of the word theory, an idea or set of ideas that are intended to explain facts or events. In modern mathematics, Thea's name is also the origin of the word theorem, a formula or statement that can be proven from other formulas or statements. All modern scientists and mathematicians routinely worship and call on Thea by using the words theory and theorem. Number 8. Kronos. In Greek mythology, Kronos was the leader and the youngest of the first generation of Titans, and was the personified god of time. Kronos helped to form the ordered universe of earth, sea, and sky. The name Kronos is the origin of the word chronology, which is used by modern historians and scholars to denote the order in which a series of events happened. Kronos is worshipped in the field of chronology, the science and study of measuring time, and in the field of archaeology, the scientific study of the past, which comes from the muse of origins in Greek mythology named Arche. Number 7. Helios. In Greek mythology, Helios was the personified god of the sun. The name Helios is worshipped in modern science as the origin of the word helium, the second chemical element on the periodic table. The name Helios is the origin of the word heliocentric used in astronomy to relate to the sun as the center of the solar system. Helios is also the origin of the astronomical terms aphelion referring to the point farthest from a sun, and perihelion referring to the point closest to a sun. Number 6. Psyche. In Greek mythology, Psyche was the name of a character who overcame obstacles to win the love and marriage of the Greek god of desire named Cupid. In modern science, psyche is a word used to refer to the mentality of a person, and psyche is the origin of the word psychology, the scientific study of the mind and behavior. Number 5. Gaia. In Greek mythology, Gaia was the personified primordial goddess of the earth. In Greek mythology, Gaia was considered the great mother of all, creator and giver of birth to the earth, the universe, the heavenly gods, and the Titans. In the Roman pantheon, the equivalent to Gaia was named Terra. The name of Gaia is worshipped in modern science and mathematics as the origin of the words geometry, geology, and geography. Number 4. Asteria. In Greek mythology, Asteria was the goddess of falling stars, nocturnal oracles, and the daughter of the Titans Codus and Phoebe. Modern scientists worship the name of Asteria in the words astronaut, astrophysics, and astrology. Within the field of astrology, the study of the stars and celestial bodies, there are countless references to gods from Greek and Roman mythology, including the names of constellations, and the names of the planets Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Number 3. Nemesis. In Greek mythology, Nemesis, also called the goddess of Rhamnus, was the goddess of divine retribution against those who succumb to hubris and arrogance. Nemesis is worshipped by modern mathematicians because the name Nemesis is related to the Greek word nemein, meaning to give what is due, which is the etymological origin of the words number in arithmetic. Number 2. Hydros. In Greek mythology, Hydros was one of the first primordial gods to emerge along with Thesis as a child of chaos. Modern scientists worship the name of Hydros in the word hydrogen, the first chemical element on the periodic table. The name of Hydros is also the origin of the scientific terms hydraulics, hydrothermal, hydrotherapy, hydrodynamic, hydropower, hydrolysis, hydroponics, and hydroelectric. And number 1, Electra. In Greek mythology, Electra was the daughter of King Agamemnon, and a princess of Argos. Electra plotted with her brother to kill her mother and stepfather as revenge for the murder of their father Agamemnon. Electra's name appears in the scientific field of psychology as Electra complex, the psychological competition of a girl child with her mother for the attention and affection of her father. The name Electra shares etymological origins with the scientific word electron, the fundamental subatomic negative charge carrying particle. The name Electra is worshipped in the scientific terms electrolysis, electricity, and electronics, which dominate and define the modern world. Paying an electric bill is like paying a tithe, or monetary offering, to Electra. With recognition that the god Jesus came from the African-Egyptian god Horus, and that much of Greek philosophy was influenced by African-Egyptian culture, then African-Egyptian gods can be worshipped by replacing the names of the Greek mythological characters used as scientific, mathematic, and scholastic terms with the names of African Egyptian gods. We can replace all scientific and scholastic uses of Thesis, the Greek goddess child of chaos, with the name of the African Egyptian goddess of order named Ma'at. We can replace all scientific, mathematic, and scholastic references to Thea, the Greek goddess of divine perspective, with the name of the African Egyptian goddess Wajet, the Eye of Horus, or divine perspective. We can replace all scientific and scholastic references to Chronos, the Greek god of time, with the name of the African Egyptian god of time named Jahudi. We can replace all scientific references to Helios, the Greek god of the sun, with the name of the African Egyptian god of the sun named Re. We can replace all scientific references to the Greek mythological character of Psyche, with the name of the African Egyptian concept of the soul and personality called the Ba bird. We can replace all scientific and mathematic references to the Greek goddess of the earth named Gaia, with the name of the African Egyptian god of the earth named Geb. We can replace all scientific references to the Greek god of the stars named Asteria, with the name of the African Egyptian goddess of the starry sky named Nut. We can replace all scientific and mathematic references to the Greek goddess Nemesis, with the name of the African Egyptian goddess of mathematics named Seshat. We can replace all scientific references to the Greek god of water named Hydros, with the name of the African Egyptian god of water named Nun. And we can replace all scientific references to the Greek mythological character of Electra, with the name of the African Egyptian subatomic god of creation named Ptah.
I don't know if it has to do with being a scientist, but that was a dope video. That made me consider some things I hadn't considered before. I'm going to put that video up on the Discord. I appreciate that from Trigger Happy 262. That video is called Top 10 Gods Worshipped by Scientists and Atheists. I think that was a good one. I'll put that on the Discord. By the way, on the Discord, because I feel like I've been neglecting that for a little bit now. I have so much different things to take care of. On the Discord, we have channels for like Black documentaries and science channels and stuff like that. I'm going to put this in the science channel. You guys can also add Black documentaries and stuff on the Discord. I still think it's a good spot where folks can go and find information. If you have books on PDF that you want to send my way, I could post them up on the Discord as well. With that said, Carl, should be topic number 4, the gods worshipped by scientists and atheists. What say you to what you saw?
Never go full Hotep. Never go full Hotep. This is full Hotep, man. We going 100 miles an hour in the Hotep land. Oh man, it was interesting, but I mean,
full Hotep.
I don't think you never go full Hotep, man. This is. I feel like, okay, how can I put this? I don't think we worship these gods. You know, these terms, they come from the Greek because so much of Western culture is rooted in Greek and Roman mythology and whatnot. I don't think you're worshiping these deities just by simply saying, you know, I had to write a thesis. You know, there's so much of the etymology that comes from different gods. So, I mean, by their logic, okay, so if it's Thursday, does that mean I worship Thor? Because the word Thursday comes from Thor's day, you know? So this is just the world that we live in, unfortunately. I don't think that you're worshiping or showing reverence to these ancient deities by using the names. I think that's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a stretch to me. I feel like it's kind of a stretch. I don't think that's, I don't see where that's happening. Many people even know the history behind etymology of these words or the origin behind these words, but I don't think by using these words you're paying homage to these ancient Greek deities. As far as replacing the words, that's fine. If you want to do that, I don't see there's any harm in it. But I just don't feel like we're worshiping these gods because we're using the etymology behind them. Many times because we live in the Western world, we live in a world that's dominated by European culture. And they take their lead from ancient Greece, ancient Rome. That's considered to be the foundation blocks of their society. But I don't think that, you know, that proves that we're worshiping whoever those gods are. You know, if I say meteorology or astronomy, and I don't think we're worshiping those particular deities because we use those words. That's just, you know, my thoughts on it. It seems a little far-fetched to me. I feel like we went a little bit too far into the realm of nonsense. And just my thoughts on that.
I can appreciate that, Carl. I take a different look at it, man. Over the last few years, I've been really looking at, I've been really trying to understand this spirituality thing more. I grew up religious, but I'm not religious. I'm trying to understand this spirituality thing more. And this is where a guy like Gaston up will probably be good with that occultism stuff, because I realize there's a power in naming something, right? Like we talk about these states, these nation states in Africa, who's a Nigerian, who's a Ghanaian. There's a power in that shit. There's a power in being named a Nigerian, because we know who that name, who that was named after. And so there's a power in this thing. I talked about this, I believe it was last week or the week before. Maybe it was the week before. I think Buana was here. No, actually it was last week. Like I have a European last name, unfortunately. And so you could tell from my last name. No, Buana was here. It was a week before. You could tell from my last name. Or, for example, if you listen to that last name, Roll, like we know where you from in our country. You from Exumo, you're from that plantation. We know that. So I think there's a power in this naming thing. And so this video kind of opens me up to this idea. Some of these terms that we use, and we got to question it. Cambon, Obadali Cambon, who Buana mentioned earlier. I read a paper of his on this show here. And I feel him on what he was saying as a person searching for spirituality and better understanding. I feel him on what he was saying. He was talking about like Pan-Africanism and how we name our people and stuff like that. And how, we'll name a kid David, for example, and don't know that David means something like the head cracker or something. And then you wonder why you have these problems with these kids. You've been naming them some other shit. Why don't you get back to our naming systems in West Africa or what have you? And I think there's a power in naming something. And I think there's something to that, because if you look at this European, anytime he so-called discovers some shit, he names it after himself. There's something to that. And we have to consider that and look into that a little bit deeper. Before I go to Buana, let me read, Yana B said, this is some bullshit. She said, no. Okay. Trick Happy 262 says, my question is, for one, he mentioned the definition of worship. And I think a lot of times African people don't seem to acknowledge that there is a cultural lens to science. But also, if it's the case that they name their scientific concepts, then why can't we do the same thing? Meaning, if it's the case that other people have different approach and lens to science, why couldn't we do the same thing? And I think this follows up with the rejection of African spirituality by a lot of atheists amongst our people. You seem to trust European lenses to science and not yours. Marcus McGee says, I get pissed when every theory and planet is named after someone who hates me. Yeah, man, there's a power in this shit. Like I live in Brooklyn, and the names of these streets in New York City, when you come to check out who is Nostrand, this dude is some slave owner. And we around Nostrand Avenue and Flatbush Avenue, all this shit all the time. Like, yo, there's something about that shit. There's something to that. With that said, Buana, what say you to all of this?
I think it was an insightful video. I've learned some things that I never knew before. I would really pass this prompt on to the Black Pentagrammers, because I'm not the best. I'm not a metaphysician. Those guys are metaphysicians, so they'll break down these kinds of terms and the occultist connection to it better than I can. But I think that what happens is, the reason why we don't go about the business of renaming these kinds of things, it has to do with power. It has to do with, we don't have the power to. We are formerly colonized people, so we was more inclined to be accepting of these things because it's a common agreement among colonizers, and if we exist in that spaces, it's something that we accept. So until we are able to get out of that space and redefine these terms and ideas, this is where we are. In I think the Chinese, I don't think the China, they talk about the Chinese New Year. So I guess they have a whole calendar of what they go by. The Arabs, we live in 2023. They have a whole system set up with the year that they currently live in and existed. Because they have the power to redefine that. I think that the only black group, who has redefined terms in terms of time, in terms of reality, is the Ethiopian, because their Christmas is completely different from our Christmas. Their time is a little bit different from what we consider to be time. So they was able to garner that by when they say that they are only, I guess, black nation that wasn't colonized them, and I think Liberia and one of them other countries. I think that our issue is in terms of power, and we can't necessarily define what our reality is at this time. I personally believe that I will change. I'm confident in that. I have to be confident in that. But currently, we don't exist in that space. So I think that that's my issue. But I don't have an issue with the prompt at all. I think that it was insightful. I've learned some things. But what am I going to do with it? I wish I could redefine what a theory is by calling it through an African lens. But when I get out in the so-called modern world, I have to play with the terms that was given to me to advance myself. So that'll be the barrier that I'll come up against, even if I was to define it with my own African lens. I'll stop there.
But Buana, let me ask you a quick question. I'm sure Carl wants to add something. From where we are now to where we want to be in the future with power, what do we do in the meantime? Now, you said you're not really sure what you would do with it, but in general, as far as what Trigger Happy is talking about, right? What do we do? Do we just sit down and wait till power arrives, or shouldn't we be proactive? Especially in places where we have the ability, especially in places where we have the ability to define the reality. What should we do?
I personally believe, and I go take it back to Marcus Garvey, even though his name seems to be unpopular all of a sudden. I think that we should be a government in waiting, and a government in waiting, or people who defines themselves as a government in waiting, would do all the things that a structured government or operate in a way that a structured government should operate. Therefore, what I mean by that, we should have our own scientists, we should have our own mathematicians, we should have our own doctors, we should all these fields of industry, that we currently have access to. We should operate in a way to where we perfect it, but operate as if we were a government in waiting. Therefore, if we were given when we decide, let me put it like that, when we decide to take our opportunity to operate as an official government, there will be no shortfalls. For example, in African societies, when the colonial governments left, the big deficit was in a whole society where you have 1 million people, you only have 2 doctors. On a society where you have 5 million people, you only have 2 scientists. Why? Because they was not prepared for what if these people decide to leave, and we take I believe, the right to be self-determining. What would happen? So I believe as we prepare, we should be a government and we can operate as such. So all of us, since we've been exposed to all this information, should perfect whatever field of industry we are in. So when we decide to take that opportunity, we will be able to. We wouldn't need to miss a beat. We would function as though we were a government. So there would be no shortfalls. So that's what I believe that we should currently be doing within the interim period until we get there. But that's my views on that.
No, I can appreciate that response, Bonner. Kyle, you want to add something?
Yeah, let me just add, in reading the chat, trigger, I made the term Hotep, so let me apologize for that, because we should not use Hotep in a derogatory way. So I want to apologize for that, first of all. I remember how Dr. Huey P. Newton described power as the ability to define phenomenon and to have it act in a desired manner. So with that said, the ability to define uh, phenomenon in nature and society is how you define power, the ability to say what a thing is and have it act in that way. And I think that's something that has been lost by African people over the centuries, is that we don't define things, we get defined. So in retrospect, looking at this video, I guess that's an attempt to take back the power to define reality and to have it act in the manner that we decide, as opposed to have another person decide. So I got some things to think about.
Oh yes, and in terms of the conversation, in terms of Charles Darwin, I agree with when Trigger Happy says that we did investigate, and in fact, this is a conversation brought up by um this is my Haitian brethren. Yeah, this is a conversation that we had when I told
Urzuli.
him Erzuli, that when I told him we did investigate in terms of evolution, I gave him, I didn't have the name back then, but the name of the person who did write books in terms of evolution prior to Charles Darwin, his name is Al Jahiz. He made a book, Al Jahiz, Jahiz. He made this book called The Book of Animals. If you reference that book, he was talking about in terms of the evolution with Charles Darwin. I believe he get a lot of shit from him. That Charles Darwin was talking about, that really started with Al Jahiz. So I do agree with that we did have our own evolutionary theories prior to Charles Darwin, but it's like I say, we have been colonized. So we operate as if we are colonized people. So until we get out of that mind state, that will continue. So we'll always reference Charles Darwin instead of Al Jahiz. But I'll stop there though.
As we were having that conversation after watching that video, I had a thought that's kind of crazy. I thought ahead to when we have power again. And I thought about how, for example, like there's a future where we have power and we have the power to define our life experience, our reality. Where like a horse won't be called a horse anymore. Like I don't know if that just hits me stranger than others, but that's a crazy feeling to know that we would have a future when we get our shit together, where like the shit that we call a horse or a monkey or something, like it'll be some African term. It'll be some Africanized term. That's a crazy thought. That's a hopeful thought on my part, I guess. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, "I'll do you one better, Buana. But Congo creation stories already conceptualize the emergence of existence the same as the Big Bang Theory." He says, and it all makes sense. We can't say we're the oldest people in the world, but are submitting to the lens of the youngest people in the world in terms of science. We discovered a lot of things before them. I think that's a good, excellent last point here. If there's nothing else to add, let me go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 kind of follows in the same vein. Should be topic number 5 says, is science universal or does it have a cultural lens? How can we understand African science if we don't want to understand and institutionalize African spirituality? I look forward to this topic. Let's check out the video.
The periodic table.
All right, peace family. It's none other than your brother, Professor Ace, AfricanCreationEnergy.com. This video is entitled The Influence of Culture on Science. So the purpose of this video is fivefold. 1, to address criticisms. 2, to answer the question, does culture influence and impact science? 3, to answer the question, is it right to racially or ethnically qualify science, or is science universal? Meaning, is it correct or erroneous to use terms like the white man's science, the black man's science, European science, or African science? 4, specify the purpose of making parallels between science to African cultural mythology, philosophy, and theology. And 5, foster and facilitate communication between the Black community, the Black conscious community, and those people in the community pushing and encouraging our people to pursue science. So the first question we want to tackle is, what is the difference between race and ethnicity, right? Ethnicity or ethnic groups are based on culture, geography, and nationality. And I'll provide links in the description to all the resources used in this video. There are 9 major categorizations of cultures or ethnicities globally, which can be further subdivided into even smaller groups. There are over 200 nationalities in the world, and those can even be further subdivided. But the 9 major groups are Western culture or Western civilization, Eastern Orthodox culture or Eastern Orthodox civilization. And when you speak of Western culture or Eastern culture, all of it is European, but the difference between what's qualified as Western culture or Western civilization versus Eastern culture and Eastern civilization when it comes to Europe goes back to the first Christian emperor Constantine, who divided Europe into the Greek East and Latin West. The third type of culture, civilization, or ethnic group is Islamic. The fourth is Sinic or Chinese. The fifth is Japanese. The sixth is Hindu. The seventh is Buddhist. The eighth is Latin American. And the ninth is African. So when it comes to race, race is usually self-identified based on inherited physical characteristics and attributes, and not based on biology, genetics, or anthropology. The definition of race is not consistently applied everywhere, but in the United States, race is based on self-identification with specific nationalities or ethnic groups. The 6 racial groups are white. Those are people identifying with one or more nationalities or ethnic groups originating in Europe, Middle East, or North Africa. Black, those are individuals identifying with one or more nationalities or ethnic groups originating in the Black racial groups of Africa. One issue I've always had is that it involves circular logic. In order to identify as Black, it says you're Black if you identify with one of the Black racial groups in Africa. So it's like, it's circular logic. They don't apply circular logic in the definition in any of the other races, but they do with Black. And all the other racial groups, it always says identifying with the original people of a specific landmass. But when it comes to Black, it says identifying with the Black racial groups of Africa. That circular logic annoys me. Asian is defined as identifying with any of the original people or ethnic groups or nationalities originating in the Far East, Southeast Asia, or the Indian subcontinent. American Indian or Alaska Native is people identifying with any of the nationalities or ethnic groups of North America and South America, including Central America, who maintain tribal affiliation and community attachment. Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander is any people identifying with the nationalities or ethnic groups originating in Hawaii, Guam, Samoa, or the Pacific Islands. And multiracial is anybody identifying with a combination of any of the above mentioned races. So let's be clear, right? Race is defined based on self-identification with a specific ethnicity, culture, or nationality, right? And that's the census definition. Again, the resource links are in the description. So now let's answer the first question. Does culture influence and impact science? The answer is yes. Science is not developed in a vacuum or a void free from the influence of culture. In fact, culture drives science, but you don't have to take my word for it. So here is one quote from an article from Berkeley University of California. And again, the link of this resource is in the description. It says, scientists' values and beliefs are influenced by the larger culture in which they live. Such personal views can in turn influence the questions they choose to pursue and how they investigate those questions. Here's another quote from another article entitled Science and Culture from PubMed. And again, the link to this resource is in the description. The quote says, science and culture are not different entities. Science is part of culture, and how science is done largely depends on the culture in which it is practiced. Lastly, just as science is influenced by culture, culture can also be influenced by science, and cultures that were historically heavily influenced by science tended to develop what's called a scientific culture, which allowed them to become more highly productive scientifically. This blending of science with African culture to create an African scientific culture, which will facilitate making Africans and people of African descent highly productive scientifically, was one of the aims of the African Creation Energy series of books. But again, don't take my word for it. Here is a quote from another article from Sage Journals. The link to this resource is in the description. This article is entitled Scientific Culture and the Construction of a World Leader in Science and Technology. The quote says, "Scientific culture provides a solid foundation and is an important indicator of a world leader in science and technology. Without a world-class scientific culture, it is impossible for a country to become a world leader in science and technology." So does culture influence and impact science? Yes. Next question, is it right to racially or ethnically qualify science, or is science universal, and should it be free from racial and ethnic qualifiers? Meaning, is using terms like white man science, black man science, African science, European science, etc., is that erroneous or is that valid? All right, so the reason why we wanted to start off by defining race and ethnicity is because now that we know that Western civilization is a large ethnic group, then we know that the most frequently used ethnic qualifier when applied to science is the term Western science. The Western in Western science refers to Western civilization or Western culture. And again, those terms, Western and Eastern, as it applies to Europe, that goes back to Christianity and the Pope Constantine. So the first part of that question, is it right to ethnically qualify science? The answer has to be yes. If Western science is a valid term to use, which ethnically qualifies science, and that term is used in a multitude of scholastic papers, then it's right to at least ethnically qualify science. Now, again, recall that race is based on self-identification with a specific ethnicity, right? So if it's right to ethnically qualify science and race is simply self-identification with an ethnicity, then it follows that it must be right to racially qualify science. So terms and phrases like African science or European science, those are ethnic qualifiers to science. Those are valid because Western science is valid. And it follows that since race is self-identification with ethnicity, then terms like white man science and black man science, or white science and black science, can be considered valid also, right? But in terms of answering the question, is it right to racially or ethnically qualify science? Then the answer is yes. Modern science is not yet a universal science, right? Where it has an equal cultural influence by all the people of all the world. That is something aspirational, but does not exist at this point in time. In order to bring about a truly universal science, that means all people from all cultures all over the world would have to contribute their cultural science to the universal body of scientific knowledge. What we can say now is that modern science, which is also synonymous with Western science, that there are people of all races and ethnicities that contribute to modern science, but that doesn't necessarily make it universal science, right? The difference between that and what I'm arguing is like the difference between equal integration versus assimilation, right? Assimilation is basically we set up a culture and then we might get people from all ethnicities and all races all over the world to participate in our culture, but they have to abandon their culture, abandon their ethnicities, and assimilate into the dominant culture of the society, right? That's assimilation. However, equal integration would mean that you would have a culture that has equal influence from all the ethnicities and all the races of all the people who are participating within that culture. And that would be universal science, right? So right now, Western science or modern science, we have an assimilation of all ethnicities and all racial groups from all over the world into the existing Western scientific structure, but we don't have an equal integration of the cultural sciences from all those people, from all ethnicities and all races all over the world, right? And this brings us to the purpose of creating parallels between cultural mythologies and philosophies to science, right? So what is the purpose of creating parallels between a cultural mythology, philosophy, and theology to science, right? There are two main reasons, right? So I already did a video talking about why it's valid. Why is it valid to create parallels? And the simple answer to that is because the precedent has already been established within modern science, right? When you read the origins of modern science or the origin of Western science, they say that they drew parallels between their modern scientific concepts to the mythologies, philosophies, and theology of the ancient Greeks. So that's why it's valid. But what is the purpose? What is the reason for drawing those parallels between African cultural mythologies, philosophies, and theologies to science? Well, there are two reasons, right? One is to show the evolution of the scientific idea. If Western science traces its origins to the Greeks, and the Greeks trace the origins of their science to the ancient Egyptians, then the simple question is, can we identify the concepts in ancient Egyptian mythology, philosophy, or theology, or science, which served as the evolutionary foundation of certain topics in modern science, right? It's basically just drawing a line back. Well, okay, modern science says that their science was influenced by the Greeks. The Greeks said that their science was influenced by the ancient Egyptians. Okay, can we identify any modern scientific concepts that evolved from those concepts of the ancient Egyptians, right? So that's one reason for creating those parallels between modern science to African cultural philosophies, mythologies, and theologies, right? And it's not done to say that the ancient concept is the same thing as the modern concept. That's not why it's done. That's not the reason why either. One is to show how the idea evolved over time, and two is for the enculturalization, or to culturalize scientific concepts for a specific culture, right? When we make parallels between modern science using specific cultural mythologies, philosophy, theologies, or specific cultural symbols, this basically enculturalizes scientific concepts using the symbols, metaphors, and language of a specific culture, right? So hopefully this video helps to bridge the gap for people who come across this video and who use the term white man science, right? Rather than using that term, just start saying Western science instead, right? For people who aspire to promote science to the Black community or the Black conscious community, if someone uses the term white man science, then you just translate in your head, well, what I think, or even ask the person, well, do you mean Western science, right? Instead of using the term white man science, why not use the term Western science? Because that is the ethnic qualifier that is applied to science in scholastic papers, right? And hopefully that will open the dialogue to be more productive and to help get over the barriers that keep us out of STEM. All right, so that's all for now. Peace.
All right, I ain't mad at that video. I get where they're coming from there. Gas has a bunch to say in the chat. Trigger Happy 262. You should respond to Gas. I think that's an interesting conversation that can be had in the chat. Provide triggers. You mentioned you like Gas's commentary, so you should be involved in that as well. Let's get some side convos going in the chat as well. Carl, is science universal, or does it have a cultural lens? How can we understand African science if we don't want to understand and institutionalize African spirituality?
Well, I think it definitely has a cultural lens to it. No problem. So yeah, I think that's true. It definitely has a cultural lens. And let me say this too, where you can see that in different scientific fields, like psychology, for example. There used to be a mental disorders, or another thing. There used to be a point where, runaway slaves had a mental disorder. They had drapetomania. That was a classified mental disorder. There was nothing scientific about it, but in the European psyche, these people are running away. Something must be wrong with them. They're not human. So there is an error with that. So I think that's definitely a cultural issue, right, in of itself. That that's how science has a cultural lens to it. I think that we're going to have to reevaluate what that means. And I'm sorry, what was the second question, Kofi? Second part of that question?
Sorry. So the second thing is, how can we understand African science if we don't want to understand and institutionalize African spirituality? Like, how come we're not getting back to this African spirituality more?
I would say because we don't see value in it. I think that many of us have been so cultured, so long within the European society that we don't really see the value in our own things. So I definitely think that's part of the reason behind it. All right, that's just my thoughts on that.
All right, Carl. There's some background noise coming through, Carl, when you're talking, so just be mindful of that. Bueno, what say you?
Yeah, so I might be out of my league with this kind of discussion, but where I'll start is I understand Trigger Happy's gripe in terms of not displacing African spirituality. I think African spirituality has a place, but you will never see a whole blanket of, because people are different. You know what I mean? The people who are invested in African spirituality should invest in African spirituality. the people who feels as if or believe that is not contributive to their existence, then they just leave it alone. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna never have a complete, you know, situation where everybody disagreed that African spirituality has a place. Even in a completely African society, you're gonna always have the outliers who's gonna say, well, that really has no form and fashion in my life, and they're gonna operate as such. But I understand his perspective in pushing this idea of African spirituality because it needs to be pushed, in particular in the Western world among us. You know, that idea needs to exist. You know, I think it does have a space, and I am an agnostic person saying this. Keep that in mind. In terms of sciences, there is, I believe, that there should be parallels that exist. You know, in terms of because there's a such thing as scientific racism that has a long tradition in the Western world, and these things should be considered in terms of this whole universal approach of Western science and Western medicine and all these other kinds of terms. I think that when one of Gas' arguments is that diasporic Africans love to standardize um, science in terms of the Western because we live in the Western world. And I get his point because when in terms of looking at Africa and having this universalist perspective of standardizing African science and African medicine, how an Asoko man would heal a broken wound would probably be completely different than how a Zulu in South Africa would heal a broken wound. So I understand that. I really do. So you can't just stamp African medicine on top of that and say, well, this is African medicine, because how one group of Africans would look at a particular objective or perspective, scientific problem would be completely different than how another group of Africans was. So to standardize it, there will be a whole lot of difficulty involved. But I believe the problem in his assertion is when he says or suggests that, well, he only said that diasporic Africans take this approach. But what I would say to that is how a Jamaican would deal with a cold, because we ain't talking about westernized. How just a Jamaican would deal with a cold, he would use Manish water. That's what they say. If you have a flu or cold, get some Manish water. How a Bahamian would deal with a cold, he say, get some Suracet. Yeah, get some Suracet. If we had the mumps, they say, well, bathe that Dejarine over there, or shepherd needle. A Jamaican would say something completely different. So we don't necessarily when you look at us in the Western world, we don't really standardize unless you completely have a westernized mind. You say, well, take a pill for it. Go to the doctor and take a pill for it. How we deal with our scientific and medical issues is you would find that is variances that exist among us as well. But I think that there is a difficulty in this whole idea of standardization, and I believe that creating parallels, but it just becomes a hodgepodge of things, because what one doctor say in the Western world will be completely what one doctor say in the Eastern world will be completely different when you go to the hundreds of nations that exist in Africa, or what all of them are saying. So I think that standardization has its place in a situation like that. So, but in dealing with that, I would say, if you look at a scientific or a medical issue, what is the best solution for the problem that exists? What has the best outcomes? And when you're dealing with that, my approach would deal in bulk, because if 50,000 people had a particular problem, let's say flu, and I was able to cure 50,000 people, but over here I was able to cure 1 million people with my solution to the problem or my approach to the problem. I think that in looking at that particular situation, because the outcome is greater, I would accept accept the African solution from the outcome where is 1 million people as opposed to 50,000 people. So that would be my approach in trying to even solve that kind of issue, in terms of trying to come up with some version of standardization. But I do agree that there should be parallels that exist, because what one man say in the Western world, it might be good, but the Eastern world might have a completely different approach, as well as the African man, as well as the other men that exist on this planet. So I think that all these things have its place. It's just that we ain't work out the kinks of these kinds of different issues that currently exist. But I wouldn't just put a stamp on it and say, well, this is the African way. What's that? Which part of Africa? Who African person you talking about? I think that these kinks have not been worked out as yet. These approaches in terms of stamping the term African medicine on it has not been worked out yet among us. That's not really been approached. As a matter of fact, we still in the white man hospital. Yeah, we still looking for white man solutions for these kinds of scientific or medical problems that currently exist. So I think that the first step is to break away from that first, and then get to a point where we could standardize in going forward in our terms and our traditions and our ways and solving our own issues. Commodifying it, quantifying it, writing it on paper, and then take that approach going forward. But that's the way I would deal with that particular issue. It's had so many different nuances when you reference these kinds of questions, man. But I enjoyed the video, and I'll stop there.
Yeah, I'm also going to post this video on the Discord so you guys can check it out. I will say something. I'll add something here before any last thoughts. Unfortunately, I think the way we go about our re-Africanization, we go about it in a European way. So I think we tend to think, okay, well, if we're going to implement African spirituality or African science, that it has to be this all-encompassing, all-continental ideology that, of course, could clash with the spiritual and scientific of different regions, etc. I think we just need to understand that we need to, right? When we say Africa or African, just understand that we need to define our own realities. And if the Isoko man sees water as, instead of having 2 hydrogens, it has 4, then that's the Isoko man. Then that's what he does. He operates around that belief, right? If the Zulu decide that H2O doesn't even make sense and water is symbolized better by something totally different, that's cool for them. Just make it work. Build off of whatever that is, build upon it, and make it work. And if it doesn't work, you're gonna have to seek something else. But make it work. If the Isoko man has a African science that involves his spirituality, if it has results, then keep at it. If it's giving you results, then keep at it. We don't have to have this one definition of what African science or African spirituality is. Again, that's how the Europeans standardize their bullshit. That's how they standardize their bullshit. We don't have to do that. We can have different strains or varieties of quote unquote science or spirituality. Do you guys have any other words you want to add here?
No, ultimately, I think that it all falls down with who controls the world, who has the power to implement their view and their way. In the Western world, they say might makes right. So I think that ultimately it'll fall to that. However, you're gonna always have some variances in terms of power. So the Chinese has been able to keep their way and fashion of the Eastern medicine because they have the power to. They have the collective power to. And I think that until we get the collective power to as well, this will always be the question that's put out there. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
Gas in the chat says, Koku, think of this. They often chide us and say they never invented the wheel. Have any of them ever tried to run a wheel on non-paved soil or mud? LOL. Yeah. You know, I think we got to get off this. I think even our re-Africanization is Europeanized, unfortunately, and I don't know how to deal with it. It's something I ponder all the time. I don't know exactly how to deal with it because we think we have to match what they do with an African view of it. It's quite a quandary we're in. It's quite a quandary we're in. No last words on this topic. All right, let me post what Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be. We're doing excellent time tonight. We'll be done at 2 a.m. for sure. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be the Great Nigerian Exodus, aka Japa-ing, which I've never heard of before. Trigger Happy heard about it. By the way, Trigger Happy, thanks for those 2 great topics just now. Hopefully you'll post more, similar topics like it. We can have further discussions on that too. And Gas, if you ever decide to come back on the net, man, let's me and you do a discussion on this very topic and the Newtonian and Kant's and those concepts and stuff. Let's talk about that in terms of African worldview. I think that's a good discussion to have. With that said, Should Be topic number 6 is going to be the Great Nigerian Exodus, aka Japa-ing. Let's do a station ID break, and on the other side, we'll discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Make sure you also check out the other shows on KWAZ Radio. That's Tanzan African Mind. That's the Brother Bakari podcast, who's also doing the sports segment on Friday nights. Check out Cassandra Cheek, who was on earlier today, and check out, of course, the Forecast Radio. His conversations be interesting, man. You guys should be tuned into those conversations as well. Make sure to subscribe to all the channels, click the bell to be notified when they post new content. I see YouTube has a podcast thing now too. I guess I signed up for it or whatever you call it. But we'll see how that works out. But yeah, you guys check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Should be topic number 6, the Great Nigerian Exodus, aka Japa-ing. Let's check out this link, and then we'll discuss it.
Shodi has spent years saving up and says he's finally ready to leave Nigeria. His plan is to go back to school in the UK. He's a JP and wants to get a master's in reproductive health. Since Brexit, London has been issuing more study and work visas to foreign doctors.
I've not lived there before, I've gone for holidays, but I've not lived there. So things are going to be a culture shock for me. I know that all might be, because you hear that some doctors or some people that move out, they actually become depressed and all of that. I get that, but to be honest, it's a risk we're all willing to take because we all want better.
Yemisi Salako would also like to study abroad, but that won't be easy as she wants to migrate with her 2 children and her husband. She has to save more than 20,000 euros to cover all the costs. It's a big sacrifice, but one that she's willing to take.
After 5 years, I'm going to be a better person. I would have had the qualification I desired to have. I would have been practicing in the field of my desire. My children would have had the kind of quality education I want them to have.
But there are those who see promise in Nigeria's future. At 26, Kraka Malo is an established talent in the Nigerian music industry. One of his tracks is even on the soundtrack of the movie Black Panther 2. The composer and singer has always lived in Lagos and plans staying as he continues to build his career.
I mean, Nigeria is a beautiful place with like a whole lot of like opportunities. The vibe, the energy, the people, it's home to me. So I love being home. I love, I love the energy, honestly, yes.
The Nigerian middle class is torn between two options with no guarantee of success. Stay in Nigeria and try to change the harsh living conditions, or search for greener pastures and better structured system far from home.
Yes, indeed. The great Nigerian exodus, aka Japa-ing, Gassam up in the chat says these are psychos and lunatics. He says, unfortunately, you will notice that the northern Nigerians don't leave. With that said, Carl, have you heard of Japa-ing before?
No, I haven't heard of Japa-ing, but I'm familiar with the they call it brain drain, where people leave their home country as a way to have better opportunities. That happens quite often, especially in situations where you may have an education and there's no jobs for you in your home country in that field. Then you'll leave to find more opportunities. So, although I'm not familiar with the term Japa-ing, I kind of understand the idea behind it. These people they they're leaving because they feel like the conditions in their home country aren't conducive to them having the type of life they want. So they just get out of Dodge as fast as they can. So yeah, I'm familiar with the idea of it.
Okay. Buana, the great Nigerian exodus, aka Japa-ing.
Yeah, for me, I understand that these brothers trying to chase opportunity. This guy is a doctor in Korea, and unfortunately, he ain't get the UK experience yet. And when he driving taxi up and down in the UK trying to pay rent, he'll really get that UK experience. Because before he could operate as a doctor in the UK, he has to qualify. And I'm gonna tell you, the hoops he got have to jump through. Good night for him. But I am hopeful that he is able to achieve whatever goal he has in mind for that other lady. Oh goodness, and she has 2 kids too. It's not going to be an easy experience for her living in London. Everybody, all the Africans gonna go to London. So I wish them well. I wish them well. I listen, man. If I had to live in a place where the current cuts 8 hours a day, and my plumbing system ain't the best, and the conditions that I have to exist in the so-called society, people don't really give a shit. My government don't really give a shit. I gonna look at different places in the world where I could exist at least like a human being. So I don't criticize anyone who looking for greener pastures, but it's just often than not, when we do travel outside to the so-called modern or Western world, sometimes we believe that the grass is greener on the other side, and sometimes that's not always the case for all of us. That's not always the case. Sometimes you do better growing where you planted. What I would suggest, though, what I would say though, is that if you do live in a modern world, you go if you could get qualify, become a citizen of another country, in the so-called modern world, use modern media, use what you have in your hand. You know what I mean? So anyone who pays you, they could pay you in American dollars or British dollars, and you could still exist in your home country if you choose to. You don't always have to run now, since you're living in a different with technology. You're living in a different kind of experience. People will pay you off of the internet, for your services, whatever that you provide. People will be willing to pay you, and hopefully they'll be paying you in American dollars or euros rather than naira. So that may improve their situation if they exist there. But for this doctor to think that, oh, I've never lived this, he's gonna experience a culture shock out of this world. I can tell you that firsthand. But and because it's not easy as people believe. But I wish him well. I wouldn't call him a psychopath like gas. I would call him a crazy psychoist. But I wish them well. I wish them well, man. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Buana. Yeah, Gas says Japa is the Yoruba word that roughly means to escape. So Japa-ing is escaping. Okay. I appreciate that, Gas. He goes on to say they are basically pseudo FBA who are frustrated that Nigeria does not allow them to consume like the Fresh Prince of Lagos. The cab driver is the Nigerian career of choice for former PhDs. And he laughs, which is funny. I've met like 3 Nigerian cab drivers who were in fact doctors back in Nigeria, which is crazy. Gas says they often exaggerate how Nigeria is. Again, you don't see northern Nigerians running away, right?
The funny thing is, and this may be crazy, but I'm thinking that you probably getting paid better as a cab driver in New York City than a doctor in Nigeria. That's crazy. That's insane. But if brothers, I'm gonna take them kind of chances. Maybe they may have heard from some other Nigerians who guess made it in the West to say, hey man, you could do this here, and make triple your salary. So I mean, these guys are gonna take these chances. But like I say, it doesn't always work out for everyone. Like you say, you say PhDs and doctors and engineers, working at McDonald's and shit like that. Where do I go wrong here in my life? So it's a chance, and people take that chance. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it don't. Usually they're not. These Western societies, because you have a black face and a big nose, they grind you. And these are some of the experiences that when we do go over to these places, we don't necessarily send them kind of stories back. We only send success stories back. We don't send the kind of stories that, hey man, I had to do this while I was over here.
Very
you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yana B in the chat says West African, were they always Western Africans? The Nigerians from the north got used to being at the bottom, it seems, why they stay. Yana B, explain that one a little bit more for us. Or does anyone want to tackle that on the panel?
I would say that my perspective being a little different because I was born in the United States. I lived my whole life here. I know the concept of brain drain, but I also know how the West is propagandized as being such a great place and so wonderful. So I can imagine the shock that comes from people when they actually get here, having to deal with the racism and deal with the true reality of living in the Western world. I really think it's too also, can we look at the fault of these governments of these countries because they're not producing opportunities for their people to thrive and for them to use their skills in their home country. Like, I'm just wondering, where can we look at some of the governments of these countries and how they're not investing in their people so that where they don't have to leave, so that they can live, maybe not a life of opulence, or they can just live a comfortable life. I don't think you want to be able to go out and, wine and dine and have all the nicest cars, but you do want to produce a living for yourself and for your children. And if these people don't feel like they can, and they feel like it's hopeless, then, they're going to do what they have to do. They're going to risk their lives to have a better life. We see that over here in the West, what's going on with Mexico and in Central America. Many people are leaving those countries to have, crossing the deserts, crossing into the United States to have a better quality of life. So I'm just wondering, looking at it from an outsider's perspective, if the countries involved, like if Nigeria is not doing enough to invest with its people, so that way they don't have to leave. Just my thoughts on it.
No, I completely second that opinion. I'm gonna say something controversial. There are a series of Nigerian billionaires That should not exist in a place like Nigeria, where the average wage or the yearly wage is maybe what, $1,000, $1,000 American. So there is something absolutely wrong with that picture. Absolutely. And I like Gassy, y'all don't listen to us. I've been listening to the continental Africans, where you have these enclaves, like Banana Island shouldn't exist. Banana Island shouldn't exist in Nigeria until you are able to at least bring up the standard of living of your regular citizen. These kinds of people and areas should not exist yet. You ain't cured this. You ain't cure plumbing yet, let alone the energy crisis. And Nigeria is supposed to be a place that's oil rich. You know what I mean? So you ain't solve the day-to-day running and operations of that city. Now, granted, that city is 200 million people in that country. So that's a large people to organize and ensure that their daily lives. But if other countries are doing, oh man, come on, man. So I think that the reasons why you have the educated class of people who have decided to say the hell with this, I'm not mad at them at all. I'm not mad at them at all, because if you can have this opulence among such poverty that it currently exists, and the regular things, basic plumbing, you ain't solving these kinds of issues. So if I'm looking at that scenario and I'm saying, well, these guys are just trying to get at how they live. The new president of Nigeria, Tinubu, his nickname was the Godfather of Lagos, and he was involved in some situations in his time. You know what I mean? So if you have these kinds of gangsters at the top, you know that for me to operate as a regular, a law-abiding Nigerian citizen is not gonna be of any benefit to me. But I'm not a criminal, so where do I exist? What do I do in that scenario? I can say "c'est la vie." I mean, let me get out of here. So I understand that situation, and if I was in that kind of same situation, I probably would take the same kind of opportunities as well. Say the hell with y'all. So I'm mad at them, and I don't criticize them for doing what they need to do for their families, because everyone else is.
I feel you on that.
Want to add something. I remember something Kwame Ture said. He said that the African bourgeoisie is the most corrupt bourgeoisie in the world because they seek luxury in the midst of mass suffering. So, just thinking about that, the fact that these people seek luxury in the midst of, the suffering of the mass of the people, is just something to think about. I'm reading Gass's comment. He said that Nigeria is British real estate. So the government works as a resource extraction. So the government is not investing in its people, but it's exacting resources for multinational corporations to keep a few people very wealthy and the masses of people struggling. So I kind of have a better understanding of, the Japa-ing of the society.
I think Gas has an interesting comment here. He says Italy has the same mafia structure. The difference is Nigerian so-called leaders have no idea of service to the community, and that could make me go into a whole capitalism thing. But this is why I say you have to have some conscience in these dealings, man. You can't be hoarding the resources, the value in the country, the riches, and meanwhile, there's people that just, abject poverty or what have you, sufferation. There should be a threshold to this thing, or some upper limit that you can't exceed. It's a violation, man. Like Barna said, you guys are the muckamucks in your country. You all have these little offshoot islands and all kind of shit, these exclusive little spots to be. No, man, how can that be a thing, and you haven't dealt with the average citizen of your nation, man, and improve their circumstances? That's why I say I don't have a problem with the capitalism thing, but there's a point where it goes too far. It goes too far. You'll throw your own people under the bus behind this shit. no one else has anything to add, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. We're making good.
Coco, I wanted to say one brief thing. The wicked thing about it is the musician in that video, because the young brothers them believe and think the way that I need to get out of this situation is through music. So everybody looking at Burna Boy right now, that is a lottery ticket. That's like playing, and that's like winning a job with the NBA. 99 and what's gonna happen is many, not all, but many Nigerian young men are gonna see that as they believe that that's the way to get out of that situation. And I mean, for every Burna Boy, it's probably a million Troy of Lagos, somebody you never heard before. So now they spend their youthful years trying to win that lottery ticket when that's not an option. That's not a real option, man. You know what I mean? But this is the choices that these young brothers are left with. I am surprised that that these leaders, these so-called muck people, important people, are able to freely walk around their society without feeling like I ain't gonna get a gun in my face and I'm gonna try to relieve you of all your resources. So I'm surprised, man. You know, but I understand that they have a lot of military and probably small private armies around them to ensure that don't happen. But I couldn't be in a situation where I'm seeing. Well, I'm currently in one right now and living here, but it's very difficult for me to be in that scenario, that kind of scenario, where you have this dirt poverty, and in the middle of that, you have these enclaves where you have these $1 million opulent homes, and you think that you're going to live comfortable like that. No, man. If my child ain't eating, your child ain't eating either. How about that?
I think it's part of the fundamental nature of capitalism itself, that is exploitation. So I don't think that you can have a situation where capitalism exists and you don't see this level of exploitation. I think that's inherent in the system itself. Just like there are periodically there are crashes within the capitalist system, because the goal is to make as much profit as you can. Profit is more important than human lives. So when you have a capitalist system and you don't have the so-called checks and balances that you're supposed to have, which eventually the corporation, the people want to override those checks and balances because they interfere with making profit, which is the most important thing of all. So when you have a situation like this, it's going to happen as long as you continue to hold to a capitalist economic structure. It's going to incentivize poverty, incentivize lack of oppression in situations like this.
I appreciate that, Buana and Carl. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. You guys in the chat, man, you guys, besides Gas and Trigger for a little while there, you guys aren't really saying too much, man. Let's get the conversation going in the chat a little bit more. Let's get some interaction. Drop a 1 if you're still with us. Drop a fire emoji if you like the conversation. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is, why don't we destroy or chase out the traitors before they get big? Of course, this came with a link. Let me share that with you guys.
No, and that's why them people don't like. They ain't gonna never. One thing I learned very early in the music business. If you've been raised, they don't like you.
Mm.
They don't like you.
Yeah.
Because you come from something.
Yeah.
They need a motherfucker come in here and treat them like, man, please, you my daddy. Show me, ooh, please, man. Whatever you say, I do it. You know what I mean?
Why is it? Because this is my last question here, but you done got me started with what you just said right there. Why is it that when you ain't saying those magic words, I'll do whatever, you can't get nowhere in this goddamn music industry? If you come in there with your 10 toes down as a man and say, hey, man, this is what I want, this is what I can offer, can't nobody hear that. They got to hear you say, I'll do whatever to get something.
Because, shit, Because man, it's the devil's playground when God ain't involved. This the devil's playground when God ain't involved. This is the biggest witch. This is sorcery. This is witchcraft. Music is witchcraft.
Yeah.
Because you can change a whole world by putting out the right song.
Yeah.
So you got to understand the power of music. So if I'm an oppressor or if I'm a person like, God damn, man, okay, we're going to have to open the world up. We're going to have to pay these niggas more. Man, oh, well, shit. We got to pay them to self-destruct. We can't pay them to goddamn be wealthy. See, I'm gonna overpay the ignorance, and I'm gonna underpay the intelligent. I'm gonna turn the intelligent mad and bitter. I'm make an ignorant nigga everything.
Nigga! No, you just snapped. You just gave me this thing and snapped. That's all I need to know right there. That was my personal question I had. I was like, dude, what the fuck?
And then see, it's just like right now. I could walk past all them execs, man. I don't care where you at, man. I don't care Craig Cowman. I don't care who you is, man. I can walk in there and walk out of there with my balls in my drawer, man. Kel, Sylvia Rome, I've been signed by.
Yeah.
L.A. Red, I've been signed by. Atlantic, Sylvia Rome, Julie Greenwald, Kaiser. Yeah. Been in all their offices, and I walked out of there with my balls in my drawer, man.
Come on, man.
Because if they own your balls, you're gonna be in the mental hospital. Woo! See?
My God.
Gonna be in the mental hospital. Cause think about it. They paid niggas to be gangsters.
Yeah.
They'll never pay you to be smart. You want to be a gangster? Oh, here you go.
Take it
$1 million.
out.
Nigga.
Yeah.
Come in there with some brains. Oh. Can't make no money with this nigga. Come on, man. I need an ignorance.
Yeah.
Ignorance. It's just ignorant sales.
Yeah.
To black people. We sell trauma.
But how is y'all able to do the opposite and sell real stuff?
Because we read.
But how was y'all able to cut through the industry, or did it get to a point where they had to stop y'all and say, all right, no more of this stuff?
What do you mean? They stopped the record label. They disbanded the face.
Yeah.
They disbanded the label. We got a gold record out, #1 record, and woke up the next morning and said, hey man, LaFace, they just sold that for $145 million, man. Y'all gotta figure it out. Wait, in the middle of the record? Where LA at? Oh, he went to school. He went back to school. He went to Harvard. In the middle of the record. See?
Yeah.
So you gotta think about it. LaFace, a child.
Yeah.
In the intelligence.
Yeah.
The best of Atlanta.
Yeah.
Destroyed overnight. Next thing you know, he pop up, he was pink. So you went from the blackest to now your artist right beside you is, we coming to New York, we taking New York over with pink. You know what I mean? So it's like, you gotta think about it, bro. Like, it's like counter pro, man. Every time we get somewhere and start getting strong, just like that Death Row shit was incredible.
Yeah.
If he had the mindset to say, hey, stop with the bullshit.
Yeah.
Stop with the bullshit. We ain't just made $400 million. We got more money than Puffy, everybody. Stop with the bullshit. Nobody said that. See, that's the problem with our community, man. We don't stop bullies in their tracks. See, my daddy era, you couldn't be a bully like that. They kill you.
Yeah.
Kill you in the South. You couldn't show up on a nigga block. Hey, nigga, we gonna kill you.
Yeah.
You trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You ain't around here trying to kill us. You around here doing that? We're gonna kill you. We're gonna take you out in the bum. We're gonna let 8 hogs eat you.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think where the leaders, when she started getting out of hand, nobody said nothing, man. Nobody said nothing, man. Nobody said, hold on, man. Let all get in the room. Hey, man, we making too much money. We right here fighting about some bullshit.
Yeah.
But we making millions of dollars. But we fighting about some street shit. You only become a threat when you have them come up, them conversations.
Yeah.
As long as you out here doing all that gay shit, they sit around and look at it. Look at this stupid ass nigga, man. Niggas ain't scaring nobody. Man, I send the National Guard down the street, man. Clear you niggas out, man.
Yeah.
If I want to.
Yeah.
So just think about it right now. If all of us, you gotta understand, bro, when Shoot them ran up on Puff them and the boy got laid out in the street, keep it with that. Seen it? Yeah, I sure did. Seen it? Laid right out there, blood was laid out there. Damn blood. That shit fucked up, Shawty. Mess with them New York nigga, gonna get you every time. But same time, when Wolf came into Magic City tonight, he got killed looking for Meech. Same shit. Energy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Energy, bro.
That's an interesting conversation. I don't know if my mic was open the whole time. I hope it didn't cause a bad effect. Makari asked who that was. I think that was Big Gip being interviewed. Buana, let's switch up a little bit. Buana, what did you get from that just now?
Here's the thing. I believe that first of all, any person who's been in the rap industry understand that has a cap. Most rappers, they have maybe a 5-year time period of where they become, and I'm not the best person to be talking about this, but I think that they usually have a 5-year span where they become popular. They get national play, and then they be replaced with other rappers. I think that these older rappers, younger rappers, have the foresight now because they probably studied the industry enough to know that it's not about it's all about your last hit, and these things are very temporary. So you should always have a long time plan. Your profession can't only be rapper, bro. Your profession you have when you have that opportunity like that, understand that you have opportunity. People are availing themselves with all kind of different opportunities for you to get into other industries, and you have the money to support it. You probably for the first time in your life. Now I understand that most of these brothers, these are street brothers, some of them coming from out of the mud, and they may not have the foresight and understanding that look, I could use this vehicle of rapping as an opportunity to enter into other economic vehicles, to do other things. So this can't be a long-term plan. So sometimes when I get these kinds of stories of what coulda, shoulda happened, and this is an African story. It's like we was once here, now we down here. And I think that this is the fact that you are a nationally a renowned person or personality. It only means that you have an opportunity to put yourself or position yourself for other kinds of opportunities. This is not a long-term career plan. Even in basketball, these guys are paid millions and multi-millions of dollars, but you also have bills and lifestyles that you have to fund. And understand that your body won't be able to last 30, 20 years, jumping and running up and down the court and then having to compete with the younger guys who coming up behind you. So you should always have a long-term plan. So much so that when I get out of this industry financially, I could just go into this. I have an opportunity here. Or I could even start my own record label. So if LaFace all of a sudden props up and says, I want to go to Harvard. I sold this company for $1 million. Well, I have my own company here. Distribution, well, let me go talk to Master P over here. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be, I feel like sometimes when we become a thing, in particular Black people, we become all encompassing. You know what I mean? It's like when we go into Christianity, we don't use that Christianity to do something else. We become the best Christian. John Henry Clark said we used to out Muslim the Muslims and we out Christian the Christian. And sometimes when we become a rapper, we become all encompassing of this thing. Whereas all these other people are just using this vehicle to do other things. I think Leo Cohen is into real estate. You know what I mean? These people use these opportunities to do other things with it. But I understand that financially, I think that we need to step up our game to know that after rap comes a myriad of different kinds of things. So the fact that I'm in this industry and I have all these opportunities, I should just only position myself for where this thing runs its life course, which is probably 5 years. I could go here. And there are some rappers who have done it, but it's just so many older rappers with these side stories or what if, or we should have, could have, and I just really just tired of hearing it sometimes, man, because we're living at a time right now where you don't have to have these kinds of stories no longer. You choose to, but I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Buana. Carl, what say you?
Well, okay. My question is the question: why don't we destroy or chase out our traitors? I mean, I've often had that question myself, because traitors is not exclusive to Africans. We know we have traitors. Every group of people has traitors within them, but I feel like we don't do enough to deal with the traitors in our society. Like there was a show I was looking at, some HBO show. It was some World War II documentary. They were talking about, how the Americans came to the Netherlands during World War II, and the Dutch people that collaborated with the Nazis, the men got shot, the women got their hair shaved. But too many times with our people, they'll betray us and they'll walk around the community like everything is okay, with no fear of their lives. Like I think about Eldridge Cleaver, who was in the Black Panther Party, and how he betrayed them. How he betrayed the Panthers. He went on to become a Republican, and he campaigned for Ronald Reagan, and he betrayed the whole movement, and nothing ever happened to him. So, I mean, I question the idea that people can betray us and then there's no consequences. We got to start making treason of the community a serious offense, and we don't do that enough. Within this music thing they're talking about, we know that music is propaganda. Music can elevate people. Music can make people think about their conditions and want to change it. So looking at it like that, it makes sense for the record labels and the record execs to try to stifle any type of empowering music, any type of music that's going to make the people think about their condition and want to change it. They have to push the dumb shit, the kill each other, money, clothes, and hoes, all of that stuff. They have to push that type of stuff. Your conscious rap, the other rap that exists, it gets completely ignored to the point where we don't even hear it on the radio anymore. So it makes sense from their perspective for them to try to oppose that type of intellectual music. And because they know it can be a vehicle for change. So you're going to see, even if they're making money, they're still going to kill it. He mentioned Death Row Records. Tupac, his mother was a Panther. His stepfather, Mutulu Shakur, was a Panther. He recently got released from prison because he was, locked up for being a Panther. So, but once he got big, he started to become the typical gangster rap. So that type of music is what sells because they push it, though. I think that other type of music would sell just as well, but then we would have to have a level of control over our music, and we do got to deal with those people who betray the movement, to betray our struggle, just so they can make a couple of extra dollars. So that's just my thoughts on that.
In the chat, TriggerHappy262 says the survival of traitors is all about the values of the community and how rigorous they are in rooting out those who have taken on the values of other people. I agree with that 100%. Let's welcome back Brother Bakari. Bakari, what say you?
I heard him talk about the level of traitors. You know how I think, right? For me, it goes back to within us. We know our traitors are working for. So if you deal with them traitors, you might have to deal with those people. It could be because we still want to try to change everybody that's black. And like when the brother just spoken, people can black, we can trade on one another, and we can walk in the community, stay in the community, and do whatever, and have no fear, and ain't worry about nobody doing nothing to them, because we're too busy bickering and fighting over small things. And with this being the music industry, and he was talking about music and the music that being sold. So for me, it go back to, who do black people like to listen to? I play somewhat what people use the word conscious hip hop, well, conscious rap, and you can try to push it as long as you want. Black people don't want to listen to black people. We can constantly play it. We can tell them about Ciroc. We can tell them how Ciroc said when they asked her, when they offered her a deal, but they was telling her how to dress, and she told them, "My lyrics is for sale, not my body." Yeah, that's respectful, but they don't want to listen to her because white people didn't make them a star. White people tell us who our stars are. The white people tell us who our leaders are, and white people tell us who should be celebrated in our community. But when you're selling stuff and giving it away, back to as we were speaking earlier on the first prompt that I came in on, we like to turn, some people would blame the Jews on that, right? But sometimes we got to look and see that money was more important than trying to build something for black people. People love 50 Cent, but it's a known fact that 50 Cent, Jay-Z, I forget went against black people trying to create their own distribution company. That's a known fact, but black people still love him because white people put him on TV, because white people give him a pedestal to stand on, and that is something we look up. See, we celebrate their money as if it's ours. Listen to the people that love Floyd Mayweather Jr. Watch they talk about how much money he made, the kind of car he got, and he just bought an $18 million watch. The only reason I know that because somebody was popping up, "Ooh, look at this watch Floyd Mayweather just bought." He got that money. We're celebrating their money while their money is not doing anything for us. We are happy. We almost happy in suffering. We're almost just like we're happy suffering. That's that's why it's so hard for us to say we're going to put our money together. So now you got the people that celebrating the leader of the so-called group that called themselves Foundation of Black Americans. He celebrated, but what has he done? What has he done other than hustle? We celebrate whoever they put on the top. So if we're celebrating whoever they put on the top, and we know their traitors are working, the people that's going against us is working for them, we ain't gonna touch them because whatever they say is right. That's mine. That's mine. That's mine. Thought on it. I get the mic.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Yeah, we do some dumb stuff sometimes. It's like we don't understand. We understand it, but we just don't do anything about it, man. Anyone else wants to add any last thoughts to
No,
this?
I know. I agree. I think we do celebrate our traders. People talk about Alpo, Alpo. If you hear me, I say Alpo, Alpo, Alpo. I'm like, man, let's do it. It's hilarious, but what I do, and because I understand that is the game. We I feel like sometimes we are a walking contradiction. But I work with people who are willing to work with me. In terms of this idea of what we about. It don't have see because I sometimes we usually go for large numbers, but there's power in quality. I choose quality cats who I can roll with, who I know at the end of the day we have similar ideas, similar beliefs in trying to conquer this world that we exist in, and we have to roll with that. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to roll with the passionate few. If and that's what's necessary. We have to find we are living in an age where we have to deal with cliques because we understand the masses among us. Although we may want all of us to win together, I feel like we are living in a time where we have to be the example setters, even if we have to work in small numbers. And it is what it is. Because I would rather go with a quality of people who are in small numbers rather than dealing with a mass amount of people who are ignorant and traitorous and treacherous and ignorant and uninformed and don't mind being that way. So if that's what it takes to get to where we need to go and to prove the example rather than the alternative, I'm gonna roll with the small numbers. So that's how I handle and resolve that issue.
I feel you on that. I agree.
I
Anyone
want to
else?
say something. Let me say something really quickly. Um, I'm sure many people may have heard the term quizzling. Quizzling, it's a term that was the name of the president of Norway during World War II. He collaborated with the Nazis and helped the Nazis take over his country. So after the war, he was executed for his treason. But with black people, because he probably got money, they probably be putting him on T-shirts because we have a form of we worship celebrity, we worship wealth to the point to where it's everything that matters. So even when you have people who betray the community, it's well known. Like I didn't know that about Jay-Z and 50 Cent. I didn't know they had stifled a black distribution network. But yet, you know, we don't ever call them out on it because they benefited because they got theirs. They don't mind getting theirs and betraying the rest of us. We have to really question, analyze where all this celebrity worship comes from because it is really holding us back as a group.
Thank you for that, Carl.
Let me say something right quick. I did a show let me say something right quick. Carl, I did a show the other day. Go check it out. It's called Celebrity Worship Syndrome. And according to some scientists, it's considered a mental disorder.
I will check it out as soon as I get home.
Appreciate that, Bakari and Carl. If there's nothing else to add, make sure you guys are tuning into Bakari's channel, Forecast, Tanzan, Consider Cheek, Oni, Hashari Podcast, The Matron, and of course myself. Make sure you guys are tuned in to everyone. Let's go to Shoot a Breeze topic number 8 tonight. Again, we're making real good time. I think we'll be done early tonight. Shout out to Azuli and Oni and them. I guess if they're not here, they must be busy. But shout out to them all the same. Shout out to Tanzan and Marcus Garvey is the way as well. Shoot a Breeze topic number 8 is Nigerian democracy under attack. This takes us to, I believe, a tweet. Yep, takes us to Twitter. And it takes us to this tweet from Larry Madowo. He says, nothing works in this country. Youth are coming out to vote, and we're being disenfranchised in broad daylight. Nigerians are tired, and they're making their voices heard clearly. Our CNN report on the anger at the Electoral Commission and the establishment. So this is going to take us to this video that I want to start from the beginning. So we're going to check this out. And on the other side, we'll discuss.
Nothing works in this country. There is no security. There is no good hospitals. There's neither good roads. Nothing works. The educational system is in shambles. And for once, youth are coming out to vote. And we are being disenfranchised in broad daylight. It is heartbreaking.
Abigail Samuel Spain shared by other young people who registered to vote in record numbers in this election, hoping to reboot a deeply dysfunctional Nigeria.
I must fight for my daughter, praise. I must fight for her. She must have a better life. She must go to better school. I'm tired. I'm tired. We are tired. I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing this crap.
Officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission say they're already tallying the results of the area without the missing polling units.
You know, we use constitution. Anywhere there is violence, there's no way to vote again.
But CNN saw no signs of violence at the polling units where election workers did not show up as people cast ballots just steps away.
So there will be no other election in these places where the election didn't take place?
There's no other election again. There's no other election. The election we want to do is what we've done.
The disenfranchised voters see this as an attempt to deny their preferred candidates crucial votes by the establishment. In an election without an incumbent president or a former military leader running, it was seen as a fresh start for Nigeria.
We are suffering in this country. We are suffering. It's very bad. I don't even call them leaders. I call them rulers.
Musician Banky W stood on the main opposition PDP's ticket in the Lagos area with the affected voters.
They understand that their votes are their voices and they want their voices to be heard. So when it starts to seem like there's allegedly some sort of intentional suppression of that voice, people get frustrated, people get agitated.
Nigeria's agitated youth could be a powder keg at risk of exploding if enough of them feel that their voices were not heard in the most significant election of their lifetime.
What did voting mean to you?
It's my choice and I did my best. That's what it means to me.
It's clear Nigerians are exhausted and frustrated, and they're taking back their country. I was here covering the 2019 election, and I've never seen this level of participation or commitment, Zane. And that's why you hear these words, suppression, you hear the words of disenfranchisement, and you hear the words of just demanding that the process be fair, be seen to be fair. And I think what you see there is that people will not accept an outcome that they don't think represents their views. That's what's becoming quite clear, Zane.
I mean, the fact that there was that level of palpable frustration in literally every single person you spoke to, Larry, especially Abigail Samuels. I mean, I literally could feel her anger coming through. Larry Midell, we'll see what happens over the next few days. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to say as an aside, looking at that footage from Nigeria, that looked just like any Caribbean country. You know,
I was thinking the same thing. I said that woman looking like she's a Bahamian, eh?
Yeah, man.
That's funny. Y'all was saying that. That's funny because she looked like somebody I know. My cousin. I live out here in Florida. I love my cousin.
Okay. And then I see a guy who looked just like Beanie Man. I was like, how Beanie Man get in Nigeria?
Yeah, that's a fascinating thing to see, man. Looking at that, it's just like I was looking at any Caribbean country, man. That's a testament, man. Carl, what say you to this? Actually, not Carl. Let's go to Buana first. Let's shake it up. Buana, what say you to this? Nigerian democracy under attack.
No, this goes to my initial point that we was talking about Nigeria before. You put people in a situation where they feel like their needs are not being met. So what is the option for them? They will decide to get on a plane and leave that place, you know, and it's as such where a few people are putting themselves in position of money and power to retain all that wealth for themselves and power for themselves and do shit for the people. So they either gonna jump in the plane or, as Gas say, join the mob, you know. And Nigerians are not members of the mob. They want to be good citizens and they want to be productive citizens for their country, you know. And I think that you putting them in a situation where I'm gonna tell you, because Nigeria is a country that has a history of coups. You know, in so-called in Nigeria right now, I think that this has been the longest time since they've not had a coup. You know, so if these people that want to continue to play pigeon as if on the streets of Nigeria, people's lives are not being affected, let them stay right there. They'll be short-lived in their presidency, short-lived. So I feel my heart goes out to them. Like I say, I see in people in this video who could be just as they only have a Nigerian accent. Many of them they look just like some Bahamians I know. But it's unfortunate, but this is the state of affairs that we currently exist in, and you can't have fairness. And this is the gas to my point. You can't have fairness in a country called Nigeria. Okay, and I find that to be funny because the country is called Nigeria. You know, Nigeria means unfairness. It means unfairness because the term itself comes from the girlfriend Lugard. You know what I mean? So she was a gangster. So of course the gangsterism is going to continue in a society like that. But I'll leave it alone and I'll let the other brothers speak.
That's why I talk about the power of naming things again, right? Going back to that idea. Let's hear from Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, Nigerian democracy under attack. What did you see in that video?
This is not Brother Bakari. This is his son, Keyboy. I would love to talk about Nigerian democracy. So
hey, Keyboy,
this is. I'm doing good. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Good. Glad to hear you. Glad to see you coming back again this week. So yeah, go ahead. Talk about it.
Okay, so this is extremely unfortunate. Obviously, I'm a big fan of democracy. Obviously, I think that African democracy needs to be much stronger across the entire continent. And specifically, when we look at this video, this is truthfully why I say capitalism cannot work, because it's naturally undemocratic. The reason that the Nigerian government was suppressing the young people's right, because the people that are suppressing their right to vote is mostly people under 30. Because in this presidential race, I kept up with it a little bit more because I was curious about it. Peter Obi ran as a third party, the Labour Party, and young people supported him a lot more because, similar to in the United States, they don't like the two major political parties. And Peter Obi's platform is basically that of a social democracy. So he wanted to move the country towards like more economic empowerment for the people. He wanted to move it towards like strengthening education, making healthcare more accessible. He wanted to strengthen it towards economic development, not just for the rich, but for everybody, because Nigeria has huge wealth disparity issues. And so the government suppresses these types of ideas because capitalism has to maintain political leaders who are willing to serve the free market, willing to serve capital interests instead of serving the people. And this is extremely unfortunate because, I mean, it's not what the people want. I mean, they don't want in Nigeria, there's a huge corruption issue. The person that was elected, Bola Tinubu, has plenty of historical accusations of corruption. The people don't want him, similar to like Joe Biden. They think he's old and kind of slow, incapable of doing the job. They want Peter Obi. They want a more progressive platform. They want more healthcare. They want more education. But capital interests will not allow them to have it. And they know that democracy is the way that they get it. So they attack democracy. And it's extremely unfortunate that democracy, political and economic, is under attack all over the globe. Nigeria is not exempt from that because they're black.
I appreciate that, Kibwe. I know.
I will push back with Kibwe for a minute. Carl, if you will indulge me for a second, just a second.
Take your time, brother. Take your time.
Yeah, I know I'm completely hands off with Kibwe because that's a Brother Bakari Prince, you know what I mean? But I will push back just a little bit, you know. Kibwe, don't why you could say capitalism don't work when capitalism feeds you every day and it help you to go to that beautiful HBC you currently attending, bro. I mean, how you can say it don't work, man?
So I guess slavery worked because, you know, they ate. I guess slavery fed them. I guess Jim Crow worked because Booker T. Washington founded Tuskegee University during that time. Saying that because we live in a system now means that it works is kind of it's just bad logic because it completely ignores all of the consequences of that system. You can look at capitalism and say, oh, we've had so much economic development, but then we could look at capitalism and say, look at the continuation of slavery through the prison industrial complex. Look at the massive wealth disparity that exists not just in America, but across the globe. The top 10 people, the top 10 richest people in the world have more money than the bottom half. And there's 8 billion people in the world. So 10 people, the 10 richest, have more money than the 4 billion poorest. We can look and say, we can look at what they're doing to our brothers and sisters in the Congo, in West Africa, in the name of capitalism. We can look at Nigeria right now. In the name of capital interest, they are suppressing Nigerian youth right to vote. They don't want Peter Obi because he's not going to serve those capital interests. So I say capitalism doesn't work because it's based on black exploitation. Black people are the capital. And as you can see, it exists in Nigeria, even with black leaders as well. So the system in itself, it rewards greed. It rewards exploitation. It rewards the death of workers. It rewards ignoring their rights. It ignores income disparity, wealth disparity. It ignores the lack of, or it rewards the lack of education because then workers are more susceptible to abuse. It rewards police brutality to keep the working class in line, to protect the wealthy's property. This is why I say capitalism doesn't work, because of what it rewards and what it punishes.
Okay, so Keybrain, you know, so your dad, he was skilled. He developed a business for himself, right? And he was able to provide services to many other businesses through capitalism, because no government came in and say or put a cap on the salary that he could have made to support his family. And then so he wouldn't have to make $5 an hour or $10 an hour. He could have made as much money he wanted within the system of capitalism that he existed in. He was able to take that money and provide for himself and his family, and even educate them in a way that he so choose to within that system. So understanding that, you can't say it don't work, because you are a beneficiary of that same capitalism that he was practicing every day on the streets of Atlanta, brother.
I mean, was Frederick Douglass a beneficiary of slavery because he survived? Like,
according to him, he was.
Yeah, like this argument is very bad because, okay, so look at this. The people in the Congo, they're beneficiaries of capitalism because they get paid $1 a day. And you know what? Glencore and all of these other natural resource corporations, they have a right to make as much money as they want. Jeff Bezos, when he leases labor from prison, he can do that because he has the right to make as much money as he wants. In Nigeria, when the capital interests of the bourgeois get involved with politics, they can pay the police to suppress young people's right to vote because they have as much money as they want, and the free market dictates that they can't. You only want to talk about the so-called benefits, which could exist under a socialist system, but you want to ignore all of the injustice, all of the human suffering that exists under this system that would not under a socialist system.
Okay, so you know, you sound just like your daddy, by the way. But so okay, so you mentioned Bezos and people like that who are, you call them exploiting, right? So if I develop a business that is valuable, or customers see, or customers or people who I provide that service for is willing to pay a certain amount of money for the services I provide for them, would it be fair for some government official to come in and say, no, you can't accept the service that your dad providing for these people for that amount of money? You know, we're gonna cap it to this. Would that be fair? Because if I want to charge, let's say I create a pill, and with that pill, I charge $500 on that pill, and you come in as a government official and say, no, you can't charge $500 because there are poor people that exist in the world who could use this to help themselves. You must charge only $50 per pill. Would that be you? Would you consider that to be fair, considering the fact that there are sick people? Why not?
No, I wouldn't consider that to be
I would
fair.
consider. I would.
Let me answer. No. I wouldn't think it's fair because I think the government should step in and guarantee healthcare as a human right. So no, I don't think charging $50 for medicine you need to survive would be fair. Based on these arguments that you're making, when the government charges poor single black mothers $500 for their diabetes medicine, when the government charges homeless people who've been exposed to the elements for weeks and months at a time and charges them for health care, you're saying that it's fair?
So first of all,
Is that fair? No. Is that fair? If a child is dying on the streets, if a child is dying, and the mama take them to the hospital, and the hospital say it costs $10,000 to save your baby's life, get out of here. Is that fair?
Let me answer you. So what I am
you
saying
can answer yes or no. Is that fair?
But it ain't a yes or no
I do want a yes or no answer.
But it ain't a yes or no answer. Don't give away. It ain't a yes or no
I
answer.
gave you a no. You asked me would it be fair if the government charged $50 for a pill, and I said no. It wouldn't be fair because they should make it free. So when the government charges what they do now, when they charge people whose children are dying, when they make them go into debt to save their baby's life, is that fair? Yes or no?
No, Kiwi, hear me
I answered your question yes or no, sir. Sir, I answered your yes or no with a direct no. I would like a direct yes or no.
In the instance that what you described just now, of course not. But I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about if an individual come up with a pill. Just hear me out for a second. If an individual come up with a pill, invented a pill, and that pill is able to provide the services where you could cause someone to feel better or be better or whatever. And I charge, me as an individual, not the government, charge $500 for that pill. And the government comes in and say, no, you need to limit the price of that pill to $50. You say, well, I don't know what you're going to say about that, but put this in the instance as well. Not only did I come up with the pill, but my work, the risk that I take in learning about all these things and going to medical school or whatever, you know what I mean? And then me coming up with a solution, a product that would be helpful for people. Would it be fair in that instance? Not the government, the individual. Why would you have to limit? Why would I have to limit the price of that pill, even though it has the effect of making a whole lot of people feel better?
So can I answer that question? Let me. Can I answer that question?
Because sure, you can answer that. I would like to speak after you.
Yeah. Okay. Because that has a real world parallel. The people who invented insulin, first of all, understand that no one individual is inventing things like that. That is a collection. It's a group of people who are inventing these things. But the scientist who discovered insulin, he actually sold the patent for $1 because he knew that it could benefit people. He did not wish to gain monetarily from it. He knew it was a life-saving invention. So what happened was that these pharmaceutical companies, Sanofi, I can't think of it, they bought the patent themselves. They took the patent and they raised the price of insulin to where it is now, to where people are dying. I work in a pharmaceutical company. I've seen people pay $200, $300, $400 per month for insulin. So the original inventor of the device created it so that way there would be no benefit. Same thing with the person who discovered penicillin. He sold the patent for $1 because he wanted it to be available for everybody. So in a situation like that, where you invent something that can benefit the masses of people and you seek to profit off of that, then I believe definitely the government should step in, because you do not have the right to profit off of other people's misery. That is inhumane. So yes, I firmly believe that a government should step in, lower the price if necessary, to make it available for the masses of people. You know, we have to stop putting profits over individual peoples. Karl Marx, he understood how capitalism was a necessary step in development, but it wasn't intended to stay forever. So we progressed from feudalism to capitalism, and then his understanding that from there we would go to communism, socialism. I don't want to conflate the two, but there were benefits to it. But the benefits, number one, they don't outweigh the cost, and number two, it's not to last forever. It's merely to be a stepping stone. We have to come up with more humane systems that help the masses of people. Capitalism doesn't create. It merely concentrates the wealth in the hands of a very small population of people, which is why we can have a a country where we have more empty homes than homeless people because of the profit behind it. Or we can have people who are dying of insulin. They need to, diabetes when insulin was originally meant to be free because the profit motive supersedes everything. So looking at it like that, yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with doing that. I think that's necessary. We need to do that more often, if you ask me.
So my hard
Peter,
work. So my sorry.
Let me just interject here. I feel you on that, Carl. I do. I think the issue of profits over people, I think there's an issue in that. Profits over people. I don't mind I don't mind you making money off your creations, off your IP. But when it becomes a price gouging situation, like, again, it shouldn't be profits over people. And when it becomes a thing where, because y'all need it, and I know you need it, I'm going to raise this price to $500 a pill. This is what that white boy, Shrek or whatever his name was, did with that one medication a couple years back, right? The medication was like $1. He multiplied by like 1,000 or some shit like that. Come on, man. I don't mind you making your money. You bought the patent or whatever. It was a medication I was going for $1. You bought the patent. Kudos. I get it. I get you want to make a profit, but $1,000 fucking dollars from $1. Come on, man. And us black folks, we can't support that savage type of bullshit. Make your fair earnings, but don't gouge the people. Don't gouge the people.
I think that you all kill innovation. First of all, I think that your opinions kill innovation, number one. Because if a person who has the capacity to do that, first of all, if you say that the government should step in, well, you purchase the pills from me then. You purchase the pills from me at a price that I would like you to purchase it at. Maybe we can talk about it. We can exchange. We can negotiate with the price, what was considered a fair market price. We'll negotiate that. But I do not believe that you're supposed to swoop in and tell me what the price of my innovation should be. I think that that's wholly unfair. And you could see with this harder discussion of the fact that people are going to suffer. You could extend that to any industry. And say what the poor effects may be, whether if I don't sell my product at the price that you decide, these people are not only they're gonna starve, or these people may die. You could extend it to all manner. They won't be educated properly if you don't sell these books at the price that I want you to set it at. You could extend that to all manner of things. And I believe that the innovators of the world, they're gonna stop innovating. They say, well, where's the profit in that? Where's the benefit of that? On my hard work in creating something that is valuable, where somebody would want to purchase it. And the innovators will stop innovating.
No, I think that's wrong. I think we're not saying that you can't profit off of it, but the price gouging idea, the idea that you're going to charge, the idea that you're going to turn a $1 medication to be $1,000. You just arbitrarily raise this shit 1,000%. That's a problem.
Depends on how bad you want. Depends on how bad you want that $1 bill.
Hey, check this out, right? How about if the government purchases from them and the government give it away to the people? Right now, I don't believe in Marxism at all. And I'm being honest, I'm not a socialist. That's what me and my son gonna always differ. I told everybody I don't believe no white person ever created nothing that gonna benefit black people completely. I believe you can take something from it. I'm a firm believer in following black people. But in this case, talking about that pill, the government could the government have the ability to give the person that created the pill money, and then the government could give the pill and give the medication out to the people that need it. But see, then it's going to come down to who's in charge of that government. Because while black people is concerned about all humans, everybody else is smart enough to be concerned about their people. So that's the problem I have with black socialists. They concerned about everybody when everybody else is only concerned about them. So let's say hypothetically we were in a socialist society now and Joe Biden is in charge. White folks and everybody else is still going to get medication before black people do. Even when we talk about black people has been in the capital and been oppressed, because this is where it's come from. When you look at any socialist society that black people has ever lived under, they were always at the bottom of that society. I understand black people don't want to be under this rule, under this government over here, but I believe in what His Excellency the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey did, the greatest leader ever walked the face of the earth. We gonna use this capitalism and we gonna build our own. And when people say we can't use our capitalism to start building, that means they're ignoring That means they're ignoring everything that the UNIA did and what the UNIA was creating. So when it comes to but when it comes to what we were talking about and everything, and with all these, there's just the pills, right? I believe black people should have free health care. I'm not one of those people. I'm not part of the Rainbow Coalition. I'm not concerned. I don't have this humanitarian effort for everybody. I have a black effort for black people. That is it. We are at the bottom. We trying to feed the world and can't even feed our damn selves. We are trying to make sure everybody else is healthy, but we got more diabetes than everybody. We trying to make sure everybody else is okay economically, but we're at the bottom economically. So when it comes to that, for me, I'm a firm believer in we have to stay focused, make the main thing, and the main thing supposed to be black people. But I think healthcare is a black right. I think black people should have free healthcare. That's for the people. If you believe that these people will ever give you any type of reparations, that's part of it. We should have free healthcare. On that, I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. I really do. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, I've always been skeptical with the concept of the modes of production and historical development because I'm not in agreement that this same historical development can be conflated to Africa. No, I Trigger Happy. I think Walter Rodney kind of established we cannot conflate those things. He goes on to say, which is my problem with black Marxists. Africa didn't do this whole slavery to feudalism, capitalism thing. Anyone else want to add any last words?
Yeah,
Let's,
to me,
go ahead.
brother. Go ahead, Kyle. But no,
I
go
was
ahead,
going to
Kyle.
say, to Trigger Happy's point, I was going to mention Walter Rodney's, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. And he was saying that Africa was in a straight of transition from feudalism to maybe a social, skipping over capitalism, but it got interrupted by the Ma'afa and slavery colonialism. But, that can be debated. I do see that Africa didn't develop along the same lines as European. And, Marx was using England as an example. So, his analysis is flawed. It's not perfect. It got some holes in it.
I just want to point out, remind everyone that Carl and I used to have a book club together, with the Better Medicine Book Club. And we covered that book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. You guys could still check out that episode. Very good episode. That and the one with the menticide. Two good book club episodes you guys should check out. Bueno, you go ahead.
No, to me, free healthcare is choosing to eat apples and oranges instead of Popeye's chicken. But let me just say this. I'm kidding. But I do believe, and when you talking in terms of capitalism, let me put this out there. I do believe that our most vulnerable people should be taken care of. I don't believe that you should practice capitalism without a conscience. So let me put that out there just to make sure that I do believe that children should be provided for and taken care of. I believe I believe our elderly should be provided for and taken care of. But ultimately, comes down to who pays for it. I do not mind paying for a child, or my taxes going to ensure that children live comfortable lives or whatever. I don't mind that. I do not mind the our elderly, the people who have worked within their lifetime to be taken care of and not put out in the street. But in terms of healthy individuals with their right mind, this is where my issue comes in. Okay? And within our life course, all of us have agency and we exercise it in the way we wish. We choose to live the lifestyles we want to live. It's not by chance and circumstance that we are high in high blood pressure and diabetes. All these things would have been choices the individual would have choose to take. And then we say, well, someone else must pay for this. Well, during your life course, there are decisions that you would have made independently of everyone else. So why do now I have to step in and pay for your life choices, our lifestyle choices? Everyone knows now, as we currently exist, that if you eat enough McDonald's and Popeye's chicken, you will develop lifestyle illnesses. Okay, so if you do that and engage in that activity, and now say that I should reach down in my pocket, now that becomes a problem for me. That becomes a problem for me because this is something that you decided to do. Now, some things are hereditary, absolutely. So you have to take into account the people like these as well, because they had nothing to do with it. But for people who would have made their life choices, conscious choices to choose lifestyles that would have been deleterious to themselves during their life course, then I have a problem reaching down in my pocket and say it should be free for everyone. But that's just me. It's just my limited politics, my limited understanding of how it works. I can be very wrong, but that's just how I see the world.
Yeah, one of the things I like about Shoot the Breeze, one second. One thing I like about Shoot the Breeze is that it allows you to see sometimes the contradictions that we have within ourselves. So when we talk about re-Africanization or getting back, Sankofa, getting back to who we were and bringing it forward, we were a people that were about that Ubuntu concept that I am because how's it go again? I am because you are.
We are.
Oh, we are, right? Yeah. I am because we are. And so when you have that concept, that fundamental concept, I am because we are, I think it becomes more difficult to be unconscionable capitalist, in my opinion. Real Black Gentleman says, yes, I am because we are. Trigger Happy 262 says, also think that size of Africa as opposed to more compact cushioning of European cultures allows for one continent to push towards that linear development versus Africa. Yeah, but Bakari, I know you wanted to add something just now. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is what Bawana said, have capitalism with a conscience. Now he said who would pay for the government pay for the medication, but I absolutely agree with him that we shouldn't have to create some and give to people for lifestyle choices. If a man want to go lay down with a man and take his chances on getting AIDS, that's his damn business. That's should nobody. That's not that is not like cancer, that is not like certain things that we should be out here controlling. I don't, I truly, when it comes to that, I don't care. But the biggest thing about me, the biggest thing, right, for me is, right, in this whole topic, well, Nigerian democracy, they shouldn't have suppressed it. They shouldn't have suppressed those people vote. I think they had the right to vote. And if the leader is not doing the right thing, the leader should be removed. But I'm also a firm believer, if the leader is doing the right thing for the people, that shit, there ain't no need to damn vote if he's doing the right thing. But this idea of, well, I bump heads with a lot of people is when I talk to, especially here in Atlanta, I don't know about in where y'all live, but here in Atlanta, there's a lot of so-called conscious homeless people, right? Who have the ability to read and write. There's nothing wrong with them. If you talk to them, you can tell they're they can tell they're smart, but they won't get a job because they say they refuse to work for white supremacy. Then they have the nerve to tell me my dollar is useless. That is some white supremacy created. Then one of them literally asked me, and I remember this vividly, asked me after telling me my dollar is useless, and they used to go work for, and they refused to work for white supremacy, asked me would I buy them something to eat. I was like, dude, I got up and went to work. And you know, I had my own business, but I said, man, I got up and went to work. And I just used my money to buy me something to eat. And you told me it's useless, but you want me to take my useless money and buy you something to eat. I bit my burger, my fry, and took a sip of my soda and walked off and told him no. Because people, see, we get so caught up in, I believe we fight ourselves. I say it all the time. We think we're fighting the system, but we fight ourselves. We get so caught up in white supremacy, and that's a term I really don't use, but for the sake of this conversation, we get so caught up in saying you're going to fight white supremacy where you end up fighting yourself. Why should it be my responsibility to take care of people who have the ability to do something and they don't want to benefit anything to the society? But I should make sure my tax dollars go to make sure they have somewhere to live, make sure they have somewhere to stay, and they can just sleep all day, wake up, go stand on the corner and tell you crazy for doing anything, and they are the smart ones because they're not working for white supremacy. And another problem I have with it, right, when I hear people talking on this socialist kick, whenever I talk about the UNIA, or I talk about small black businesses coming together, these people on this so-called Marxist socialist kick, they tend to forget that I'm clearly talking about black people coming together, creating businesses together, not rich black people, and they clearly not no billionaires, people that was born with a platinum spoon in their mouth, and they clearly forget about you saying what we can do and how we should create businesses for ourselves and our community and control our community, and they run straight to whoever on Tesla and Twitter and any other than the white guy who they say them bought all the land in the country. They forget about what I'm saying about what black people should do and run to them and say, see, because see, capitalism, and we've been the capital, see, okay, yeah, I got you. Well, we were the capital, I got you. But this is the system we live in. So this is what I tell people. If you ain't willing to fight to change the system, ain't no need to talk about it. If you ain't willing to use the system right now to create what you truly want, there's no need to talk about it. And that's my take on that, because guess what? This capitalist system that we living under, nobody gave it to them. They didn't ask, can I change your system to capitalism and make y'all my slave? And then we came to America and got off the ship and asked the Native American, and they looked and said, Chief Howlin' Wolf, can you and Sister Hoppin' Rabbit give me y'all land so I can create something? It's the way they did this shit, and it was not nice like that. And even following, and I'm gonna say this and pass the mic because my son want to speak. Everybody who say anything about Marxism, won't they study what the Marxists, the people who created Marxism, what they said about black people?
All right, so I would like to respond.
Hold on, Kibwe, let me just say one thing before you go. So it'll be Kibwe,
okay, go ahead.
It'll be Kibwe, and then it'll be RBG. Just quickly, I want to say something that Bakari and Bwana, Mr. Untouchable, is saying that I actually agree with. I'm not saying that I am because we are, meaning that I'm going to accept your personal life choices to not compete, to not be a part of what we're doing. I have hellfire for that kind of thing. I believe if you decide not to contribute, not to compete, not to be a part of what we're doing, then we should lead you out to the forest of no return. We should lead you out there. You're not a part of us anymore. If you're not competing, if you're not contributing to the collective, you're out of here. And once we establish that fundamental idea, I then think we should move forward as a people that look out for each other. We don't put profits over people, right? Trigabi262 in the chat says, yeah, for my people, Akan, modern Ghana, a person is not an actualized person unless they are in a relationship with their community, doing things with their community, very people-centered. That's my idea, and it's ironic because, and maybe Untouchable will correct me, but I think our particular people, Bahamian people, are from, what would have been considered Ghana, and some of us from the Congo. So it's interesting that I share that kind of belief that everyone has to be a part of that community. And then once you accept that, then we could deal with the I am, because we are. But I'm not going to reward you for bad personal choices. I just want to be clear about that in my outlook of the system. Kibwe, go ahead.
Right. So something that everybody, or not everybody on the panel, but a lot of people in the panel and in the chat keep referring to is this capitalism with a conscience. Capitalism with a conscience. And I mean, it's kind of funny because it's an oxymoron, because capitalism ain't got no conscience. When we and I want to make this clear. These are not African beliefs, African ideals that you all are spewing when you talk about, I don't want my money to pay for nobody who doesn't quote unquote contribute. I don't want my money to pay for nobody who got HIV from sleeping with a man. I'm not paying no taxes to these people who do these things I don't like. These are not African ideals. These are the same things that the people who own Twitter, Tesla, who own all the farmland, these are the same things that they say. The African principles are that we are a community, that we all, what did you just say? I am because we are. The African principles is that healthcare is a human right. And when the government takes taxes to pay for universal health care, it's not, oh, you taking my money and giving it to somebody who I don't like. It's, I'm going to contribute to this larger project of ensuring all of our people have access to health care. It's not, oh, you taking my money and giving it to some bum who don't want to work. Is this really how we're going to talk about our own people? Are we really going to sit here and look for reasons to deny our people human rights like health care, housing, a free college education, child care? We're going to deny these things to black. We're going to dig and nitpick for reasons to deny these things to our own black people. These are not the principles of our ancestors, truthfully. So this is why I say capitalism don't got no conscience. You cannot be a pro-black capitalist. These are not pro-black. These are not pro-black ideals. And I'm going to tie it back to the topic. What's going on in Nigeria is a prime example. They black. They are black, and they're doing this to their own black people, because all of the people talking about consciousness with a capitalism or capitalism with a conscience, if they were the millionaires and billionaires in Nigeria, they would be saying, we can't let these people vote for Kibwe. They're going to take our businesses. They're going to make us pay more in taxes. They're going to try to remove our power and spread it amongst everybody evenly. We can't let them young folks vote for Kibwe. So they would lobby the government, do the dirty work to have the government use the police to suppress us. And that's exactly what's going on in Nigeria, because that is what capitalism creates. That's what it rewards. There is no capitalism with a conscience, and there's no such thing as pro-black capitalism. It doesn't exist. The system in itself is based on suppressing black people's democracy. It's based on exploiting people for their labor. So it just doesn't exist.
Kibwe, I appreciate everything that you're saying. I do. I do think, though, that we have to be forward thinking, and we have to consider how are we going to have power and nations and sustain it if we don't have a system that says, hey, if you remove yourself from the system and you're not a contributor to I guess the brain trust of us going forward and progressing and building, there has to be something different. I don't know what it is personally, but there has to be something in place that deals with that, or else we're going to have a threshold, right? We're going to surpass a threshold of people who are not contributing that leads us right back to the problem that we've had for the last 400 or 500 years. I think there's something we have to implement that says, hey, you cannot remove yourself, and just because you're us, we're not going to reward you for the fact that you just removed yourself from contributing to the progress, right, of our society. Don't you think there needs to be something there? Again, I don't have the answer, but what do you say to that?
Well, I want to challenge this idea of not contributing. I mean, a lot of the people who you claim are not contributing, what you really mean is they're not pursuing capital. They're not pursuing money. And once again, this is not an African principle. No, our ancestors didn't believe artists. Our ancestors, let me finish. Our ancestors did not believe artists have no value, that drummers have no value, that wrestlers have no value. So this idea that you're not contributing to our progress if you're not pursuing money is just, it's not of African people. You all would be saying that griots from medieval West African history and the Ghana Empire, the Mali Empire, the people who memorized the entire history of these places to pass it on to the youth because they track their history orally. You people would say they're not contributing. They're just memorizing these stories all day and telling them to kids when they ask questions. That's not moving us forward. This is a capitalist, a European colonialist idea of not contributing.
Wait. No, I gotta stop you there because that's just not true. I actually believe in those people. I actually sit up here on this show, the same Shoot the Breeze back 2 years ago or so when we started this, right? I actually sit up here and I talk about we need the artisans. We need the artisans to be out here making, the filmography that gives that good propaganda to our people. We need the welders. We need these people. I'm talking about, like right now in Black society, we have a group of people who are in gangs and all this kind of shit, who are really not contributing to the forwarding or the progress of the people. I'm talking about those people. I'm not talking about the artisans. I actually consider myself an artisan, even though I do a scientific job. I consider myself an artisan, and I actually think they are the people to really push this meter forward, to really get our people out of this problem. To be real honest with you, I don't really believe in the scientists per se. I believe in the artisans, right? So, no, I have to disagree with you there. I don't look down on those people. I think they are some of the most important people that we need. But there are people. We do have people, and we will have people, if you don't hold them accountable, who will absolutely do nothing. Let me tell you, Kibwe, I'm from, if you don't know, I'm from the Bahamas, just like Bwana Hagaziki. We're from the same island too, right? And Bwana should be able to tell you, if he can't, I will. There's people in my neighborhood. I'm from an area called the Grove. There's people who are sitting down, young men, who are sitting down with their arms crossed, and all they're looking up one way and down the other way of a street. They're sitting on a corner on a block, absolutely contributing nothing to the forwarding of that society. I grow up around that. You know what I mean? And that's the people I have the problem with. You cannot, there's no free ride. That's the one thing I'll take from that system, that you can't have that free, you can't just be sitting down doing nothing while Bakari, while Kibwe, while Bwana, while Carl, while Real Black Gentlemen, who we need to get to next, right, is out here thinking and putting together, stringing together ideas and concepts and working things out in practical situations, and you ain't doing shit. Nah. I'm sorry, but let's go to Real Black Gentleman because he's been here for a while waiting. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I guess I'm trying to find the middle ground. Like, if I have to be as an individual, right? Again, I'm not how would I say it? Scared off by capitalism, right? Capitalism is just, like I said, if you're going to take the word, understand the word, break it down. Capital, capit is the root of capitalism. That just means your head. It means just that you're thinking. And like, and my personal understanding of capitalism is basically two types of capitalism: is you use your head to get ahead, or you use this is the evil, wicked capitalism that we're all thinking about. You use your head to get over. And by get over, I mean get over on someone. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I say, if I use my head and I I'm a farmer, right? And I take one seed and I allow that seed to blossom into a plant and have 100 seeds, and I plant 100 things, I'm not harming anyone and I'm getting ahead. Now, if I put value on my work, that's okay. It is okay for people to put value on things. Okay? I don't want, and this is the thing. Now, some things in a society, and we're talking about a lot of people with a lot of heads and a lot of ideas, right? And a lot of things that we do, or how we're trying to get our meal. And I don't necessarily want it to be on that root base level, just trying to eat, you know what I'm saying, trying to breathe, trying to rest. But as we do these things, there is a balance, right? It cannot be laissez-faire. I go out here and I do what I do to get my dollar, and it really doesn't matter if I rape, murder, or robbed in order to do that. That's, you know what I'm saying? There naturally is things, but I'm not of the belief that we did not have we did not synthesize value addition and trying to, you have to, if you're going to innovate, you know what I'm saying? You have to have, there is incentive. There is incentive. I mean, and this is not about getting over on people. I mean, these vices of people robbing from other people, like, maybe, like, I'm not going to say that no Africans stole from other people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a Ma'at saying, I did not steal, you know what I'm saying, type stuff, because it's just the nature of what would incentivize people to steal. If there's a whole bunch of crops growing and there's plenty of surplus, well, no one's going to steal for a crust of bread. Okay, so we can do that, but there's still always going to be the avarice that people have. Now that can be tempered in the youth. You can temper that down. I mean, the whole idea of competing, someone wants to be on top. Now, when I talk about using your head to get over, like, sports and competition is the manifestation of that on a humane level, where I'm the best man in a physical competition. Like, if I'm literally wrestling you, I'm trying to get over on you. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm the best at that, then probably people will put value into that. It's not, you know what I'm saying? People will want to be the best, and the person who's the best wrestler, the best fighter, the best, competitor, they're going to get their flowers, because at the end, there's only going to be one. And that's not to say that you can't have systems of duality and of power sharing. You know what I'm saying? But when we're talking about capitalism, we're talking about the head. And, you know what I'm saying? Power is difficult for, when we're talking about, a nation and whatnot, and we're talking about, the lives of all the people that, some things are just going to have to be, some decisions are just going to have to be made. Someone's head is going to make a decision. And whether or not everyone, agrees to that or not, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that Africans and capitalism are exclusive. Okay, that's just my thing. I think that a lot of times what we do is we get into this dichotomy. You know what I'm saying? Like, if African people did not have a sense of that, we would not even be in this situation, because we will be immune to trying to put value on things, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I just want to make sure that, it's awful to trade people. People are not commodities. And Lord knows, I hope the slave trade, the Arab slave trade should have proven that. But the transatlantic slave trade most certainly proved that. But that's not to say that people cannot trade, people cannot again, it's like the idea of that I'm trying to get a better deal in how much honesty and how much okay, it's like it's best to allow things to move around the society. But and again, in the midst of Africa, in this world that we live in with Europe and Asia trying to, scry into Africa, there's always been a bit of trade. It's like the military technologies that moved into Africa. These things were traded because we put value on these things. You know what I'm saying? We cannot have this. I wish Africans had the hive mind. Lord knows, but it's not practical. But what it is that we just have to just tighten up a lot of these, sentiments. That's my thing. It's like, I don't want to throw out capitalism because the white people clearly have a way of doing it on us. We just have to learn how to capitalize in our own African way. Capitalism is not just European. I understand that. I think it's the biggest thing that we do is we ascribe any kind of economic systems to Europe. Like we did not have valuations on things. Like we had valuations on things. Otherwise, people would not put value on African people to even trade us in the first place. I just think we have to tighten that up. This is not about, again, it's all about finding the middle ground about all of this, because we do have societies, but I've said this in a previous program that societies overlap. So there is not just one socialism. There's a whole bunch of societyisms.
Okay, well, listen. We know Africans and capitalism are not exclusive or mutually exclusive, because we see the Africans in Nigeria, the rich ones, sending the African police to beat on the young African people and don't let them vote in the African election because they want to maintain their African money for the 1%, and the 99% of Africans, they can starve. And if they're going to vote us out of power, we're going to use the police not to do that. We know that Africans can capitalize off of capitalism because we see them doing it. And we see all the Africans who get capitalized on. So this idea is kind of just bringing back capitalism with a conscience. And it's where is capitalism? Capitalism rewards you for not having a conscience. The reason that they charge you for healthcare is because capitalists know that you're gonna take on $1 million in debt before you let your child die. So they're going to exploit that. The reason that housing isn't free, they know that you're willing to go into debt, that it's an extremely desperate situation to be homeless. So they're going to exploit that, and they get rewarded very well. A lot of these people who y'all like to claim are working so hard, as if the Sackler family is just in the lab producing the newest medication. That's not how it works. They just own the labs, and they pay the scientists whatever they pay them, and then the scientists produce the medicine, and then they sell it to black children and black families for an exorbitant price. I mean, this is how the free market works. The free market is exploitation. So this idea, like you said, I agree. We should have the hive mind. But capitalism isn't the hive mind. It's all mine. That's how capitalism works. It rewards these ideas. And the people in a capitalist structure, the bourgeois class is not going to serve the interests of the working class just because they're black. And they're all black. And we see that demonstrated all across the African continent. If this was the case, corruption wouldn't be so widespread in a lot of these governments.
Can I add something? I'm sorry. Can I speak after Juana then? Because I had some things I wanted to say. Because I want to forget.
And then Carl.
Yeah, Kyle, I'll be brief. Try to be very brief. So the first thing is that when Kibwe was saying that it's not African to practice capitalism in terms of that nature, and we like look at the community. We are more community oriented in terms of that. What I would say to that is, in Ghana, I think that the brother was mentioning Akan and Ghana. If I was living in a Akan society, I wouldn't live in that society, in that communal or in that community situation. The men of that society won't be drinking palm wine all day, laying down and not producing anything for that community and expect them to eat at the end of the day. Nor would they be getting a bunch of women pregnant and not taking responsibility for the children they create. There will be more producers and ensuring that community, ensuring that down that community, and ensuring that community is strong. In the society where I exist in, I can't count the last day where 5 black able men have come up to me and asked me for $1. When I go to get my cigars, I'm a cigar smoker, and I earn my right to buy a cigar, there is at least 5 or 10 men just standing around milling about the liquor.
Sponsor me $1, Buana. Buana, sponsor me $1.
Sponsor I mean, this is literally every day. I mean, from the young man, for the young girl man, to the older man. I watch this every day. And I don't understand that. I'm like, man, what? You can't do nothing? You mean nothing? I mean, I remember one time, there was some young people who came up to me and asked me to sponsor them. Like how Coco was saying, I had a paper ready for me to write my name down. That's another scam. And I asked the young brothers, I was like, listen, I'll give you $10 if you wash my car. They look at me and they scoff. Because the way I learn about it, it's like, man, if I give you an amount of money, what are you gonna do in return? It should be something reciprocal happening here. You know what I mean? So this is the way I learn it. So they literally look at me and scoff, and then go act. This is a culture of begging, a culture of getting something for nothing. You know, I don't think that behavior existed in our original African societies. So understanding that we are in another kind of situation, I have to operate as such. I don't want to operate as an individual. So I try to find a coupling or groups of people who are like-minded as I am. It's not to suggest that I want to throw away people, but if you are willful in your behavior, whereas you don't want to do anything and you are committed to that experiment, I can't see me just supporting that or supporting whatever drug habit you may have, because a lot of them have drug habits. I can't see me as an individual to support that on a daily basis. Like I say, it's at least 5 men, grown men of working age, not old men, not children, who come up to me every day and ask me for $1. You know what I mean? That culture is not African either. That's not an African culture either. So if I'm practicing anti-Africanism, so are they. So are they. You know, so I there's other points that I wanted to go, but I'll let Carl go. Go ahead, Carl.
Thank you. So there's a couple of things I think that people have said, and some things I want to kind of point out, because I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what capitalism is. Capitalism is an economic system in which the means of production are privately owned. So with that being said, I hear people complaining about our tax dollars going to support this and support that. Those of us who live in the United States, our tax dollars go to support the military. So the United States military is the largest military on earth. It's larger than, we spend more money on our military than the next 10 countries combined. Okay. The Pentagon has failed its audits for years. So there's no accountability. I never hear people complaining about the amount of our tax dollars going to support the military, which bombs and oppresses people in developing nations. I never hear that complaint. One, I never hear the complaint about our tax dollars supporting billionaires, and people like Jeff Bezos can pay no taxes. When the stock market crashed in 2008, these billionaires were considered to be too big to fail, and our tax dollars were used to prop up billionaires, while average everyday Americans lost their home. The biggest loss of black wealth was in 2008 during the housing crash. Obama, our first black president, gave money to billionaires, gave money to Wall Street, and basically said, "Fuck y'all niggas," to the poor black people who lost their homes because of subprime lending. So capitalism tends towards monopolies. So there is no conscious capitalism, because the problem with that is the unconscious capitalists will buy your business from you. They will take your business and make it their own. So we see that, and this is why Marx was so important about dialectical historical materialism, because we have to look at history. We see that in America, just for example, all of our news is filtered through five companies. Five. So all of your media is going through just five companies. 10 years ago, it was 50 companies. But because these companies that were ethical, that didn't want to have shortcuts, that wanted to do the right thing, would be bought out by by the people who did not want to do that. So as Brother Keybrand, my socialist brother Keybrand was saying, there is no ethical because it incentivizes greed. It incentivizes exploitation. Okay, so to pretend I'm gonna do this the right way, you will simply be bought out. You will go out of business. You will go extinct because capitalism needs profits. If you're not making as much profit as the other guy, you will go out of business. And this is something that we see. So there's no reforming this monster. Like, you can't reform hell. You're not gonna have a nice beach house on the lake of fire. Okay, so at the end of the day, this is what it is. This is an exploitative system. It served its purpose. It was an improvement on feudalism, but now it is obsolete. You cannot have infinite growth on a finite planet. We're seeing the destruction of global environment, the destruction of the ecosystems, because capitalism takes and takes and takes, because the profit motive is greater than everything. We talked about global warming and climate change. Exxon had their own scientists investigate climate change. They know that what they're doing is affecting the climate. They don't care because short-term profit is greater than the existence of the planet. They don't care. So to say that you can reform a system that will literally destroy the earth to increase their stock portfolio 5% over every year, that can't be done. So that's just what I want to say to that.
And I would like to add on to that right quick, because truthfully, you said what? Hello?
No, I said go ahead. You and Bakari.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to say this right quick. This capitalism with a conscience, really the proof is in the pudding, because capitalism exists all over the globe. And I mean, where is it being practiced with a conscience? I mean, listen, because we don't even have to just talk about black people. White people would the white capitalists exploit white people. We just seen what they did with the train derailment in Ohio. A white business fired a whole bunch of white workers to make money and didn't care if they flooded an all-white city with toxic chemicals. We can look in Asia and look at the sweatshop labor that's going on in Asia, where they're being beaten if they try to take a break. Children are being forced to work 14, 15-hour shifts. We can go to Latin America and we can look at the governments in Latin America who are willing to let European companies come in and exploit their people as long as they get benefits from it. So then we can tie back to the topic. Look at Nigeria, where the conscious capitalists are, they're just lobbying the government, or not even lobbying in Nigeria, truthfully. They're just outright paying government officials to send in the police and to, don't let black people vote in their elections. So really the proof is in the pudding. Where has this conscious, see, they believe in a system where exploitation is completely legal and economically incentivized, but we'll just hope that the capitalists will be nice to the workers, versus socialists who believe in a system where there can be no exploitation because the workplace is collectively owned and the leader is democratically selected. So I mean, the proof is in the pudding. The conscious capitalism, these are the results.
Anybody would like to comment to what
Absolutely.
Yes.
First, let me say this. Because I know this is Brother Akari's Prince, and like I say, it's a hands-off approach to him. But what I would say is, first and foremost, Kiwi, you are 20 years my junior. Now, if your generation is able to actualize the things that your brothers are saying in terms of ensuring that our most needy people are taken care of, black folks are taken care of worldwide, I support it. I'm with you all. If you all are able to actualize that. So I would never I don't want to go against my youngers, because I know that if you all have it in your mind to achieve it, it can be achieved. But where I am standing right now, that is not my current reality, so I can't delve into that. But I would say this, in terms of conscious capitalism, America is, and I'm not a big proponent of flailing the red, white, and blue, but I also know, and I can't ignore the fact that they are the country that gives most in the world to many needy nations, whether in terms of providing food, whether in terms of providing medicines for people who need it, whether in terms of providing hurricane relief. They did it in our country and in many other countries in the Caribbean as well. You know, many needy nations look to America for the things that they provide all around the world. Does that come without conditions to it? We could talk about that. But I do know that they are the largest contributor. With all the things that you could say against in terms of capitalism, they are the largest contributor in terms of resources, essential resources that needy people need all over the world, more so than any other country in the world. So when you say you're looking for a country that does it, you could start right in the country that you live in right now, the largest one. So these kind of conversations get kind of hairy, but like I say, if you all brothers, the youngers, are able to produce these kinds of situations as you all grow in strength and grow in mind and grow in power, hey man, it's all power to you all. But the world that I currently exist in, that is just not my reality. But I'll stop there.
Anyone else want to have a last word here?
May I say something?
Yeah,
can I just speak on the topic with Nigeria and try to tie in everything? Like, right. I would say that a lot of times, if the one of the biggest problems is surplus, because once you have surplus as a nation, once you're a nation, right? You're any country, and within all your peoples, all your farmers, you know, the surplus. Meaning there's plenty of food, right? And no one is hungry in your nation. Then you have extra food, right? I'm just talking about the basic. I'm not talking about any other type of thing. I guess when we talk about these Nigerian, you know, these elections in Africa, right? It's just the nature of how the nations in Africa are held together by the West. And the best thing African can do is to basically is to talk amongst themselves and to figure out how to build. How are they a fundamental basic African unit? Imagine like a state, or you know what I'm saying, like a state, but not even like that, not like a county, but or more like a region that are just like, imagine you see the African nations and you can just break them down into smaller chunks and get creative with it and figure out what are the constituent parts and peoples in those areas, and how do African peoples self-identify as them. Once we as Africans are better at self-identifying ourselves, and how would I say it? We need national structure. I mean, and the thing is, we don't have to have hard lines, because a lot of times hard borders are based off of military. You know what I'm saying? Military conflict. They're not necessarily like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I want to make sure that if we have the surplus in any nation, why if Nigeria had a mean surplus and could you know, in whatever capacity, and that's the thing, is like Africa has to have its surplus. Once you have surpluses, then you can start to trade in basic economic terms. Then we don't have to worry about trying to capitalize on a short term. I mean, the best thing I would encourage Africa to do, I mean, is to really re-examine the Berlin Conference seriously, and have regions say that we're 3 countries, but in reality we're like 6, or we're 3 countries, but in reality we can be 1. It has to be radically transformed. The lines that we see in Africa is not the real Africa. And until Africa can reshape itself Can a lot of these conversations about what a society is and how those people produce and defend themselves? Because we gotta have military, industries in Africa. We gotta produce our own weapons. We have to do a lot, and a lot of that does have to do with an all hands on deck kind of like civil works, public works, where it's just like, yo, we need everyone to do this, almost constrict the people to make sure that, that there's basics, because it almost, you can't have 100, sometimes you can't have 100 things going at once. Sometimes you can only have 10 things to go at once, and we need all hands on deck to do these 10 things. Once we get these 10 things going, we can kind of go back to our lives the way we were. We can have our freedom. That's the kind of that's what Sankara was trying to do. And that's the thing, that's the socialism that I guess we would all want, and it got cut short. And so as African people, that's like, it's all because it's there's always external pressures. And we just have to have the wit about that and have the honor to not, when you're in high places, to just like, when we talk about the conscious, don't sell out, don't be tempted, don't find yourself isolated. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot to it. And a lot of this has to do with, the pressures that we get from Europeans, and like how at any given point in time, when a good idea that, when not just people who don't have the means to enact it, but when you have the resources to do something and to make it stand, and it's not transient, it's not impossible, but I just don't, when I say a hive mind, I don't want to be unconscious, like ants or nothing like that. We're human, we're people, we're, the stuff of God. We have, responses, our senses, judgments. And I'm not going to give that up for no one. I'm not going to give up my sense of judgment, my perspective. All that has to be taken into consideration, although the lesser things may have to be cut to the side for the greater good. I get that. Everything is, some days you have to capitalize, some days you have to socialize, and sometimes you have to switch up in the middle of the day. That's how I have to say.
Okay, and you know what? I agree with a lot of the things that you're saying, but I want to touch on the first thing that you said, which was, these African countries, they need a surplus. All of these African countries where you see that are supposed to be so poor, they create a surplus. They create wealth. We're talking about Nigeria. The 5 richest men in Nigeria, their wealth completely combined is $30 billion. Yet there's 5 million people who live below the global poverty line. They have enough money to end poverty completely in Nigeria. And they have enough money to guarantee housing and guarantee health care and guarantee secure food and water for everybody in the country. But it is like, who do you think is paying the government to send the police to not let them vote for these things? So I agree when you say it has to be all hands on deck. I agree when you say we have to move forward. But capitalism is holding us back. There's no reason for anyone in Nigeria to starve. That is statistically proven. The 5 richest men in the country, they're a big part of the reason why it doesn't happen. These systems are innately not pro-black. If you're willing to endorse a system, and I'm not trying to criticize y'all, but what I'm saying is we have to be able to let go. Just because it exists now does not mean it's the only thing that can exist. Because when you look at how these systems operate, they are just innately anti-black. I mean, the capitalism in Nigeria is anti-black because it's allowing black people, black women, black children to starve and suppressing black people's right to vote. These are the results of capitalism in itself. And when you say it has to be all hands on deck, I agree. We all have to just acknowledge that the system, the free market has failed. The system is broken. There is no conscious capitalism. And I think that, and to tie it back to everything, I think Nigeria is a great example of that, because it is one of the wealthiest nations in sub-Saharan Africa. It is leading, almost pretty much leading the continent, right? I have a lot of Nigerian friends, and they all say the same thing. Nigeria is a country full of beautiful people. Nigeria has so much potential, but the corruption and the bourgeois are holding the country back. Capitalism is literally holding Black people back, even when we do it in completely Black spaces.
Okay, boy, I gotta say, we may have to get you a podcast on KWAZ Radio too, man. Shout out to your dad, Brother Bakari. Is there any other last thoughts on this topic here before we go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9?
One quick thought on that.
Go ahead.
You mentioned about how the United States is giving a lot of aid. United States sanctions hurt more countries than they help. Look at what happened recently, the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. U.S. sanctions are literally keeping aid from reaching these people. And also, too, the United States don't give aid to their own people. Let's not forget Hurricane Katrina happened, and that was a natural disaster, and they let those people sit in the Superdome in Louisiana for days, and they actually turned down aid coming from Cuba. So, that's just U.S. propaganda. I don't tend to take too much into that, because they hurt a lot more than they help. And that's all I want to say.
Well, but Kyle, the United States don't provide the people with have a welfare system. They don't have a welfare system, and that's one. And two, when you say that it's propaganda that the United States don't provide aid that they suggested, I guess, I lived the experience now when the major hurricane hit Nassau, Bahamas. There are many Bahamians who helped themselves. That's no doubt about that. But there are many American boats, and yachts, wealthy American people, who was helping and rescuing people in Freeport and ensuring that these people, their lives were salvaged, because many people died during that hurricane. But I clearly remember even the United States Coast Guard, so I understand what you're saying, that there are elements that America does not have clean hands. I would never dismiss that. But I also would say, because I lived the experience to see that the Americans and American government coming to the assistance of people who needed it the most, and they didn't have to do it. They could have let a bunch of Bahamians languish and die. And it's only through a lot of our own efforts we was able to help ourselves. But I distinctly remember that the American government sending what's the name of it? Coast Guards to come down here by helicopters and their boats to rescue many needy Bahamians. So, like I say, man, I understand what you're saying, but I also understand what I'm saying as well. It's a dualistic situation going on here.
All right, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. I want to thank all of you who came up on the panel tonight, all of you who were in the chat. Looks like we don't have many people in the chat again, but hopefully you guys are enjoying the conversation either live or during the playback. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is how good is democracy, right? We just talked about Nigerian democracy under attack, and here we are with another prompt. How good is democracy? Just takes us to a tweet by Samira. She says zoophilia pride march in Germany. Wow, that's some weird shit right there. Okay, zoophilia march in Germany. Why is this not?
Once I had a sexual relationship with an animal. It was a dog, a male dog who was who used me, let's say, and in the moment I'm living together with a German Shepherd bitch. For me, it is far easier to build an emotional relationship to an animal than to a human. And so for me, it's even easier to have some sexual contact with an animal than with a human. Ja, Hunde gucken.
Akzeptieren und fertig. Das ist ganz normal.
Welche Tiere fühlst du dich denn mitgezogen?
Pferde mitgezogen, aber da ist es.
Yeah, whoever, Oni, I gotta blame Oni for this one. Oni, I think, posted this. This is an asshole post completely, but I get it. This is what democracy will get you. When everyone seeks to have their voice heard, you'll have people who like to have coat hanger hooks pushed in their asshole. You'll have them saying, "Hey, listen, I need to be heard too about my situation." Right? I need to be represented. I need to be understood. I need to be seen. Right? How good is democracy really? Real Black Gentleman in the chat said bestiality or Zuliism is out there. He says a German Shepherd bitch laughing my fucking ass off. Yeah, that was funny to me too. But this is what you would get in true democracy. You'd have to listen to shit like this. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to this?
See, I mean, what's the point of see what you can't let that stand, man. It's already rooted in deep. Them people come from all over Europe to that spot, right? So it's like, and they networking. It's just oh no. See, this is why. Look, this is why people are imperfect, and you're supposed to know better. You're supposed to teach over generations why you should never, ever, 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 ever in 1,000 lifetimes do something like that. Look, look. This is how diseases spread between one animal to another. I'm straight. I don't need to go to Europe. I don't need it. I don't need it. How good is democracy, man? I mean, it's like this. The thing is, like, this is why you almost have to, like, you gotta have people. If you're going to sit here and make laws, and you're going to sit here and do stuff, you have to have, like, every 50 years, like, the people, like, reassess these laws that are on these books and make sure that, you know what I'm saying, we're just not making laws in response to stuff, that every law in the book means something. Otherwise, you could actually enforce things that are out of order, like this. The reason why people are not instantly repulsed and say, like, yo, we're gonna talk to you about this, and we're gonna make sure that we're gonna make sure that you don't have no pets around you, no animals, and you see, it's things like that. That's where the society comes in and keeps them people in a room for about 6 months until, you know what I'm saying, and just keep talking the sense out of them. And if they don't want to, but it should never get to that point in the first place. That's the whole point. And how good is democracy? I ain't going to do nothing but ramble about this. I'm going to pass the mic, man.
No, I appreciate everything you said, to be honest. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat said that there is actually an argument for Western democracy and the inherent deception embedded in it. In a sense, Western democracy lacks direct accountability because it plays too much political theater. He goes on to say, but leadership that is concrete, built up, trained with many wisdom traditions, and checked with a checks and balance system, is much more accountable to the people. Lastly, he says it's more direct in a sense. You know exactly who isn't doing good when they start to mess up. But Western democracy builds this grand game and theater, and now you play into figuring out who is it. I like what Trigger Happy 262 had to say here. It's the theater of it here. You know, that's the thing here about, you know, quote unquote Western democracy. They play a hell of a theatrical game, so to speak. Right? But how good is democracy? Let's go to Buana Hagaziki on this.
I don't really. I'm not a big believer in democracy. You know, I'm not a big believer in it, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But Koku, you remember the old football player called Michael Vick?
Yeah, from Atlanta.
So they lock up Michael Vick because they say he was fighting with dogs, eh? Now this man on their TV, on the same TV, on TV screen in Europe, America, all the same to me. This guy going doggy style on his pet every day. And I'm thinking, where's the animal rights activists? Where's the big hoo-ha over because animals can't give consent. Animals can't give consent. So unless he is Brian from what's the cartoon show? Anyway, but animals can't give consent. So you raping the dog every night. The dog don't know what's happening. Why is something getting stuck up his rectum every night? And it's like, you ain't see no animal rights activists out there. Because this man should be locked up. But this is the reason why I'm not a big believer in democracy, because everyone has a say so in terms of who becomes the leader of the nation. And if a sick-minded individual like this, his vote is just as legitimate as my vote, then if you get a bunch of these people outnumber people like me, who sick, I believe I'm a reasonable person, then you have a sick-minded leader. You have a sick-minded leader. Democracy, I feel, don't factor in that you have people out here who are in very large numbers, and it's not to be elitist, but they don't even know how government works. They don't even know the you go from president, the vice president, the legislator, executive. They really don't know that. But these people have just as legitimate vote at the ballot box in terms of who becomes their leader of the country that I have to exist in as I do. So I feel like if that is the prostitute walking up the street has just as much legitimacy in terms of who becomes the leader of the nation as I do. So this is the problem I have with democracy. I believe that you should prove yourself as a citizen first before you have a right to vote. You have to prove yourself as a citizen. Now, how that comes about, that, you know, we have to decide that. But if you don't know in terms of how even the government is working, how should you have a right to elect who the leader of the government should be? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. So we can have a crackhead in office as a leader, you know. So we can have a crackhead because, like I say, the ignorant outnumber the informed. And they'll put anyone in office who they see him fit, who give them a candy for that day, or give them Kentucky Fried Chicken. You know what I mean? So I believe that if you do have this idea what democracy is, I believe that these things you have to prove yourself as a legitimate citizen first, whatever that means, you know, before you have a right to elect who's supposed to be in charge in terms of democracy. But that's my views on it, you know.
Let's hear from Carl next. How good is democracy, Carl?
Democracy has its place. As somebody who's owned dogs his whole life, you know, shout out to my dog Max. He's a good boy. But looking at this is so disturbing. First of all, that dog is being abused. Okay, when I go to the Humane Society, I see dogs that have been abused and mistreated. They're trying to rehabilitate them. That dog is terrified. Okay, so I agree with Brian. That dog needs to be taken away. and rehomed. In the United States, at least, that would be considered a crime. Bestiality is against the law. So that dog is being abused. That dog needs to be taken away and given to a loving family because that's ridiculous. Okay. I'm just disgusted by the whole thing, seeing that poor dog look the way it had it look, the way its body posture, its eyes, it wouldn't look you in the eye, it's turning its head quickly, its ears are down, it's not wagging its tail. That dog is being mistreated. That's just one thing I want to add to that. And I don't like to see that type of stuff as an animal lover. I hate to see that. This dude is raping this dog. 'Cause you're right, animals cannot give consent. So this dog is definitely being mistreated. He needs to be taken away. Um, and also too, there's a long history of Europeans with canines. The original myth of the founding of the city of Rome, the two brothers Romulus and Remus were abandoned and they were nursed by a she wolf. So there's a long been a fascination with dogs in European culture. I think it's gone too far. Um, Democracy as it exists, I don't like. We don't really have democracy in the United States anymore. The United States is more of an oligarchy than a democracy, but that's by design because the original people who created this country, I don't want to call them the founding fathers. They were slave owners, they were psychopaths, they were Indian killers. So I'm not going to give them no props. But
Founding devils.
thank you. The founding devils, they created this country because they created it so they didn't have a direct democracy by the people. And Alexander Hamilton, he feared democracy, true democracy. He was afraid he called it mob rule. So they have set up to where it's a representative democracy, to where you elect people who represent you. That's how kind of get away from direct rule by the people. And they had certain rules on who could vote. You had to own property. You had to be a white man. You had to own land. You had to have a certain amount of wealth before you could vote. So they tailored the democracy, and we see that across the world. Even the creators of democracy in ancient Athens, only certain people could vote in Athens. So there was never been a rule by the masses of people. I don't think this type of mess would fly. I think most people with sense are going to see, hey, this is wrong. Especially, in the Western world where we love dogs so much, they're not going to let this fly. They're not going to be okay with this man raping this dog. So, in a true democracy, they're going to see this nonsense. They're going to penalize it. They're going to vote it out. I don't think there exists enough zoophiles in the world to make this go legally. But in a true democracy. But since we don't have democracy, because we have in the U.S. we have an oligarchy, which is rule of the rich, not rule of the people. I would even go so far as to say it's a kleptocracy, which is ruled by thieves. So we don't really have these structures and these barriers set up for democracy, because democracy does require a class of people who are educated, who know the laws, who know the system, so that they can make informed decisions. I live in Florida, and we democratically elected a fascist as our governor. So because in the minds of many people who live in the state, as long as the black people and the immigrants and the poor people are catching it worse than everybody else, they're okay with having a little bit of boot on their necks. And that's part of the problem, is that when you have a system that incentivizes exploitation and greed, that eventually turns to more draconian systems of government. So I don't think democracy is perfect, but I do think that if you're going to have a democratic system, you have to have an educated populace. You have to have people who know the rules. I hope this dude, whoever this rapist is raping this poor doggy, lock his ass up, throw away the key. Michael Vick got 2 years. But he fought the dog. This motherfucker is raping the dogs, and he's walking around here loud and proud, like he's in love, like it's a consensual relationship. Man, throw the book at this guy. All right, that's my thoughts on that.
I appreciate that, Carl. Let's welcome in our boy Zuliism. I guess the Zuliism, you don't come on until someone actually asks for you to come on. What's going on with you this week, man?
No. I was out. I was out at somebody's baby shower, so that's what happened. But
okay.
yeah, but this is very sad. But is he saying that? How do we know that he's having sex with these people? Because is that what the zoophile mean? Like, you are in love? Like, is he? I don't understand this. I saw another video where a woman, they asked this woman, what was the worst thing she ever did in the relationship? She said she cheated on her boyfriend with his dog. So this thing is the more I think we think this shit is weird, it's not weird. Like this woman said on national on a cheated on her boyfriend with his dog. So it's like everybody's saying that little dog when they tilt down to the dog looked like he's scared, like it's abuse. Like how is that okay? Like Bowana said, a dog cannot consent. You can't talk to no dog, bro. And how are people making this like, where's Peter? So Peter don't make no big noise. So Peter is okay with Zoophile? Like this is crazy. We could call black people all of this, all of that. I've never heard. Well, I'm not gonna say that, but as a whole, I've never heard black people talking about, oh, I'm in love with my animal and I want to do this, do that. What is going on?
But
I don't understand.
The question is, do you allow these folks to have a voice in your democracy?
You're hurting another living thing. No, you don't get no word. You're lucky if I don't give you 25 to life. How are you hurting? This is a sickness. These people need to go. How are you in love with an animal? The only thing I understand what he said is that sometimes it's better to have a relationship. Meaning, like some people said they rather chill with their dogs than chill with people. I understand. Sometimes human beings ain't shit, to be honest. But for you to have an intimate sexual relation with an animal, the animal doesn't consent to that. I don't think that should be legal. And again, you see where it's starting? Germany. Them germs, man. Where they go? But they have that in America too. The brother said that it's illegal in America, but they do it too. 10 years ago, I heard a story. They arrested a group of men. The police stopped a group of men because they saw them throw a body out of a moving van. When they did the investigation, they found out that a man traveled to Montana or to Washington to have intercourse with a horse. Because there's some animal farms there, and the horse killed it. And the horse killed the man during intercourse, and they were trying to hide the body, and they just threw the body out, and they got caught. A lot of the things we think is weird is happening. And the way this world is going, this is going to be legalized soon. I don't know if it's going to be in my time, but like the brother said, Bowana said, you give Michael Vick 2 years for killing dogs. Now this man is killing a dog slowly but surely. How are you having sex with a dog, bro? I don't even get this. So, and maybe democracy is too much. Maybe certain people, you don't have no rights. You don't get. So what's the difference between an animal and a child? Like, so what are they gonna say next? I'm in love with a 12-year-old, with a 10-year-old? Because according to the world, a child cannot consent. So how is an animal consenting? What is gonna happen next? And
Have you ever heard of the NAMBLA, the National Association for Man Boy Love? Have you heard of that before?
I heard so. Is it in Canada or something?
I think it might be in Canada. So yeah, there already are people who are pushing for the legalization of pedophilia.
We're going straight to fucking hell. I don't know if there's, but bro, I don't understand this, man. An animal, nobody could consent. I don't. What's worse for me? How do you look at yourself? You raping an animal, bro. These people are sick.
I'm curious where did you read that story? Like what magazine or article or newspaper did you read that story in? I'm just curious about that. Where did you get that shit from? Unmute your mic, Azuli.
What story? What story are you talking about?
The one that you just told.
The one with the horse?
Yeah.
Yo, first of all, I'm gonna punch you in the face when I see you. I don't know what you're implying. I don't know what you. I don't know what you're implying. I don't. First of all, I don't know what you're. Yo, this is the reason. You see, I don't know what you're implying, Koku, but it wasn't in an article. It was in the news, bro.
What periodicals are you reading, soldier?
Koku, in his defense, let me say this. I read a similar story here in the state of Florida. They didn't die, but they got caught in the act of being anally penetrated by a horse. So it was all over the news. It wasn't all over the news, but it was in the local newspaper. We have a sheriff out here. His name is Sheriff Brady Judd. He's an asshole. He likes to come on TV and show pictures of the criminals and the things they do. So
Are you talking about the white guy? If that's the white police officer, I like him. He making them look like clowns. Are you talking about the white guy?
That's the one.
With the glasses?
That's him. That's him, Sheriff Brady Judd. That's him. But yeah, so in Urzu's defense, it's not like he was reading anything inappropriate. It was these type of things make news.
Thank you, bro. Jeez. What? And first of all, it's not something I read. It was in the news, Goku. So you're gonna blame what are you talking about, bro?
Dude, I watched the news. I didn't see no bullshit like that, bro. I'm just gonna let you know now.
He was ready to play horse.
Oh my!
Yo, y'all wild, man.
Oh,
it's too late.
Really,
it's too late for this.
Oh my
Go to bed,
God.
Buana. Go to bed.
That was funny though. Play horse. Wow. But I'm saying, yeah, joking. These things are happening in America. Like a lot of people participate in that. So I'm just saying, like, this is sad. Like, my question is, somebody like that needs serious counseling. Like, how are you raping an animal and saying it's love?
Well, speaking of that, let's go to, if there's no last comments there. Oh, no.
Wait. Wait. I don't know if I heard, if this was on this program that I heard this from, bro. I'm just a quick side note, right? Last year in France, 2 gay guys had smallpox. They had a dog with them. They gave the dog smallpox, and they're also being bestial on the dog as well. I just had to say that this is not anything new, unfortunately. And I mean, yeah, it's in America, it's worldwide, man. With these ones, man, it's not. And even, you know what I'm saying? Look, I've heard, you know what I'm saying? I've heard, you know what I'm saying, some things in the motherland with individuals who've lost their minds about this, you know what I'm saying, about these animals. So, like, again, like, this goes back to, this is why, again, like, I do think that again, like, I'm definitely one for, like, we need to, like, being able to get everyone on the same page on things. That's if there's any sense for democracy. Look, you don't have a vote unless you know how everyone's going to vote. That's how democracy really works. If you a G about it, you ain't just gonna let people vote against your interest. You're gonna make sure that everyone votes in your interest. That's all I got to say.
One last side I want to say, there was an article I read about a crisis of masculinity. I think this might kind of play into that, because the man said that he felt more comfortable in relationships with dogs, than he did with actual people. So I guess this is a crisis that affects, in the Western world. We're seeing men with lower sperm counts, less testosterone. Men are less likely to, be in relationships, have a family. I think this might be tied directly to the crisis of masculinity that we're seeing. I don't know how much this affects African people, because we seem to have no problem with our masculinity, but I think this is just a result of the genetic winter that the European is vastly approaching, and I think they're going to be more cases of things like this, unable to relate to women and relate to each other. They've always had their Sealy has always been one of conquest. You know, they have that that cultural aggression that they have towards each other and towards the rest of the world, and that if they can't, you know, release that pressure valve of their degenerate mindset, they end up self-destructing themselves. So I think this is just an outgrowth of the cultural, you know, impetus of the European. That's just my thoughts on that. It's out of control.
And the thing is, I've heard stories where they say, like, this guy I know, he said that in the Caribbean, he know people that was doing that. So that behavior is affecting our people too. So the more we connect with, this is just sad, man. And then the thing is, they're gonna make us feel crazy. Oh, who are you to judge somebody? Like, this is the new thing now. Oh, who are you to judge, bro? Is this okay? Like, I don't even know what to say, man. That is a sad thing. The little dog look terrified. And this man is talking about, oh my, whatever. That's it.
Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. Let's end at 2 a.m. so we can take our time here with this one. If we need to, we do have a bonus lined up as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 is the truth about porn. So, Azula, you should stick around for this one based on your reading habits.
Yeah, that's why it's not working. Yeah, that's why.
Hold on. Let's see if that works, man.
Destroying men. 40% of men in their 20s and 30s have experienced ED on a regular basis, and 30% of men in their 20s haven't had sex in over a year. Men are dropping out of the workforce at an alarming rate, and the average man is fat, unmotivated, and low testosterone. And I believe porn is at the center of all of this. In fact, I really believe if we banned porn in America, it would be the single best policy decision we could make. It would have the most positive ramifications overall on society. And a lot of guys know this is true. That's why NoFap has maintained its popularity and in fact built upon its popularity even after it became mainstream several years ago. Because deep down, every guy knows this stuff is terrible. And I want to explain to you guys why this is the root of so many problems that men are facing, if not just about every problem that men are facing. And that's why so many guys, when they quit porn, when they get on NoFap, it's like they get their whole lives put together. They start hitting the gym. They start earning more money. They just become quality guys. Fix this problem and you fix your life. So in the modern world, all of our biological needs are met without us having to hardly do anything to get them. We have thousands of food choices within a 10-minute range of your house when you go to the grocery store. We've got heat, air conditioning, shelter, water running at the tap. And now we have internet porn. Unlimited sexual gratification with no effort required. And what has happened as a consequence of us not having to put any effort in to being able to fulfill our biological desires is we've somehow convinced ourselves that we shouldn't have to put any effort in and that life should be easy. There's something wrong with life if it's hard. It's fooled us into thinking that challenge and struggle and failure are bad. These were things that human beings took for granted as a part of life up until very recently. You had to confront these things on a daily basis if you wanted the positive parts of life because they weren't just going to be handed to you. Let's use sex as an example. If you want sex or you want a date or you want a girlfriend, you have to actually balls up and go talk to a woman. This means having to deal with the risk of rejection, that feeling of inadequacy that a lot of guys feel sometimes, or even having to deal with that feeling of awkwardness because maybe you're not very good at talking to girls. And then there's the fact that you actually have to put the work in to be an attractive guy. It would be much easier to just go watch Pornhub. Those of you who've been watching the channel for a while know that back in early January, I moved to Houston, Texas, and went all in on pursuing the vision that I have for my life. And part of the reason that I picked Houston, Texas is because this place called Alpha Land Gym is here. It's this gym where a lot of content creators work out at and a lot of people who are in the fitness industry work out out there and collaborate and stuff like that while they're there. And so I thought it would be a good place for me to build the kind of social life that I wanted to build. And one thing about it is there's a lot of attractive women that work out there. And these aren't just like airhead women with a nice butt who do OnlyFans. A lot of women who are into fitness, obviously they're going to be in good shape. They're a lot of times attractive, self-respecting. They've got confidence, ambition. A lot of times they have their own money as well. And it can feel intimidating even for me still at this point. Like I have to bring my A game. I have to really up my game. In fact, if I want to date the kinds of women that I want to date, I can't just be slacking off in life. I have to bring my best. And it would be a lot easier if I just went and fapped off. I mean, why put in all that work if you can just have the instant gratification without any effort required? And herein lies the problem with the mentality that the modern world has created. We have come to decide that the easy, comfortable thing is good and the hard, uncomfortable thing is bad. Everything in our lives is about avoiding discomfort. I mean, a lot of people even take pills so that they can avoid feeling negative emotions. And if a guy has embraced this mentality when it comes to porn and he has chosen to go down the easy route there, it's going to infect every other part of his life because the sex drive is the most potent part of a man. Every guy, when he thinks about driving that sports car and he's really made it financially, what does he think about? He thinks about some hot chick sitting in the shotgun seat with him. And if you asked a guy to define his dream life, at the very top of the list is going to be some beautiful woman that he's married to or he's dating a bunch of beautiful women. But the point is his sex drive is going to be right at the top of that list. Our drive to be great is fueled by our sex drive. So if you take the easy way out on that, why wouldn't you take it on everything else? And so it's no surprise when you look at it, you'll notice that like 99% of the guys whose lives are a complete mess, at the center of their life is they watch porn a lot. They have bought into the idea so strongly that life should just be easy and they should take the convenient path in life that they won't even interact with women, which is the primary motivator for a man. They'll take the easy route rather than risk rejection or actually have to put in the work to become attractive. It's all just stemming from this like cluster of ideas coming from the idea that life should be easy, a victim mentality that kind of comes out of that sense of entitlement and that feeling that life should be easy. And then when we're confronted with things that aren't easy and aren't just handed to us, we play the victim and act like it's unacceptable. It's fundamentally like a mentality that is the root problem with our society, and porn is right at the center of it. And this is the biggest way that porn is destroying a generation of men. As a rule in your life, reject the easy path. Now, that doesn't mean that life should always be hard either, but it's like there's no light without dark, there's no happiness without sadness, and there's no easy without hard. When you can reject that modern mentality that life should always be easy and you're entitled things, and you can wrap your head around the idea that it's going to be hard sometimes and that's okay, and it's going to be uncomfortable sometimes even, and that's actually a good thing. Once you can get your head around that, things can really start to change in your life. It really just comes down to learning to accept the way things are and acting accordingly. Like today, I spent 6 hours working on a YouTube script and I didn't even get the video done. I didn't get the script done, that is. I had to just put it to the side and be like, I'll get back to it another day. I just could not for the life of me seem to write down what I was trying to convey in the video. And it was frustrating and it felt like I'd wasted the entire day, but that's just sometimes how it is when you're an artist or a creator. And it's just a general rule of life. You've got to roll with the punches, whether it's an easy day and I write 3 scripts in one day, or it's a hard day and I can't get 1 script done. It really doesn't matter either way. The idea of easy being good and hard being bad is a ridiculous concept. They're both good and bad at the same time. It just is what it is. But porn gives us the opportunity to avoid this. You can choose the easy way out on the most powerful motivator in your life. And if you do it with that, you're going to do it with everything else. Realize that nothing good came from choosing the comfortable, pain-free, easy route in life. It's harder to go to the gym than it is to watch Netflix. It's harder to build a business than it is to sit around taking some easy paycheck at a job that you don't care about. It's harder to become an attractive man and date a beautiful woman than it is to sit around in your bedroom fapping off. But if you run from the hard parts of life, you destroy your soul and you never get to experience the good things in life. Guys, reject porn and its invitation to an easy, cheap, pleasure-filled life, and instead embrace a meaningful life full of highs and lows, full of hard days and easy days, And that is how you become a strong man. Thanks for watching, guys. Be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next video.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I hope I don't come across like these guys do. These guys come across as scripted, performative type stuff. I hope I don't come across like that at all. That's kind of hard to watch. I get it, but I could tell how kind of insincere. I personally was experiencing and seeing the bullshit in people. I kind of see the script in that, but I'll be curious to see what the rest of you have to say. Carl, what say you to this?
Well, I think his overall point, and I mentioned in the previous prompt about the crisis of masculinity. I do see his overall point. It does come across as scripted and kind of fake, but his point is an accurate point. And I'm not going to say I don't look at porn, because I have. I don't do as much as I used to in my 20s. Some of them porn stars got into some rough times, man. They got into some hard times. But the point is, he's talking about porn addiction, and it's true. It does rewire your brain. It does, make it so to where it makes it difficult to be with a woman, because you become accustomed to just getting that your hand, or whatever sex toy you choose to use. It's all men on here, so we can give it 100. So in this situation where he's talking about the addiction to porn and how it rewires your brain, that's very true. Excuse me. Another thing is that there's a lot of exploitation inherent within the porn industry. A lot of women and even men get it taken advantage of and even abused. Male porn stars, they don't make as much money as female porn stars. Female porn stars, to have that constant sexual activity within your brain, it's not a healthy industry. But just the idea that many men are reduced to just they find it easier to just look at porn and bust a quick nut and go to sleep. I think that he's right in that you're taking the easy way out. But dating is hard. It's hard to sometimes to date, and you go for long periods of time without getting your needs gratified. You can watch a quick movie, rub one out. Then some men take that, but then they take it to the extreme. They look at porn 2 times a day, 3 times a day, 5 times a day, to the point where they can't be with a woman. And then when they do get with a woman, the plumbing doesn't work. So, he brings up a good point about the overabundance of pornography. I think anything, there's such a thing as too much of a thing. It could be overused, but I think that he's right, and I think that men should, that energy you're putting into pornography, could be spent on self-development, improving yourself, and accomplishing some of the goals you want to set for yourself. That's just my thoughts on that. So I'll go ahead and let the next person talk.
I appreciate that, Carl. Let's hear from Real Black Gentleman.
Yeah, I basically concur with what the previous guy said. I mean, it's like it's how would I say it? It's an industry that this is like low input, high you can make a lot of money on something that's relatively inexpensive, and that's why it's out there for free. Because even though it's out there for free, people will still pay for it. There's so much that it's like there you know what I'm saying? It kind of, what I'm saying, on the men's side, yeah, men should always strive to be a better version of themselves, or at least maintain what they're doing. If that maintenance is healthy and positive, and if for some reason they are behind at a -1 point, maybe they can get back up to even. You know what I'm saying? The idea that, people who absolutely are unable to, I mean, it depends. I mean, a lot of men are single. I mean, in those who are single because they're not being chose. And so it's one of those, what comes first, the chicken or the egg, and how much improvement is good improvement. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to take steroids to go into the gym, you know what I'm saying, to go on the other side of it to try to like extra amp my physique. If I believe my physique is the, you know what I'm saying, the most important thing. I mean, it's all a balance, you know what I'm saying? Like, porn isn't good, but it's out there, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it does rewire things, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not good to be on that all the time. All I can say is, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't beat yourself up if you know what I'm saying, if you think that, you know what I'm saying, you might not be good enough for someone else. That's all I got to say.
Beat yourself up. You making a joke?
Black gentlemen, don't beat yourself up. God damn. Anyway, Zuli, what say you to this? The truth about porn.
I think there's some bullshit in that. Like, I don't understand how porn leads to low sperm count. First of all, what I don't like about this is he's not looking at the whole situation. Like, what he's saying is that, no, I'm just saying he's not looking at the whole situation. Okay, men don't want to go talk to women. Also, women have changed. The way to approach women is different. I'm not saying me, but a lot of young men, sometimes it's just a man thing. If going to get sex from a woman becomes so difficult, men are going to choose the easy way out. It's not like stop the way he's like simplifying the things that, leave porn and you're gonna be successful. Shut up. There's a bunch of successful men who are sexual deviants. What is he talking about? Because he didn't even go into the real reason why porn is trash. Porn rewires your brain to take you. This is how you should have sex. This is how you should have sex with women. This is the horrible part. How brother Carl said that, how these women, these porn stars, like these porn stars, to me, I'm gonna say something that's weird. I think if you're a female and you go into the porn star, you are misandry. You hate men. Because no man is gonna take you seriously after you've been ran through to like thousands of guys. And these men who are just there having like, I don't know. What I disagree is what he's saying is just like, porn is, bro. No, there's a society out. At a certain age, men watch porn, which I'm not saying is right. I'm not saying it's again, but for him to act like, you're gonna be unsuccessful because you watch porn because you're addicted. Shut up. There's a bunch of high-paying sexual deviants who have money, who are taking part, who are doing all these sexual deviant behaviors that are in porn. So I don't say, instead of you going to talk to a girl, you go do, and like, to me, this person is disingenuous. I think he's just doing it like Koku just said. It's just scripted. Like, shut your bull ass up and go grow some hair. Like, come on.
He fighting hard for that porn boy.
No, I'm not fighting hard for it. I'm just what I'm saying at the other end, I understand, but he didn't. The way he said porn is bad for you is not what I thought he was gonna say. It's just about stop watching porn and go talk to women. The women are not built the same way anymore.
You said he was fighting. He was fighting hard.
I'm saying that social media, most men now, like, come on. Have you ever spoken to these women nowadays? Like, like you said, more men are committing suicide, more men are unemployed. All of that adds to that. For him to be talking about, I did this, I did that, man, shut your ass up. I feel he's disingenuous, but I do understand when he's saying that we should not watch as porn as like that. I get it, but what I'm trying to say is I don't like the reason why he says. That's what I'm saying.
I appreciate that, Uzuli. Straight Happy 262 says, this to me just proves that Europe has built an intricate system enough to where Even the solution to a good life is built to a profit motive. He says the system builds comfortability and not necessarily a system of building strong men. So these said weak men start seeking self-help books and put their money into that to be an ideal man. With that said, let's hear from Bwana Hagaziki. What say you to this prompt?
I personally think that the situation has gotten a lot easier. I don't think it's gotten more difficult to get women. I think it's gotten more easier, because women have the idea of stripper culture these days. So I think that it's a lot easier now. But I could be different. My experiences might be different from others in dealing with certain classes of women. But I don't judge the brothers. If the brothers want to watch porn, let them watch porn. I don't put a morality to it. But if it having an effect where you can't relate to women, that's when it's becoming a problem. But I believe that men should experiment and men should be free to to do things that I feel like is cathartic for them. Let some steam off if they feel like that's letting steam off. But when it's becoming a habit where you can't really even communicate with the opposite sex, I think that that's when it becomes a problem. I think that men should make an effort in terms of naturally we try to have this idea of pursue. We try to pursue women, but I think that since it's becoming so easy now, that fire inside us that would have wanted to pursue women, that's become, it's like he's dying. That's dying now. But I think that men need to get on the ball in terms of going out and engaging in hunting activity. Trying to pursue these chicks if they can. But
are you done?
No, I wasn't done. So I just think that that's the issue, and I think that I think that nowadays I think that we need to get on the ball and try to attempt to make communications and speak to women, man. Women in this. I think that men. I think that men nowadays. This is the problem I feel. I feel like rejection has become this big monster in the room because nobody wants to be rejected. Nobody, the men or the women. But I think that men need to appreciate a rejection because it's gonna happen. You will get rejected every day. If you go out in the field, you sell whatever good and service. Let me not take it out of the business world. You get men that's a part of our programming. You deal in bulk. You're gonna find out of the 10 women you try to pitch, you're gonna find at least one of them who's gonna say yes. So work in bulk. Don't get so, it's not personal. Don't get so offended if one woman or 10 women, 9 women decide to say, nigga, get out of my face. There always gonna be one who gonna say, well, maybe I'll have a drink with you. So just work in bulk. If the fear is rejection, out of the 10 women you all try, one woman can say, yeah, let's go with it. So if you do it with 20, 2 women, I mean, try to work in bulk. But I think that the fear of rejection is stopping men from even attempting to speak to the opposite sex. And I don't feel like that's fair for the man or for the woman, because I feel like there's someone out there. Sometimes I feel like it's more than one out there for a man. So just attempt it. Even if you get rejected. You know what I mean? It's not personal. Keep it moving. Find another face. Find another pretty girl, and attempt to approach the situation. You'll get lucky. If you will get lucky if you keep trying. But if you stop, you ain't gonna never get lucky.
Bwana, I believe in balance as well, though. I agree with what you said about men being proactive and getting on the ball. But I do believe that there should be a balance too. I think how women need to approach, these relationships and interactions differently too. Like Urzuli was saying, have you spoken to these women today? Like it's something else, man. It's different. It's different than 20 years ago. I'm old enough to say that. You know, it's different. And so I think we also need to account for that too, that these women need to change up the paradigm as well. Does anyone else want to add comments to that?
I want to add a little something because I'm thinking about rest in peace Kevin Samuels. You know, I'm thinking about what he used to talk about. You know, how average women don't find average men attractive, and I don't know how good of a data set um, that these dating sites provide, but they did a study, and it's while most, I think it said like 80%, like most of the men found 80% of the women attractive. Whereas with the women, it was the inverse. They found 80% of the men unattractive. There's a popular dating show on Facebook and YouTube by a sister named Kendra G. When she has the women come on to the dating sites, you know, they talk about the type of man they want. He has to make six figures. You know, most people, especially black people, we don't make six figures. Most black people probably making the 40, 50,000 a year. So they're eliminating the vast majority of men just with that qualification right there. They want somebody who's, you know, over 6 feet tall. That eliminates most men right there. They want somebody who, you know, has you know a certain body type, you know, muscular, you know, you got to have a 12-inch penis, you know, all that other stuff. They're eliminating the overwhelming majority of the population of men, and young men are feeling like they cannot measure up because women's standards in many cases are quite ridiculous. And this is something that when I used to look at Kevin Samuels, no, you know, I disagree with most of what he said, but that one point about the average woman finding the average man unattractive. Y'all both average. Y'all both regular people. But regular women don't want regular men. Women would rather compete to the higher class of men. It's, you know, what is a term called hypergamy. You know, they rather compete to have the best man. They would rather be without and fight over the top dudes than in their mind settle. Even though they're both at the same level, you're not really settling. You got average, he's got average. Most people are average. But you know, I think part of this crisis he's talking about people using porn is that many young men feel that the modern woman is inaccessible due to her standards that she has created. And you know, you can count social media and you know Instagram, and people have this idea of what relationships should be like, and you know, every man is making a certain amount of money, and women don't have to work, and they can live off just one income, and that's just not the reality of the world that we live in. So you know, many men, and I guess they're intimidated because I don't have that. I don't make six figures. I don't drive a certain car. I don't have a six pack or all that other stuff. And this is what I'm competing with. So they just consider just I'm not going to compete. I'm going to bow out completely. I'm going to watch my porn and live my life. And I think that's kind of fueling this is what he's talking about because many young women's standards are ridiculous, especially living where we live at. You know, I can't believe the number of women who say that, you know, I don't go 50-50 on bills. Ma'am, do you realize that the average rent in the US is $1,500 a month? That's average. I live in Florida. I'm talking about $2,000, $2,500 a month. Car payments, $700 a month for car payments. And you really expect a man to shoulder all of that while you sit on the couch and look cute? That's just not happening. But it's ridiculous to me because there's unrealistic standards and these unrealistic expectations out of men in relationships, and a lot of men are checking out because they feel like they can't measure up.
I personally think that I would, if I was speaking to a young man, I would tell them that when you hear these things on the media, in terms of Twitter or wherever, ever, these the majority of them are bluffing. They don't live these kinds of lives and lifestyles. And just look at who their former relationship was with when they had the former relationship. You would laugh to yourself. In fact, you could look at divorce court. You could look at whose baby daddy is it. Find out who their baby fathers are. It'll be proof positive. The majority of women are lying. What the young people say is cap. It's nonsense. They are bluffing because 9 times out of 10, they probably won't even be around someone with six figures. This is an aspirational thing that they say amongst each other to make themselves sound good. But when the rubber meets the road, the typical lady out there, you know, she is gonna meet a guy who may or may not, probably may not, in our case, may not be making six figures, and she is gonna not settle. That's a bad word. She's gonna have a relationship with the person who she feels is gonna make her happy, make her satisfied in some random way. You know what I mean? And she is gonna settle for that, and she'll justify him to the rest of her friends. Because if this not the case, check on who their just watch who their baby daddies are, and then it's a slew of them, and none of them making six figures. So it's all cap. And I think that the younger brothers go for the bluff. It's just bluff and bluster when they talking among themselves. Don't go for that. Don't listen to that. That's what they say to sound good amongst themselves. When they are alone, one-on-one, when it's just you and them, it'll all play out a whole lot differently. I promise.
I definitely agree with that. You know, I think those so-called preferences they put up are just more like a way to weed people out, because when they meet somebody they really like, then all of those so-called preferences go out the window. You know, just from my personal experience, you know, my ex-wife, she was very religious, and you know, she was I don't want to have sex until marriage, yada yada yada. So we had sex before marriage lots of times, but that was just the thing she said to kind of weed out the people who she wasn't really feeling with. But when she really was feeling you, okay, well, all right, let's get naked. You know, it's just like you said, it's just a smoke screen.
Don't you see them 6 inches?
6.5, sir.
Kyle spilling the tea tonight. Anyone else want to add anything here? All right, you know what? We got 20 minutes until 2 a.m. Let's do a bonus. You guys bear with me. Let's do the bonus here. This inanimate object has helped produce thousands of black millionaires, yet it seems like Spalding and Wilson has a monopoly on this product. No NBA players interested in creating basketballs sell the shovels rather than the goal. That's a little bit lengthy of a prompt, but understood. Let's see what it takes. So it seems like it's YouTube.
The last thing that players think is the thing they concentrate on throughout the game, the ball. Today's basketball is expected to be perfect. In size, in weight, in performance, it's expected to remain constant. We're going into the Wilson factory to have a look at the way they make the official NCAA men's and women's game basketballs. The NCAA basketball is composed of 3 sections: a wound air-filled bladder, a rubber carcass, and a 100% moisture-absorbing composite cover. To make the bladder, sheets of butyl rubber are laid onto a folding platform. The platform moves into a press where the panels are fused together under pressure and heat. Each bladder is molded to fix the rubber permanently into shape. Butyl rubber is dense and air-resistant to avoid even a slight deflation of the ball during the game. 3,000 meters of 3-ply nylon thread is wound around the bladder to further ensure that the ball will retain its shape and to assist with rebound qualities during the game. 8 rubber panels are placed into a mold and the nylon-wound bladder is inserted. A second molding process fuses the panels into one solid surface, known as the carcass. Strips of pebbled channel material are laminated to the carcass by hand. The channels that have been molded into the carcass make the ball easier to grip. The composite leather cover material is also pebbled to enhance performance and gripability. The edge of each panel is skived and an adhesive is applied to both the carcass and the panel back. Each panel is fitted to the carcass by hand, with great care taken to ensure absolute accuracy. The ball is overinflated inside a mold to press and fit the panels firmly to the surface of the carcass, and also to remove any air bubbles. The basketballs emerge from the machine complete, They are inspected and are ready for the big game. The surface of the modern NCAA ball absorbs moisture and grows tackier during the game so that it won't slip from the player's grip when the game is on the line. Consistency of the ball takes some of the pressure off these young players and allows them to concentrate on their skills during the game.
You got to give white folks their credit, though. You got to give them their credit. The length that they go to make some shit happen is incredible. Like, who would really think about going through all of this shit to make a ball? But they will go through all of this research and development to make this basketball so that the product called the NBA or WNBA or whatever, basketball association, so that product could in turn make them billions of dollars, millions to billions of dollars. It's incredible what these guys have really come up with, And again, we support this shit because it looks good, it feels good, You get Nova, right? You're putting profits over people, but it's incredible the lengths that these guys go for this shit right here, man. It's incredible. If they were to invest that kind of time into people, you can really make the world something. These guys go through all of that shit there just to make sure that this one product, basketball, it's at its best so that you can make the optimal amount of money or the most possible money from this one product. Is amazing. It's amazing. I don't know if you guys feel the same, but let's hear what Real Black Gentleman has to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that is really crystal clear. I mean, there's no excuse for the net, the ball, the whole net, the basket, the floor paneling. As much of the stadium that you could make without, if you can't build, the rebarb and all the concrete, okay. Yeah, it's way past time for that. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, like, black people got the shoes that you wear to play the game, but they don't have the ball. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's way past time. I think that if you had a black-owned ball company, yeah, I think the game would be over at that point. And it's getting there from here. I mean, I'm glad that you even mentioned this because it's really one of those things that is like, oh, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's kind of an epiphany kind of a thing. It's like, yeah, like you have in whatever sport, black people dominate it, but we don't make the tools. We don't make the bats. We don't even, it's like, it's like the turf grasses for the sports. It's like, there's something there to really, that's something that, and then everyone will have one because you gotta have one. And it's just a ball. And it's like, $20 a pop multiplied by, million, you'll buy more than one. It's something there. I'm glad that you brought that. I'm glad you brought this up. It's something that, black people can definitely, this is something that if we can get down with this, we're not going to get down with anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like that too. You're saying Trigger Happy from the other side. These guys, this other guy created this shit here, an industry around this. And if we are the ones, 70-75% of our people is the ones who are making this said industry, right? Something that allows this to be a thing. We supposed to be in on this, man. We can't be in on this. Shit, like what can you be in on? You know, what can you command? Damn. Let's hear from Carl next.
So, my thoughts on this, I'm kind of looking at it like the major sports leagues, they use black people. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the book $40 Million Slaves. Um, so the goal is to, take advantage of us, but not have us in a position of where we control or we have ownership over these teams or these products. Um, in the NFL, for example, they don't have a single black owner of any major NFL team. I think there's only one person of color. I think what's the one who owns the Jacksonville Jaguars? He's not even black. He's Indian. I think his name's Tony Khan or something like that. So in the NBA, you see similar. I think Michael Jordan wanted to buy a team. They gave him like 1%. Jay-Z tried to buy the Nets. They gave him like 1%. So we can't even get ownership over the teams. And even though black people make up the majority of the league, to try to get the corner, the market on the basketballs themselves. The NBA has certain contracts with the companies and whatnot, to where I'm sure there's some sort of patent or copyright involved too. But the way these leagues are structured is that black people can't really get a foot in any ownership. It's more of an exploitation of the players. They give them a couple $1 million, but it's not really set up for them to run it. Just dribble the ball, run the football, and deal with the CTE and just take your money. With that said, I think that because so many of us make up the league, we really have a power that we don't realize. But I think that much of that power goes unutilized because we have the means to take control, especially when we make up like 80% of the damn league. Every player could sit down or say, we're going to form our own league. But again, in the minds of many African Americans, black people in general, the white man's ice is colder. What they're doing is better than ours. Look at the Negro League baseball. Black people had their own baseball team. They had a Negro League World Series. But once Jackie Robinson joined the Brooklyn Dodgers, all of that, went out the window because we would rather have our black players in white leagues because in their mind, the white league was more legitimate. So can we take advantage since we are the majority? I think that we can. But I think that because many of us have internalized, uh, you know, the idea that what they're doing is automatically better than what we're doing, I think we're not going to really see that. We're going to have to really have a change in values and what we value, what's important, and that way we can create our own league, create our own, sports leagues, and we can really give our people a chance to shine, where we can have ownership over that, and that money uh, will go not just to the owners who use it to, make themselves richer, but to actually benefit the overall society. So those are just my thoughts on that.
Appreciate that, Carl. Buena.
Yeah, so I agree with Carl. I think that within the institution of the NBA, they're probably very contracted, long-term contracts in terms of the kind of products, what will be sold within the institution. However, outside of that, if Shaquille O'Neal was to create a basketball factory selling on the street corners, because that's where the majority of people they gonna purchase. You don't think that a young guy gonna purchase a LeBron James basketball, especially with his popularity? They gonna buy it. That's gonna move off their shelves like hotcakes. They may even buy a Shaquille O'Neal basketball because his name is still out there. Most of us have never met anyone from the Wilson family or the Spalding family. And the crazy thing about it is that these guys are probably wealthier than Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James could ever be. We never ever seen them before. We only see the labor. We don't see the producers or the people who are actually selling the shovels. And I think that we have the ability to be shovel makers because the young guys from the street corners, if they had a choice between buying a LeBron James basketball and spoiling, I would think that they would probably buy a LeBron James basketball as they would a Michael Jordan basketball. You know, but like your brother was saying before, I think it's the will to do it. Now, it may not play in the NBA, but they certainly gonna play in Harlem. They certainly will purchase that shit in Harlem at like hotcakes if the basketball is commiserate spoiling basketball, but it's only the fact that our name is on it. I think that the young brothers will buy a LeBron James, a Shaquille O'Neal, or share a Kobe Bryant basketball if it's the same product itself. The only thing is to change in the name. I think the young guys will purchase that, and I have faith that they will. You know, but I don't know, man. I think it all goes down to the will to do it. You know, and the brother made the book $40 million slave. That is a real thing because we focus so much on being the labor, you know, rather than the actual producers. And if when we get in a financial position to be producers, I think that we should have the will to do that as well. You know, I think that we should investigate that. Not only make tennis shoes, but the basketball, sell the shovels. That's my thing. And the shovels term goes to for the reference is that you know I'm thinking that everyone knows about what happened at the gold rush in America, where everybody was going out west to find gold. But the people who actually got rich was the people who were selling the shovels to go and the pickaxes to go find the gold. That's where the real money is. You know, because very few people have had the ability to find gold in the same way very few people will be able to achieve the status of even being a person in the NBA. But if I'm selling the shovels, that's where the money is. Levi Strauss, that's where he got his name during the gold rush. He was selling the pants, the durable pants that could resist, could I can't remember the word right now, but could deal with the temperature and the atmosphere and the condition of people who was actually going out there. All these guys was able to sell the products. They may not have been able to sell the gold, but they certainly was able to find it out there. And I think that this is where the real money is actually made. But it's my views on it. Withstand. That's the word. Withstand.
All right, Buana, thank you for that. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says this one could also be covered on the sports podcast for in-depth discussion, like the economics of sports or something. So, Buana, I'll leave that with you. Erzuliism, what say you to this?
I'm telling y'all to stop talking shit, man. Please. Nobody's gonna buy no fucking LeBron James basketball. Nobody's gonna buy no fucking, especially no Shaquille O'Neal basketball. Stop. We have to be honest to a point where
Why is
that? Why is what?
Why do you think that's the case?
Because as soon as LeBron James stopped playing basketball, the only player that has been able to carry on is Michael Jordan's brand. Once LeBron James stopped playing basketball, nobody's gonna want to buy a basketball, LeBron basketball like that. Because, for example, one day I was driving my car on the Belt Parkway, and my car got the engine stop or whatever. Do you know that on the Belt Parkway there's only two tow truck companies that could come? When I called my insurance, they couldn't come pick me up off the belt. I had to call the tow truck companies that are allowed to be in the parkway. I bet y'all didn't know that. Not any tow truck company could go on the highway and pick you up. The city allows certain time. It's just the same thing in basketball. Wilson and Spalding has been doing this for so long. They probably create laws and rules that keep people from going into that to create their own ball. Y'all just talking such. Oh, I don't. Yeah, nigga, people might buy LeBron James basketball to play outside with the kids, but Spalding and Wilson is so, and it's so in the fabric of basketball, sewn in the fabric of basketball. It did not. Yo, there are rules there put there on purpose. So you think there's not other white companies that want to break into the basketball thing? It's just like for a while it was Reebok and Nike who were making people's the uniforms. Now all of a sudden, I don't know how what's that brand with the H, Under Armour, broke in. So let's be honest. I'm not, most of the kids Spalding, if you have a Wilson ball, it means that you are connected to the NBA. The basketball is connected to the NBA, not a player. Meaning that after that player is done, you're still gonna buy a Wilson ball or back because you connected to the NBA. The only player that I've seen that's able to do that, sustain that, and is Michael Jordan. And Michael Jordan does own the Hornets, North Carolina Hornets or whatever. I don't know, or whatever. So only one player that's been able to do that. So you saying, oh, why didn't play again? No, there's rules put into it where you can't come in there just like that. Just like on the highway, there's only two tow truck companies that could come get you off the highway. What you could do is pay that company to tow your car off the highway, and then you call your insurance to tow your car to your house or to whichever mechanic. There's unseen rules that these people put to keep you out of that industry. So then I just say, oh, people will buy, kids will buy. I'm not buying a LeBron James ball. Maybe an MJ ball with the logo on it. Can you say that like after LeBron James retires for 10 years, can you say that his basketball is still going to be popular?
I would say so. He's the leading scorer in the game. He scored more points in basketball than any other player. He just did that a couple weeks ago. So LeBron James is what's up concerning the ball and scoring. It doesn't have to be the LeBron ball. You can name the company after Russell, after Bill Russell. Just call the ball the Russell Company. You know what I'm saying? Keep it classy. And you know what? You know why? Because the ball will be cheaper. And after about 10 years, they might fight it out. But once that ball becomes popular enough, it won't happen in the NBA. It'll happen like in high schools, then in college. Then the NBA will say, man, everyone has this black ball, man. We cannot. And it'll be, and Wilson will fight it off. And I think it'll be like, if you have the cheaper ball, they'll
are you not understanding this, bro? You're talking childish stuff, bro. There's rules. The NAACP has to play with freaking on Wilson's ball or whatever. They have contracts together.
Yeah, and those contracts run out. And I agree with you. Those rules are rigid, but they're not indefinite. There will be an end to a lot of that. Monopolies break up under pressure of innovation. It happens all the time.
If you were talking this, a lot of us are not even buying other basketballs that are made by different
but people are still buying Kobe jerseys, and the man has deceased.
People are not buying Kobe jerseys like that, bro. The only person, okay, an avid basketball player might buy a Kobe thing, but you see how Michael Jordan, I might not be a avid basketball watcher, but I'll buy a Michael Jordan brand sneaker. So you think LeBron James sneakers are going to be selling out after he retires from basketball?
Look, I'm not. I wouldn't bet against it. I would not bet against it. He's the leading scorer in the game. No one has scored more points with the ball.
Bro, let's not get into that because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the leading scorer in the game, and nobody bought shit from him.
He didn't have a shoe in this time. I mean, the game is the. I know. That's like comparing apples and oranges. But it's
what we saying. LeBron James is not even the greatest player of all time. Who cares? I'm just trying to tell you, Wilson and the Spalding, it's not tied to a player, it's tied to the NBA. So when you see a kid say, when a dad buy me a Wilson ball, he has dream of playing in the NBA. Yes, the sneaker might be tied to the individual because Michael Jordan is tied to this. Maybe I think the greatest person who'll be able to do a ball like that will be a Michael Jordan basketball because his logo is crazy. Maybe him. But I don't think LeBron could do it. Shaq definitely can do it. He done. a Steph Curry basketball?
I wouldn't bet against anyone a black ball company. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't bet against it. That's all.
You're not betting against it because you want some nostalgia shit. That shit is not gonna pop. It might pop as they playing, or they might sell. Okay, they might sell like if you're gonna go out buy a basketball for your son. Yeah, you might buy a Shaq basketball. Like they didn't.
I'm telling you, it would come from the ground up. Like it wouldn't start in the NBA. It would, like I had said, it would start at the high school levels. Then you would have the college players having that ball. And then once the contracts in the NBA level retire out, then there'll be a new contract, and you'll have that black ball that will probably be a little bit cheaper. And the NBA will say, "Yeah, we'll pick the black ball."
You think so?
That's how that's just how I would say it would turn out.
You think they dumb? You think they don't know what you're doing?
It wouldn't happen for like 50 years, but maybe sooner.
So you don't think some of these owners or the cousins of some of these owners all own stock in Spalding and Wilson? You think the reason Spalding and Wilson is still going on the NBA is because it's a different company?
I'm not saying that it would be a linear path towards it. There would definitely be many battles, you know what I'm saying, that have yet to be fought in that hypothesis that we're saying. But yeah, it's not impossible.
And let's be honest, maybe some the basketball players are not interested in that. So are we going to fault them for not being interested in that? Maybe it should be a different company that's not basketball players.
But I would not assume that everyone would necessarily be interested at the moment. That's the whole point. You would not start it. I think that you would have a lot more interest again with the younger things and with the younger players. Get a couple high schools, get a couple prominent high schools to be able to say, okay, you might be able to have more contractual leeway with some of the schools.
Bro, we don't look. There's nothing. A basketball is not cool. What makes a basketball cool like a sneaker? Like maybe the black players have no motivation to get involved in this. Can we be honest about that too? Maybe they're not thinking about that. Oh, a basketball. It's just a basketball. So maybe the motivation
I think it's just
a
preoccupation. I think it's one of those things where no one you grow up unaware. You get the ball. You do the best you can with it. You're not even thinking about making one. You just take the ball and do what you do with it. It's the nature of a lot of people. It's just operation. They're operators of the ball, but they're not owners of it.
I'm just thinking that I don't think the basketball players, maybe like you guys said, maybe they never thought about it, but I don't think there's motivation to be, let me go create my own basketball brand to be up to the level of Wilson. I'm not saying they can't create their own basketball to sell to little leagues, to people or whatever, but I don't think there's a motivation on that. And I'm not, and to be honest, I never thought about that myself, like to go create a basketball or whatever, but it's a great niche. But I'm just also letting you know, maybe the motivation is not there. Also, there's rules, like that example I gave you about it's two companies that could come in the highway to tow your car. There's rules that we don't see. There's rules that discourage people. So it's a reason why it's only Nike and it's only three companies: Nike, who's making basketball, Under Armour, and New Balance or Reebok. Reebok is not even in the basketball shoe game no more. It's not that easy. But again, yes, I've never seen a kid talking about, oh yeah, I want the LeBron, I want a basketball with the. But I think I've seen Michael Jordan basketballs though.
Really,
I've seen those.
You remember this? You remember N1? You remember N1?
Yeah, but N1 is a white boy company.
No, but you remember that group of people? You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember when they were selling N1 basketball? You don't remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
A lot of people was buying them N1 basketball. Now that company, after a while, they go on bust because a lot of the players, either grow older and it wasn't as popular. But for a time, a lot of people was buying N1 basketballs, man.
But N1, as like I said, N1 was more tied up with the players than the organization. Because once the players is gone, I think there's you're right, Brian. I think there's a documentary on N1, the rise and fall of N1. Like once the players were gone, N1, nobody knows about. They had, not only that, they had N1 sneakers, right? They had the
Yeah,
gear and all of
yeah,
that.
yeah.
They
They had the
they
whole
were,
thing.
and they were there before Under Armour. The problem is,
Absolutely.
none of those N1 basketball players, only a couple made it to the league.
True.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but for a time, a lot of people was looking out for them,
Yeah,
man. Because when you
you're right
watching them
about that.
videos with them highlighters and shit like that, a lot of people was shocking.
There was a white company though. You do know that, right?
Didn't know it was a white company. Didn't know it was a white company.
It's a white. Watch the documentary on Netflix. It was a white company, but all the workers, all the ones that were making the brand fire, were black athletes.
I didn't know it was a white company. No, I didn't know
It
that.
is. It is. I'm telling you, there's a Netflix. Anybody heard about that Netflix, the N1 Netflix doc series?
I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
Check it out. N1 is owned by two white boys. So I get what you're saying, but I just think that maybe there's no motivation. I'm not gonna say that you guys are not right, but I'm just saying maybe there's no motivation, and then maybe there's rules that we don't see. It's just like, guys, it's just like contracts that the government gives out. They look out for their own. Don't tell me those owners don't have nothing to do with Wilson and Spalding. Don't tell me that they don't own part no shit. Like, come on. Wilson and Spalding has been part of the NBA for what? 80 years or whatever it is. So I mean,
That reminds me, I need to buy some freaking shares and that. Anyways, that's a whole nother matter. But I
so,
feel you though. I feel you, man.
but I'm just saying. I mean, it's gonna. I think the best way to do it is to, if you do create a basketball, don't attach it to a player. Attach it to basketball itself. So after the player is gone, it could still go on. It's just what now the Michael Jordan sneaker, right? The Michael Jordan sneaker is not synonymous to players now. It's synonymous with the NBA or basketball itself.
No, I think a Jordan ball will work, but besides
Yeah,
that,
I think the Jordan ball would be the good work if he goes in there. But I think the reason why he hasn't gone in there too is probably because of that. There's rules that they keep him out.
And he probably have shares in Wilson and Spalding anyways, but
Probably.
to associate it with a player rather than an organization, that's two different things. You're absolutely right about that. I give it that to you.
That's all I'm saying.
Something to consider though.
But I get what everybody's saying. Like, why they never thought of that? Why they never? It's just a freaking basketball, but that basketball makes a lot of money. Do Spalding make football too? They're probably in football too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they probably maybe football and baseball. So
that's the last prompt for the night. I want you guys to shout out something this week. Carl, you got anything you want to shout out this week?
No, but I will be catching up on all of you guys' shows. So I'll be definitely tuning in.
All right. Appreciate that, Carl. Azulism, you got anything you want to shout out this week?
Nothing really. Just great show as usual. Just let's welcome the black aliens to come back and rescue us, because I don't see no end to this.
Real black gentleman, what do you got to shout out this week?
I don't have anything to say really. I just, I'm saying, I'm just shouting out, just shout out to the saying the family, shout out to everyone listening, and I'm saying, I jumped in on number 8, I'm saying, just thanks for the time, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And finally, Bwana Hagaziki, what say you? What you want to shout out this week?
Well, we shutting out the Brother Bakari's Sportcast, on Friday nights, 7. Urzuli, you have a big mouth when it comes to sports, so come check us out. And
you on 7 on Fridays?
Yeah, me and Brother Bakari hosting the show, but I'm like a sidekick. But we
you had a show already?
Yeah, he had a show already. You should check that out.
I forgot. I'll do next Friday.
Yeah, if you can, and later on, I'm gonna try to see if we could do a Caribbean podcast show too. So we're trying to build this network slowly and surely, and do our thing. But that's for it.
Well, I appreciate all of you guys who joined the panel tonight. I appreciate everyone who was in the chat. Shout out to some of the regulars who popped up today in the chat. Marcus Gavi is the way. Gassed them up. Shout out to Jose. We didn't see him tonight. It's usually late where he is. So we didn't see him, but we did do a prompt that he put up. So shout out to him. Shout out to everyone else who'll be tuning in to the playback of this episode. Hey, I am also on Rumble. So when YouTube takes down a video, you can find that video on Rumble from now on. I could also live stream to Rumble, but I need 25 subscribers. So if you're on Rumble, subscribe to my channel. Let me get a 25 so I can also live stream there. So if YouTube cuts the stream, you can just pick it up on Rumble. All right. That's it for me for tonight. I'll see you guys next week here. I'll also probably see you guys in the other shows on KWAZ Radio. You guys be good. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace.
Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.